Welcome to Lao Zhang Audiobook. Now we are broadcasting the Chinese romance novel Secret Love Comes True. This article has been completed. Chapter 1. There has always been someone in my world who I cannot get, cannot forget, do not have the qualifications to take a step forward and cannot bear to take a step back. Lu Zhanxiayi. The heavy rain came suddenly, soaking Su Mian's clothes and the cake in her hand. She stood in the corridor of the KTV, her face as pale as paper. In the box behind her, a man and a woman were doing unspeakable things. The man was her childhood sweetheart Qi Haochuan, and the woman was unknown. Today is Qi Haochuan's 23rd birthday. Su Mian finished her art class early to make a birthday cake. In order to surprise him, she deliberately arrived an hour earlier than the agreed time. Unexpectedly, she ran into this scene by accident. Haochuan, don't do this, we will be heard. No, my friend will be here soon, we have to hurry. The voice was so shameful and disgusting. Su Mian seemed to be nailed to the spot, numb and unable to move. She and Qi Haochuan became neighbors at the age of 3, and they went to the same school from elementary school to university. They officially became boyfriend and girlfriend after graduating from high school and have been together for 5 years. The parents, friends, and classmates around them all said that they were a perfect match. They had decided to get engaged next month, but now they had to watch him cheat. It was really ironic. She was considering whether to leave quietly or rush in and smash the cake on them. She should be very angry, but she was surprisingly calm, as if she couldn't do either. Hey, isn't this Haochuan's girlfriend Su Mian? Why don't you go in now that you are here? That's right, Brother Chuang said you would arrive later, but you came earlier than us. Ha 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 ha, the young couple has a really good relationship, and you are more active than us in celebrating your boyfriend's birthday. The few people who came were colleagues from Qi Haochuan's law firm, and they were all celebrating Qi Haochuan's birthday. Everyone knew that Su Mian was Qi Haochuan's girlfriend. The tone was full of envy for Qi Haochuan, and it was the same at other times. They always said, Haochuan, you are so lucky. Your girlfriend is not only gentle and beautiful, but also childhood sweethearts. They grew up with you, which is really enviable. Now facing them, Su Mian raised her neck stiffly, unable to even pull out a false smile. It seemed that the brain nerves were taken away, empty, and nothing was left. At this time, the door of the box opened. Qi Haochuan heard the sound and came out while tidying up his clothes. He looked at Su Mian with a panicked expression. Xiao Mian, how long have you been here? Su Mian didn't look at him, her eyes focused on the ground, expressionless. Colleagues looked at the lipstick marks on Qi Haochuan's face and the woman who sneaked out of the box with her face covered. They immediately understood what happened. They were embarrassed and uncomfortable, not knowing what to do. Xiao Mian. Qi Haochuan grabbed Su Mian's arm and couldn't speak clearly in a hurry. Listen to my explanation. Su Mian broke free. Don't touch me, it's dirty. The cold voice made Qi Haochuan's face change suddenly. In his heart, Su Mian, whom he had known for 20 years, had always been gentle and quiet, and never looked at him with such a cold expression. Xiao Mian. No need to explain. Su Mian still didn't look at him and maintained her calm and said, I listened for 10 minutes, it was very exciting. Su Mian told herself not to cry, not to quarrel, otherwise she would be embarrassed. She has been here for 10 minutes. This sentence made Qi Haochuan feel dizzy and his mind went blank. Didn't Xiao Mian have to go to class today? She had a strong sense of responsibility and never let her students get out of class early. Why didn't she stay on time today? The cake fell to the ground. Su Mian's eyes finally turned red. How long has it been? There was no blood on her face, and her wet long hair was still wet and stuck to her cheeks, making her delicate features look particularly weak. She also carefully matched his favorite shirt and pleated skirt, which became a joke at this moment. Qi Haochuan's heart suddenly went cold. He couldn't tell the lie that I was just bewildered and lost control for a while and could only look at her speechlessly. She has always been gentle but also has her own opinions. They are too familiar with each other. If she is like this now, I'm afraid she won't listen to anything he says. It seems that this is not the first time. Su Mian smiled sarcastically. His stomach suddenly felt very uncomfortable and he wanted to vomit. 然后萧面气Haochuan hated Su Mian's appearance the most. From childhood to adulthood, whenever she was bullied, he would be the first to rush up and seek justice for her. He has always been protecting his girl, but this time, he was the one who made her sad. 就是 at this moment, he couldn't even lie to her. 就是 his throat choked a little. I'm sorry, she was angry, but he turned back to try to coax her. They have been together for so long and there are some quarrels, but they won't have a big fight. They are about to get engaged, and he promised her that he would never do such things again and live a good life with her. She would forgive him. After so many years of relationship, there will definitely be no problems. Break up. Su Mian didn't know how to describe her sadness and collapse, so she couldn't even cry, and her voice was still unspeakably calm. We are over. After saying this, she turned and left, dragging her two stiff legs, numb and difficult. Break up, end. These words fell hard on Qi Haochuan's heart, waking him up from a dream. What did Su Mian say? She actually wanted to break up with him. The relationship between the two parents was so good, and the friends, neighbors, and relatives around them all knew that they were going to get married. How could she break up with him? How can I face everyone after the breakup? No, we can't break up, Xiao Mian, I was wrong. Qi Haochuan chased after her anxiously. Su Mian suddenly stopped. Qi Haochuan's face lit up, Xiao Mian. Ding ding. However, the joy lasted only 2 seconds, and he saw Su Mian took off the engagement ring on her hand, threw it hard at Qi Haochuan's feet, and hit the floor with a crisp sound. The sharp sound went straight to the heart, piercing Qi Haochuan's heart. He looked at Su Mian in shock, and his heart suddenly panicked. Su Mian still cried, but she didn't cry loudly, but the tears she held back blurred her eyes. Qi Haochuan, we have known each other for 20 years. Even if you don't love me anymore, there should be family affection and friendship. What did I, Su Mian, do wrong? Don't you deserve a decent breakup? Why do you treat me like this? After saying this, she fled from this place in a hurry. She is not a simple and ignorant little girl. She knows that people's hearts are complicated and extremely evil, but at this moment, she is still overwhelmed by 20 years of trust. When running towards the elevator, she unexpectedly bumped into the shoulder of a man who just came out of the elevator. Su Mian lowered her head and apologized with a tearful voice, I'm sorry. Then she got into the elevator and pressed the door closing button desperately. She wanted to escape from this suffocating place. Qi Haochuan hurriedly caught up with her, Xiao Mian, don't go, listen to me. The man at the elevator door stretched out a strong arm to stop him. 然后? His voice was low, what happened? Qi Haochuan watched the elevator door close, and Su Mian didn't even look up at him. Qi Haochuan grabbed the man's arm and said anxiously, Brother Zheng, Xiao Mian, she wants to break up with me. The rain outside hadn't stopped yet, but Su Mian was running wildly on the road, letting the cool rain pour on her. How to describe the relationship between her and Qi Haochuan? When she was very young, the elders in the family kept joking that the two of them were very suitable and they might be a family in the future. Yes, it is suitable. Neighbor, hey, Haochuan's wife is out of school. Classmate, Brother Chuang, people from class 3 bullied your wife. Friends, childhood sweethearts, golden boy and jade girl, so amiable. These titles have always been with her. Then everything went smoothly. After adulthood, they naturally established a relationship. When they reached the age, they naturally prepared to get engaged and married. Su Mian also always believed that she was destined to marry Qi Haochuan as his wife. She isolated herself from all the opposite sex around her. She only had Qi Haochuan in her eyes and regarded him as the only one. She labeled herself as Qi Haochuan's girlfriend, Qi Haochuan's wife. Everyone envied her for having a boyfriend who loved her, and she felt that she was extremely happy. Now, this boyfriend has betrayed her. I don't know how long I ran, I was so tired that I couldn't breathe. She sat on the curb by the road and her tears were washed away by the rain. She was sad that the boy who kept saying that he would protect her for a lifetime, the man who said that he wanted to marry her immediately when they just started dating, would choose to end this relationship by betraying her. Even if he had told her earlier that he no longer loved her, she would not be so heartbroken. 20 years of trust was so fragile that it was unreliable. It turned out that childhood sweethearts were also unreliable. If they were unreliable, then forget it. This world can live without anyone. A car passed by, splashing mud and water at Su Mian, but she was completely unaware. But a figure suddenly appeared and blocked the splashing water with his back, so that she was not stained by a single drop. The man held an umbrella for her. Su Mian slowly raised her head and her eyes fell on the hand holding the umbrella. A part of his cold white wrist bone was exposed, and his slender fingers and white fingertips formed a sharp contrast with the black umbrella handle. Like a work of art. The umbrella blocked all the rain. Su Mian saw the man looking down at her and said to her, "Teacher Su, it's time to go home." Chapter 2. The man had an extremely handsome face, with cold features, handsome and deep, and exuding a restrained and steady temperament. With a tall figure wearing a black shirt and trousers, he blended into the dark night. Standing in the rain, he looked noble and full of security. Mr. Liu. Su Mian knew Lu Zhang. He was a senior partner of Qi Haochuan's law firm and Qi Haochuan's college roommate. His sister was still a student in Su Mian's studio. Su Mian and Lu Zhang could be considered acquaintances at most, but they didn't have much contact. Lu Zhang pulled Su Mian's arm to pull her up, then let go, stepped back, and kept a gentleman's distance. He said in a light voice, "Don't run outside alone when it rains. It's very dangerous." His deep eyes withdrew from her red eyes, and his fingers hanging at his side clenched quietly. He had completely retreated outside the umbrella. His black shirt was soaked and stuck to his body, highlighting the perfect chest and abdominal muscle lines, and the charm of his masculine body was undoubtedly revealed. Su Mian was very uncomfortable. She said a little awkwardly, "Mr. Liu, you don't need to hold an umbrella for me." As soon as she finished speaking, a Land Rover slowly stopped by, and the driver came down with an umbrella to shelter Lu Zhang from the rain. "Mr. Liu, the rain is too heavy, let's get in the car quickly." Lu Zhang didn't respond, his dark eyes fell on Su Mian. After a moment, he whispered, "I'll take you home." Su Mian subconsciously refused, "No. It's just a breakup, it's not shameful, but Teacher Su should be more open-minded, there are many men in the world." Su Mian opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. For some reason, she didn't hear any comfort in his tone. She didn't pay attention to how many colleagues from the law firm came to the KTV just now, and she guessed that he was among them, so the whole breakup joke was also seen by him. It was really embarrassing. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping, and it was accompanied by thunder and lightning. The man in front of her had a tough attitude, as if he was, "I'm afraid you'll commit suicide, so I won't leave if you don't get in the car." Su Mian bit her lip, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Liu." 然后 the driver hurried to open the door, but Lu Zhang got there first and opened the back door of the Land Rover. Driver. It was only a few steps away from getting on the bus. Lu Zhang still held the umbrella steadily above Su Mian's head. She took a step and he moved. Lu Zhang didn't put away the umbrella until the car door closed, and got on the bus from the other side around the rear of the car. The corners of the man's mouth slowly rose in a place where no one could see. He didn't need to hold an umbrella. He needed this rain to make himself sober. Sumian was fidgeting and her body was straight. She grabbed the hem of her pleated skirt and pressed it against her sides. The hem was a little short, and she was afraid that it would slide down. Qi Haochuan liked her to wear this style, so on his birthday, even if she herself was not willing to wear such a short skirt, she would wear it for him to make him happy. Now it seems that she is really a joke. She said to the driver gently and politely, "Please find a hotel nearby, thank you." She couldn't go home now. If something like this happened, Qi Haochuan, who lived opposite, would probably go to her house. But she hadn't figured out how to tell her parents. For so many years, his parents treated Qi Haochuan like their own son, allowing him to come and go freely in their home. If they knew that Qi Haochuan had cheated, they would be very sad. Lu Zhang next to him suddenly said, "Go to the Four Seasons Hotel." Driver, "Okay, mister." Lu, Sumian was about to turn around and thank him. Suddenly, there was a hand in front of her with a light gray square towel in the palm. "Wipe your face." Sumian was flattered and she subconsciously declined, "No, no. Do you want me to do it for you?" The man's voice suddenly became deep. In an instant, it was wrapped in an unquestionable domineering attitude. Sumian's throat seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't say no. In her impression, Lu Zhen is the eldest son of the Lu family, a cold-faced lawyer, the successor of the Lu group, a noble and indifferent Gaoling flower who doesn't like to talk. He occasionally comes to the studio to pick up his sister after class. He only says one sentence, "Teacher Su, thank you for your hard work." Sumian also officially replied, "Mr. Lu is polite." He was also Qi Haochuan's roommate in college. Through Qi Haochuan's relationship, Sumian met him at a dinner party in her freshman year. It has been many years, but there is a suitable word to describe their relationship. Familiar stranger. They only met when they were in school with Qi Haochuan's roommates and when they had parties with colleagues from the law firm after work. It was the first time for the two of them to be alone like this. Sumian felt that his aura was too strong and she couldn't help but feel nervous around him. She had to take the handkerchief with both hands, "Thank you." The handkerchief had a special smell like the scent of agarwood and the texture was soft. After wiping my face, I held it in my palm and gave it back to him. It seemed inappropriate. Don't give it back. It seemed very embarrassing. Otherwise, tell him to wash it and give it back to him. This is more like the old-fashioned lines in idol dramas, and it is awkward and difficult to say. Before Sumian could finish struggling, his shoulders sank, and a black man's suit fell on Sumian. The clothes were wet, and the coat could bring warmth. Sumian turned her head and looked at him blankly. "Mr. Lu, you shouldn't have given me the clothes." Lu Zhen didn't say anything. His dark eyes stared at her face. He couldn't see the luster inside. His beautiful thin lips were slightly pursed, and he seemed unhappy. Sumian didn't know why he suddenly became upset. Did he say something wrong? It's clean, not dirty. Lu Zhen suddenly said solemnly. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Sumian hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that. I meant that you were also wet, and you shouldn't have given me the clothes." Lu Zhen's dark eyes were covered with a layer of light, imperceptible gentleness. His tone was still cold. "It's okay, you wear it." The man had turned his head and his eyes fell outside the car. The well-defined jawline, thin and neat, like him, deep and difficult to approach. Sumian said softly, "Thank you." 20 minutes later, the Land Rover stopped at the Four Seasons Hotel. Lu Zhang said solemnly, "Sit and don't move." He got out of the car with an umbrella, walked round to her side, opened the car door and held the umbrella for her. "Get off the car." Sumian followed his steps numbly. She always felt that being taken care of by him was too condescending. She was flattered. She really didn't deserve it. They had booked a room at the hotel. Sumian held the room card in her hand and stood in the elevator with Lu Zhen. She was puzzled as to why he also booked a room. Perhaps he also needed to deal with the wet clothes on his body. Her room was 2941 and his was 2942. Sumian lowered her eyes and looked at the man's legs in front of her. His pants were now half dry and stuck to his legs, revealing the outline of his legs, which were evenly thick, straight and long. 然后 It might be that the rain made Sumian sick and her brain was hot. In her heart, she used a paintbrush to outline the appearance of his long legs, sexy curves, and strong muscles. It must be easy to draw. Teacher Su. Sumian was thinking about these things in her mind, and she didn't notice that the elevator had arrived. 然后 Lu Zhen was standing outside and looking at her. His eyes were secretive. The scumbag is not worth lingering. Sumian. Her cheeks flushed uncomfortably. What a scumbag! How could he think of himself like this? Isn't it inappropriate to label himself like this? She knew that he mistakenly thought she was thinking about Qi Haochuan, but she couldn't explain it. She could only lower her head to look for a room. Their rooms were next to each other. The hotel corridor was silent and dimly lit, deliberately creating a depressed and ambiguous atmosphere. They held the room cards and stood at the door of their respective rooms. They didn't know what magnetic field brought the two of them a tacit understanding, and no one opened the door. Sumian felt that she might really have a fever, and her mind was lingering with long legs. She felt that Lu Zhen was looking at her, but she still stood there without moving, and she didn't know what she was thinking. She turned around and faced him, and their eyes met. The man's face looked particularly charming under the light. Lu Zhen suddenly said in a deep voice, "Do you want to take revenge on your ex-boyfriend? Choose me, I'm very useful." With one sentence, a string that was taut in Sumian's mind suddenly broke. If something really happened between her and Lu Zhen, given the relationship between Lu Zhen and Qi Haochuan, would Qi Haochuan be angry if he knew about it? The decisions and thoughts that people make when they are in a very bad mood are always inexplicably crazy. Sumian answered Lu Zhen in a mysterious way. Will that be too hard for Mr. 那个 Lu Zhen. Sumian, it's physical work. It may be very tiring. Chapter 3.2941. The room is exquisitely and elegantly furnished, with a large white bed, beige walls, light gray carpet, and soft moonlight white ambient lights. Full of beauty. Wet clothes were scattered all over the floor from the door to the bed, and it was impossible to tell whose they belonged to. Sumian lay on the soft bed, enduring the man's aggressive kiss, her breath messy and heavy. His palms restrained her waist, and one hand held her hot face. His dark eyes stared at her deeply, and he asked in a deep voice, "There is no alcohol at work. Teacher Su, do you know what you are doing?" Sumian blinked. Go to bed. With whom? Sumian and Lu Zhen. This was the first time Sumian called Lu Zhen's full name, which made Lu Zhen stand for a moment. Then, Sumian's soft lips were all swallowed by the man. The restrained desire was released to the fullest on this night. Sumian felt that she might be really sick, but it seemed that she was not. Anyway, she was awake and lingering with him. This was probably the craziest and most rebellious thing she had done since she was born. When Sumian woke up, it was already past morning. Her whole body was sore, but there was an arm around her waist tightly holding her, as if afraid that she would run away. 然后 Sumian really wanted to escape. This was too ridiculous. She slept with her student's brother, who was also her ex-boyfriend's boss. If not now, when? She quietly moved the man's hand away, endured the pain in her hips, and moved inch by inch to the bed. Teacher Su, this is not good. Lu Zhan's low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded, which scared Su Mian. He had slowly opened his eyes, not drowsy but clear. It seemed that he had woken up a long time ago and was just pretending. Looking at the red mark on his collarbone, Su Mian's face flushed, and the night of indulgence was vivid in her mind. A sentence came out without thinking, Mr. Lu, you worked hard last night. Lu Zhan looked at her silently. 苏棉差点咬掉自己的舌头。他在说什么鬼东西啊？实在是不知道怎么面对他，那就忍不住声音越来越低弱。现在时间不早了，我该起床了。是起床。陆征漫不经心道。还是逃跑？他会读心吗？怎么这都知道？苏棉心虚的没有说话。陆征看着他红肿的眼睛，他说的好用。本来是想替他揍一顿，齐浩川给他出气。意外的是呢，他居然主动邀他上床。他昨晚哭得厉害，就是他那么喜欢齐浩川，那分手了肯定很难过啊，所以一直哭，越哭他就要得越狠。然后他和齐浩川在一起5年，竟然还是初次啊。齐浩川是舍不得碰他，那所以才在外面找别的女人，还是真的不爱他？苏棉往床边挪动几分，然后眼睛都不敢看陆征。She said softly, Mr. Liu, I don't regret what happened last night, and I won't bother you, but we still have to avoid embarrassment, so just pretend it never happened. And don't mention it again in the future. He is still her student's brother. Lu Zhan looked at her with a heavy gaze. He stretched out his arms to pull her back into his arms, pinched her jaw, and forced her to stare at him. Before going to bed, Rox and I were willing, but after sleeping, we have nothing to do with each other. Su Mian bit her lip and stared at him in panic. Originally, it was like this. Teacher Su, as a teacher, you can't bully people like this. His voice was lingering and numb, and there was an indescribable sense of oppression. Su Mian grabbed the quilt with both hands and covered her chest, blushing and quibbling. I didn't. What kind of bullying is this? It was obviously him who said it was useful. He started to settle accounts, as if he was at a disadvantage. Lu Zhan lowered his head and gently bit her pink earlobe, gradually tempting. Did I perform well last night? Su Mian. How could the noble and abstinent Mr. Lu say such a lewd word? Lu Zhan said solemnly, since it works well, Teacher Su should keep using it. Teacher Su is so responsible, he won't abandon me, right? No. She can't control him. He is Lu Zhan, the successor of the Lu group who has everything he needs. How can she control him? Qi Haochuan waited at the door of Su Mian's house all night. 然后 he didn't dare to go in the Su family, who used to come and go freely, but he didn't wait for Su Mian to come back all night, and he began to have a bad premonition. Sitting on the ground, holding the ring that Su Mian threw in his hand. He didn't expect Su Mian to really break up with him. No, Su Mian likes him so much, she will definitely be able to coax him back, so she can't bear to really break up with him. There was a sound from the elevator. There were 2 households on one elevator, only Su Mian and Qi Haochuan's families. 香面. Qi Haochuan ran over excitedly. You are back. Su Mian predicted that he would be there, so she looked at him calmly, pursed her lips, and said nothing. I've been waiting for you. It rained so hard last night and it was so dangerous outside. Why didn't you go home? Qi Haochuan's tone was full of concern. But Su Mian turned a blind eye and deaf ear. Xiao Mian, I won't break up. I was wrong. Qi Haochuan grabbed Su Mian's hand and explained. But Su Mian shook him off. We've broken up. I won't take back what I said. No, I don't accept it. I won't see that woman again in the future. I will completely cut off contact with her. I will love you wholeheartedly. Qi Haochuan said, and suddenly saw that Su Mian's clothes were different from last night. The words of confession that followed came to an abrupt end. He asked with a cold face, "Where did you go last night? Why did you change your clothes? Where did you change your clothes if you didn't go home?" Lu Jian asked the hotel staff to send new clothes, a light pink dress, which did not cover the strawberry mark on Su Mian's neck. Su Mian didn't plan to cover it, so she wasn't afraid of being seen by him. "It has nothing to do with you. What is that mark?" How could Qi Haochuan not know? When he did it with other women, such marks would also be left. Anger suddenly burned in his chest. He yelled, "Who were you with last night?" Does it have anything to do with you?" Su Mian said coldly, "We have broken up. It is my freedom to be with whoever I want." Qi Haochuan never expected that Su Mian, who has always been quiet, would say such bold words and do such bold things. He always thought that Su Mian was conservative and they would definitely get married. He wanted to save that kind of thing for the wedding night. He didn't touch her and she couldn't fly away. Sooner or later, she would be his. Anyway, he could satisfy his desires with others. As a result, she went to bed with another man as soon as they broke up. She actually gave herself to others so casually. At this moment, Qi Haochuan felt angry that his exclusive property was taken away by someone else. "Su Mian, I never thought you were such a person." "What kind of person am I?" Su Mian looked at Qi Haochuan. "In your heart, I must be quite stupid, right? I foolishly waited to get engaged to you so that you could have an affair with others without restraint." Every word was true. Qi Haochuan, however, just started to argue. "I didn't, I." The door opened. It was Su's father and mother who heard the noise. "Mian Mian, Haochuan, what are you doing at the door?" Looking at her parents who had no idea, Su Mian felt a dull pain in her heart. She lowered her head and slowly walked into the house. Su's mother Yang Xin, who was still unaware of the situation, waved to Qi Haochuan, and as usual, with a familiar attitude, "Smelly boy, come in quickly." In front of them, Qi Haochuan temporarily endured it. Standing in the living room of the Su family. Su's father Su Zhiyuan asked Su Mian, "Did you and Haochuan go out to play last night?" Why didn't you tell us in advance?" He took it for granted that his daughter must have been with her boyfriend if she didn't go home all night. When Qi Haochuan heard this, his face changed immediately. Uncle Su, Xiao Mian, Dad, Mom." Su Mian interrupted him and said calmly, "I broke up with him." With one sentence, the living room fell into silence. "Break up?" Yang Xin asked in surprise, "What break up?" What does that mean?" Su Zhiyuan was also surprised. "Girl, speak clearly. Who are you breaking up with?" In their hearts, Qi Haochuan and Su Mian have gone beyond the ordinary boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and are no different from a young couple. So they never thought about breaking up. Breaking up is extremely unfamiliar to them. "No, we didn't break up." Qi Haochuan explained anxiously, "Uncle, and don't listen to Xiao Mian's nonsense. I won't break up with her." Yang Xin's eyes turned around the two of them. Suddenly, she smiled knowingly. "Oh, it turns out that the young couple had a quarrel." "No, it's not a quarrel." Su Mian didn't want to hear any more words. If she and Qi Haochuan were a young couple, it would make her sick. She didn't want to drag it out. Even if it would make her parents sad, she had to say it. Anyway, they would know it sooner or later. She said without hiding anything, "He cheated on me. I broke up with him last night. From now on, don't say that he and I are a young couple." Yang Xin's face changed after hearing this, and she looked at Qi Haochuan fiercely. You cheated on me." Qi Haochuan explained with a dark face, "Auntie, I didn't." Do you still want to quibble? I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Do you still want to quibble? Facing Su Mian, who didn't give in at all and didn't give him face. Qi Haochuan was really flustered. He knew that Su Mian looked like a delicate girl, but she was always very opinionated and would definitely do what she decided. 然后 so he insisted shamelessly, then I don't agree to break up either. We are going to get engaged next month. I said I would change it. Su Mian felt a little ironic. Did he want her to pretend that everything had happened and continue to be engaged to him? In his heart, was she so cheap? Seeing him cheating with her own eyes, could she still pretend that nothing had happened and continue to be engaged and married to him? With a pale face, he said, Qi Haochuan, you may not feel disgusted when you say this, but I feel disgusted when I hear it. Sorry to bother you. A person came to the open door. Lu Jian stood outside, still wearing a black shirt and black pants. His strong and oppressive aura was out of place in this ordinary residential building. His eyes fell directly on Su Mian. Teacher Su, how long are you going to make me wait? He didn't expect Lu Jian to go upstairs directly. Su Mian's expression was a little unnatural. This man was very domineering. He insisted that she come back to get her household registration booklet and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him to get a certificate, and let her be responsible for him. He also said that he was a lawyer and she couldn't escape. His appearance at this time made Su Mian feel very panicked. Pinching the corner of her clothes, Brother Jian. Qi Haochuan looked at Lu Jian in surprise. How do you know this is Xiaomian's home? Chapter 4. Lu Jian looked at Qi Haochuan with cold eyes. In his deep black eyes, there was dissatisfaction and coldness that could not be hidden. Last night at the elevator entrance of the KTV, Qi Haochuan grabbed his arm and cried to him that Su Mian wanted to break up. He was surprised. After learning that it was Qi Haochuan who betrayed Su Mian, he could not control his anger. He said solemnly, I sent her home. You send her home. Qi Haochuan looked at Lu Jian and Su Mian, his eyes wandering around them. Why would you send her home so early in the morning? Based on his intuition, Qi Haochuan suddenly had a bold guess in his mind and suddenly said, You are the man who was with her last night. Lu Jian's handsome face said calmly, Yes. The guess was confirmed and Qi Haochuan was surprised at first. Soon, he was furious and his eyes were red. It's actually true. You two were together last night. Lu Jian, that's right. Qi Haochuan's expression was distorted. Lu Jian, you knew she was my woman and you still did this. Lu Jian was still calm and his tone was cold. She is not, you betrayed her and you broke up. You. Qi Haochuan gritted his teeth and said, Even if I broke up with her, you shouldn't do something to your brother's ex. There is nothing I can't do, it's just whether I want to or not. Lu Jian was calm and composed, and he had an attitude of determination. Qi Haochuan, when you do something that hurts others, you should know that you have lost your qualifications. Qi Haochuan had never been so angry before, and his temper value was instantly maxed out. His good buddy, the man who spent a night with Su Mian, now, he is still criticizing him with confidence. This is simply a slap in his face. In an instant, all reason was gone, leaving only raging anger. I know, you two actually hooked up together a long time ago, right? You have been doing shameful things behind my back a long time ago. Su Mian looked at him in shock. Qi Haochuan, what are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense. Haha, you slept with him behind my back and you blame me for talking nonsense. Su Mian, you keep saying you love me, but you cheated on me when I didn't know, aren't you disgusting? Su Mian's shoulders rose and fell with anger. What is this? A cheating person is arrogantly throwing dirty water on others. It turns out that 20 years is not enough to see a person's true face. She originally took into account the parents of both families and didn't want to make the breakup too ugly. Unexpectedly, he could even say such a thing. At this moment, she was really disgusted. 7号船 Lu Jian said coldly, it's really ungentlemanly to slander others for your own mistakes. Su Mian has never done anything to let you down. Who knows, yes, I cheated and there was another woman by my side 2 years ago. But what about you? When did you fool around together? I'm afraid you fell in love behind my back in college. 7号船 was furious and his words became more and more unpleasant. Su Mian's brain seemed to explode. 2 years, she was kept in the dark for 2 whole years. It was really ironic. When she was waiting to marry him wholeheartedly, he had been having an affair with another woman for 2 years. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. It turned out that when someone hurts you, you will have a physiological fainting phenomenon. There was mist in her beautiful eyes. Looking at 7号船, her voice trembled with anger. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you say you didn't love me anymore? Why did you hurt me in this way? Shut up, 7号船 roared. How dare you say such things? I've only been together for 2 years. I can't compare to your shameful affair for 5 or 6 years. You are quite capable. You had an affair with someone else right under my nose. This false accusation made Su Mian tremble with anger and her eyes turned red. Get out, she pointed at the door and yelled, 7号船, get out of my house, I never want to see you again. Slap minus a hard slap fell on Su Mian's face. 就是 7号船, who had lost his mind, finished beating people. He pointed at Su Mian and yelled, you did such a shameless thing and you still have the nerve to tell me to get out. I have held you and cared for you for so many years, but you have already gotten into the arms of someone else. He interrupted 7号船 with a punch. Asshole Lu Jian, who had been standing outside the door, rushed into the house without caring about etiquette and punched 7号船 on the chin, making him stagger back. He said angrily, how dare you hit her? Then he raised his fist and hit 7号船 fiercely. The loud and fierce slap stunned Su Mian. Her eyes went dark, her petite body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. She didn't even react to the slap she received from 7号船. 7号船 hit her. The man who claimed to protect her actually hit her. Su Zhiyuan, who had been out of touch with the situation, finally figured out everything. 7号船 cheated, and his daughter wanted to break up. 7号船 didn't admit it and slandered his daughter, and even hit him. Get out of the way. Su Zhiyuan pushed Lu Jian away. He grabbed the feather duster and hit 7号船 hard. You hit my daughter, I think you want to die. Su Zhiyuan is not an old man, he is only in his 40s. He is the captain of the fire brigade who retired early due to a leg injury. He has been exercising all the time, so the strength in his hands is naturally not small. He hit 7号船 and shrank into the corner. Su Zhiyuan was so angry that her blood pressure soared, and her heart, liver, spleen, rocks and kidneys were all in pain. Mian, Yanxin finally reacted and helped Su Mian sit on the sofa. She held Su Mian's face with heartache. My baby, come and see mom. Su Mian's face was burning and painful, and her ears were also aching, and her whole body felt as cold as falling into an ice cellar. She lowered her head, bit her lips tightly, and tears fell silently. She always thought that her life was very smooth, with parents who loved her, a man who protected her from childhood to adulthood and treated her very well, and doing a job she liked. Although ordinary, she was safe and happy, and she was very satisfied. However, this slap woke her up severely. It turns out that no matter how familiar a person is after a quarrel, he will be so hateful and ugly. 那个 It hurts, isn't it? Be good, don't cry. Yanxin hugged Su Mian in her arms with heartache and cried sadly. While wiping tears, she said to Su Zhiyuan, "Oh Sue, beat him hard for me, beat this bitch to death, it's mine, I'll go to jail for you, no one can bully my precious daughter who I don't want to touch." Woo woo woo. Sumian leaned on Yanxin's arms, tears streaming down her face. The pain on her face was not as great as the pain in her heart. Even if they were not lovers but just friends for 20 years, she shouldn't hurt him so ruthlessly. Qi Haochuan's slap made Su Mian really confused. What did he think of her? Was the affection for so many years just an illusion? Lu Jian, who was standing by, saw Su Mian's tears and his joints creaked. He walked forward and squatted in front of Su Mian. Her crying made his heart tighten. He said to Yanxin, "Miss Sass, Sue, do you have any ice cubes at home?" After he reminded her, Yanxin finally reacted, let go of Su Mian, and wiped her tears. "Wait a minute, Mom will get some ice cubes for you." Yanxin went to the kitchen. Su Mian still lowered her head, sniffed softly, and her shoulders trembled because of sobbing. Seeing her crying so sadly, Lu Jian's frown deepened. "Shall I take you to the hospital?" Su Mian shook her head gently. "No need." Her voice was still choked with sobs. Her hair blocked her face, and from the angle where Lu Jian was squatting, he could still see that her face was very red and swollen. Heartache welled up in his eyes, and his hands rose involuntarily, wanting to touch her face and hold her in his arms to comfort her. "Come, Mom will give you some ice." Yanxin came back with ice cubes, wrapped a towel and applied ice to Su Mian's swollen cheeks. Lu Jian immediately retracted his hand. Yanxin looked at Lu Jian. "You just said that you are Mian Mian's friend." "Just now, I heard Qi Haochuan say that his daughter was with this man last night." Yanxin was a little wary of Lu Jian. What happened today happened too suddenly, breaking all the peace in the past. Her most precious daughter was bullied like this, and Yanxin now disliked everyone. Lu Jian looked at Su Mian with deep eyes. Su Mian leaned in Yanxin's arms. The ice temporarily suppressed the burning pain on her face and slowly calmed her down. She was thinking about how to introduce Lu Jian's identity to her parents. Before she could think it through, Lu Jian had already stood up. He said in a loud voice, "I am Su Mian's husband." Chapter 5. Su Mian's whole body froze. Yanxin widened her eyes. "Ow." Lu Jian said slowly, "Miss Sass. Su Mian just promised me that she would come back to get the household registration book and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me to get the marriage certificate." Yanxin was in a mess in the wind and looked at Su Mian. What's going on?" Su Mian clenched her hands nervously. I. She wanted to trick Lu Jian to come back to get the household registration book, but in fact she wanted to delay time and take the opportunity to sneak away from the basement. She didn't expect Lu Jian to come upstairs to block her directly and ran into Qi Haochuan and made such a scene. She thought it was just a joke. Why did he take it seriously? He dared to say it in front of his parents. Su Mian turned around and took out the household registration booklet from the cabinet and walked out, holding Lu Jian's hand. "Mian Mian, have you thought about it? You really want to go?" Yanxin chased out worriedly. "Mom," Su Mian said, "don't worry." Su Mian pulled Lu Jian into the elevator. "Su Mian, come back to me." Qi Haochuan, who was beaten to the point of being unable to get up, crawled and chased after him. "If you dare to marry him, I will never forgive you." Su Zhiyuan also said with concern, "My daughter." Su Mian beat her. "Look, Dad, I've thought it through." The elevator door closed. Su Mian held Lu Jian's hand and sweated rapidly. The cramped space isolated the noise from the outside world, and the whole world seemed to be quiet. 然后 Lu Jian looked sideways at Su Mian, who was a head shorter than him. The girl's hands were very small, and it felt soft when held in his palm. She seemed very nervous, and her palms were sweaty. Su Mian lived on the 7th floor, and the elevator soon reached downstairs. "Mr. Lu, you hurt my hand. Her light voice brought Lu Jiang back to his thoughts. He suddenly let go of her hand. Sorry. It was the first time he held her hand, and he didn't know how to control his strength. The Land Rover was waiting downstairs. After they got in the car, they drove directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Mian sat by the car door. Although she was going to get the marriage certificate with Lu Jiang, she was not very familiar with him, so she kept a distance from him. Turn your face around so I can see, Lu Jiang suddenly said. Su Mian pursed her lips. No, it's much better after applying the ice. The next second, Su Mian's slender waist was hooked and she fell into Lu Jiang's arms and was hugged by him. Her hair was lifted up and her slender fingertips gently stroked her beaten cheek. The swelling had subsided after the ice compress and it was not as red as before, but there was still a mark. Lu Jiang's eyes were deep. Qi Haochuan's palm completely interrupted her lingering, and she made up her mind to get the marriage certificate with him even if it was out of anger. But he didn't feel happy, only distressed. She didn't deserve to be treated like this by Qi Haochuan. For so many years, he always saw how she and Qi Haochuan fell in love in front of him, but he didn't expect that Qi Haochuan had been hurting her. And she didn't know it at all. Su Mian's ear was just close to Lu Jiang's heart. Listening to his strong heartbeat, she seemed to have lost her rhythm. The man's handsome face was so close that he seemed to be ready to kiss him at any time. Su Mian pushed him away and sat up, returned to her own position, and grabbed her hair to continue covering her face. It's really okay, thank you, mister Lu, for your concern. Lu Jiang pressed down the corners of his lips, revealing displeasure, seeing that she had been holding the household registration book. He said in a deep voice, if you haven't thought it through, I won't force you. Su Mian. It's inevitable that she was a little surprised. He didn't say that this morning. He had to let her be responsible. Su Mian made a choice, and she would not take back what she said. Just like breaking up with Qi Haochuan last night and now telling him that she was going to get the marriage certificate, it was all her own decision. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't regret it, I won't have any objection. Lu Jiang looked at her deeply. Okay. Then, has Mr. Lu thought about it? Of course, I will never regret it, he said sincerely and affirmatively. Su Mian was slightly surprised why he was so persistent. Was it because they slept together? She didn't ask him to be responsible or anything. Instead, he treated her like a scumbag who wanted to escape, forcing her to take her household registration book to get a marriage certificate with him. After gradually calming down, Su Mian suddenly thought of a big problem. Your family. My parents have been looking forward to my marriage for a long time, and they will be very happy. As if knowing what she was worried about, Lu Jiang spoke very smoothly. Lu Jiang is 25 years old this year, 2 years older than her and Qi Haochuan. Back then, when she and Qi Haochuan entered the freshman year, Qi Haochuan shared with Su Mian. He said that there was a super outstanding junior who was specially approved by the school to live in their dormitory. That person was Lu Jiang. 这个 later, Lu Jiang also graduated earlier than Qi Haochuan. After graduation, he founded a law firm and brought Qi Haochuan, who had not yet graduated, to the law firm for internship. The two went from roommates to colleagues. 25 years old is not too old. Are you in a hurry to get married? Moreover, he has a big family and a great man. There are probably countless people who like him. Why should he marry an ordinary girl? Besides, he has no feelings for her. If he only gets married to be responsible, it is too hasty. It was not his fault last night. Su Mian thought about it and thought that she should persuade Lu Jiang. I think Mr. Lu should think about it carefully. Marriage is not a joke. Lu Jiang stared at her with deep eyes and took in her expression. She couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. Teacher Su, don't you want to be responsible for me? Su Mian was speechless. This man was really too much. How could a man always rush to let a woman take responsibility? He said it himself. Now why did he seem to have suffered a great loss now呢? Qi Haochuan was really angry just now. Although Qi Haochuan misunderstood her, she was too lazy to explain to Qi Haochuan. Qi Haochuan now made her feel very strange. Lu Zhang suddenly grabbed her hand. Su Mian was startled and stared at him blankly. Su Mian, listen carefully. Lu Zhang's deep eyes were stained with a few strands of warm sincerity, and he said word by word, Lu Zhang, want to marry you. This sentence is very powerful and cautious. After knowing each other for so many years, he seems to be a workaholic, and there has never been any woman around him. Qi Haochuan's colleagues often change their female companions when they get together, but Lu Zhang is always alone, silent and introverted, cold and arrogant. But inexplicably makes people feel very safe. Even if he has no feelings for her, he is a sincere, responsible, unresponsible person. So what he said, Su Mian's intuition told her that what he said was credible. Lu Zhang held her fingers tightly from the beginning of legality, protect Su Mian for life. The deep affection in his eyes that could not be hidden was captured by Su Mian. I just think this man is so good. It turns out that the flower of Gaoling who cherishes words like gold can also become a woman with superb means. It really takes a lot of ability to resist this kind of temptation. 那个 Lu Zhang's low voice sounded again. Do you have any questions? Su Mian shook her head. No. Will you miss Qi Haochuan? No, breaking up means breaking up. I'm not a person who drags things out. Lu Zhang's eyes were full of satisfaction, and he said lightly, so, both parties have no disputes, and the negotiation is successful. As expected of lawyer Lu. Su Mian nodded obediently. I agree. Then she saw Lu Zhang smile. This smile was like the bright moon and the summer breeze blowing away the restless melancholy, and thus found the way home. She pulled her hand back uncomfortably. Now she was really not used to such intimacy with him. Lu Zhang seemed to be in a good mood, so he let her go. She was holding a cigarette between her fingertips and wanted to light it, but then she thought of something and put away the lighter. With her elbow against the car door, she tilted her head to look at the scene outside, and the hand holding the cigarette pressed against the corner of her lips, blocking the arc of her lips that rose up wantonly. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they registered, signed, stamped, and received the certificate according to the procedures. Looking at the red book in her hand, Su Mian was in a trance for a while. She was a married woman. Suddenly, the marriage certificate in her hand was snatched away. Su Mian turned to look at the culprit Lu Zhang. Mr. Lu Zhang put both marriage certificates into his pocket. He tilted his head and smiled at her. Miss Sass. Lu, congratulations on your wedding. Su Mian raised her lips slightly. Congratulations. Chapter 6. It was getting late. It was already noon. Su Mian felt that she should go back and tell her parents. So many things happened in one morning, they must be very worried. It's time to bring this new husband back for them to get to know him. Her parents love her very much. Qi Haochuan's matter has made them so angry, she can't let them be sad for her again. Just as she opened her mouth, Su Mian's cell phone rang. Yin Qingqing, Su Mian's good friend, they run the studio together. Xiao Mian, why didn't you come to the studio today? You have a class in the afternoon. Yin Qingqing didn't know anything yet. Su Mian bit her lip and said, I have something to do today, I'll come later. She's not going today, the afternoon class is cancelled. Lu Zhang next to her suddenly interrupted. Su Mian looked at him in a daze. Oh, who's talking? Yin Qingqing, who was out of her mind, yelled on the phone, Su Mian, who is this person? Okay, Qingqing, I have something to do, so I'll hang up first. I'll talk to you later. Su Mian hung up the phone after a few excuses. Looking at Lu Zheng, he said a little embarrassedly, "It's Keke's class in the afternoon." Lu Keke is Lu Zheng's sister. She is in the second year of high school and has been taking art classes in Su Mian's studio for 2 years. I know Lu Zheng was sending a message to his family and whispered, "Teacher Su will not miss class without reason, but students can ask for leave." In short, you don't have class today. Su Mian. Lu Zheng directly told Lu Keke not to come to class in the afternoon. Then he took Su Mian to a very high-end Cantonese-style Tisitulan restaurant. There were only 2 of them in the luxurious private room. The waiter for the private room handed the menu to Su Mian, but Lu Zheng took it away. "Give it to me." Lu Zheng quickly selected the dishes and handed them to the waiter. "Waiter, excuse me, are there red vinegar, rice vinegar, balsamic vinegar?" "Lu Zheng, give this lady balsamic vinegar and red vinegar." "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll serve you the dishes right away." After ordering the dishes, Lu Zheng seemed very busy and kept replying to messages on his mobile phone. Su Mian sat quietly by the side without disturbing her. The dishes were served quickly at the Gitulanaya restaurant. Su Mian was surprised that all the dishes were what she liked. Even the dipping sauce was chosen according to her favorite flavor. It has been 5 years since college. As far as I can remember, she and Lu Zheng didn't eat together very often. It was nothing more than Qi Haochuan taking her to birthday parties for roommates and colleagues, and it didn't exceed 10 times in 5 years. The 2 had never eaten alone. 然后, this was the first time, and the dishes he ordered were all what she liked. Su Mian ate quietly, and Lu Zheng finally replied to the messages and ate with her. "How does it taste?" "Delicious." Su Mian was full, put down her chopsticks and said, "Thank you, mister." Lu Zheng curled his lips and took out a tissue to wipe her mouth. His aura instantly enveloped her. Since he got the certificate, he seemed to be in a good mood, with his lips curved and his behavior gentle. It always felt unreal for someone who was always aloof to do such a thing. Su Mian saw that he was getting into the role very quickly. He could do this kind of intimate action between lovers so naturally. "Let's go home," Lu Zheng said. "Go home." 然后? He didn't give Su Mian a chance to ask. When they arrived at the door of the Gitulanaya restaurant, they found that in addition to the Land Rover, there were 4 more cars. Lu Zheng's assistant said respectfully, "Mr. Lu, Miss Sass. Lu, everything is ready." Su Mian. "In the time it takes to eat, Miss Sass." Lu is called so fluently. "And what are these red gift boxes stuffed in 4 cars for?" It was not until the car drove to Su Mian's house that Su Mian knew what Lu Zheng was going to do. When Su Zhiyuan opened the door, he saw several men standing neatly at the door, and the corridor was full of gift boxes of all sizes. He was really stunned. Won the lottery. A door-to-door prize delivery service company. 然后? This scene was the first thing that came to mind. 然后? Su Zhiyuan looked at Lu Zheng and Su Mian standing together. Lu Zheng greeted politely, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you again." Su Zhiyuan didn't say anything, and his expression was not friendly. This scene made Su Mian feel a little embarrassed and said, "Dad." Facing his daughter, Su Zhiyuan didn't say much. "Come in." The gifts filled up the 2 living rooms of the 140 square meters 3-bedroom house, so everyone could only sit at the tea table on the balcony. At the rectangular tea table, Yanxin and Su Zhiyuan sat on one side, and Su Mian and Lu Zheng sat on the other. 5 minutes passed, and the room was quiet with only the sound of Yanxin making tea. No one spoke. The white gauze curtain blocked the scorching sun in the afternoon, and soft light poured in through the white gauze, sprinkling on the exquisite hand-carved tea set. The teapot occasionally made a crisp sound of collision, and the light tea fragrance floated in the afternoon. Yang Xin poured a cup of brewed tea for Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang nodded and said, "Thank you, Miss Sass." So he picked up the cup and took a sip. It was a good bouillon tea, refreshing and delicious. 然后 But Su Zhiyuan didn't have the heart to taste the tea. 然后 he drank a cup in one gulp like drinking wine, staring at the two spread out marriage certificates. Lu Zhang, right? Lu Zhang immediately sat up straight. Yes. Oh. Su Zhiyuan snorted coldly. You are quite fast. Su Mian held a small teacup in both hands, lowered her head like an ostrich, and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible. It is a well-considered decision. Lu Zhang's voice was steady. Su Mian heard it. Suddenly, she slowly raised her head again. She shouldn't escape, she should face it with him. Su Zhiyuan said unkindly, 2 hours of careful consideration. Lu Zhang did not argue. Su Mian felt that she should say something. Dad, Mom, we. Su Zhiyuan, don't talk first. Su Mian. Su Zhiyuan thought that Su Mian said she was going to get the certificate deliberately to anger Qi Haochuan, but she didn't expect that she really got the certificate. Although Qi Haochuan was not a good person, the stinky man in front of him who kidnapped his daughter to the Civil Affairs Bureau was not much better. Su Zhiyuan stared at Lu Zhang. Why do you want to marry my daughter? Mr. Su, Lu Zhang took out the prepared things. This is my ID card, household registration book, bank account, stock fund, all the real estate under my name and the details of the long-term insurance purchased. Su Zhiyuan. Su Mian looked at the pile of things in surprise. So, during the meal, he was busy asking his assistant to prepare these things. There were also gifts filling up the 2 halls. He is really a man of action. Yang Xin picked up the ID card and said in surprise, "You are only 25 years old." "Yeah, you don't look like it." He looks very young, but his mature temperament does not match his appearance. His style of doing things is sharp, concise, and sophisticated. Yang Xin thought he just looked young, and his actual age must be 28 or 29. Unexpectedly, he is only 2 years older than Su Mian. "You don't have to tell me this nonsense," Su Zhiyuan said with a gloomy face. "For me, wealth is never important." They thought they knew Qi Haochuan well enough, but they didn't see it right. "I understand." Lu Zhang's handsome face was calm and he said calmly, "Mr. Su and Miss Sass. Su love their daughter, so they should consider her. It is wrong to get married hastily." Su Mian turned and looked at him. 那个 Lu Zhang said, "But I have never been a casual person. Marriage is a big deal for me. I married Su Mian, and she is the most precious wife and the only partner in my life. Mr. Su and Miss Sass. Su have been in love and together for so many years, and I, Lu Zhang, will also love Su Mian for the rest of my life." Su Mian's heart trembled when he heard these words. Lu Zhang added, "I am not making a promise to you two with a verbal promise, but expressing my own attitude. I will not let her regret the decision she made today." When he faced his parents, his posture was respectful and decent, but he was neither humble nor arrogant, and he was as steady as a mountain. It seemed that nothing could be difficult for him, and he could always make people feel at ease. Su Mian looked at Su Zhiyuan and Yang Xin and said seriously, "Dad, Mom, I can be responsible for my own decision." After his daughter said this, Su Zhiyuan had to bow his head and think. Yang Xin picked up the teapot and filled Lu Zhang's cup with tea and said with a smile, "Then let's find time to discuss the details of the wedding." Su Zhiyuan looked at her. "You? Oh, they are now a legal couple, and I think he looks like a reliable person." Yang Xin was not very satisfied with Lu Zhang at first. His aura was too strong, and she was afraid that Su Mian could not control him. But his attitude made Yang Xin change his mind about him, and the two of them had already received the marriage certificate, so they could only wait and see his future performance. Lu Zhang smiled. "Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your help." 苏面 Chapter 7 From embarrassment to nervousness and then from nervousness to subtlety. 那个 Su Mian's psychological journey today is so complicated that it is difficult to describe. Her parents have called her and she can now be sure that Lu Zhen is an upgraded version of the action-oriented person. In the end, it was agreed that the two families would be arranged to sit together to discuss the wedding and Su Mian sent Lu Zhen downstairs. There were still only the two of them in the elevator. Su Mian said, "My marriage certificate." Lu Zhen said seriously, in case Miss Sus. Lu has a short cooling-off period and wants to regret the engagement. Both copies should be kept with me, Su Mian muttered softly, so domineering. I'm not that kind of person. 然后 the elevator arrived and the two stood beside the Land Rover. People coming and going in the community all looked in their direction. After all, it was rare to see several luxury cars parked in such an ordinary community. Su Mian also saw a few familiar faces. After living here for a long time, then everyone almost knew each other. At this moment, seeing Su Mian standing with a strange man and several luxury cars, their eyes were full of strangeness. Su Mian did not flinch and let them look at him however they wanted. Lu Zhen stood opposite Su Mian, with a slight smile on his lips and a gentle look in his eyes. Su Mian was 167 centimeters tall with a height difference of 20 centimeters between him, and his expression could not be seen unless he looked up. While Su Mian was not paying attention, Lu Zhen gently hugged her. One hand pressed the back of her head, the other hand held her back, his chin just resting on the top of her head. And her petite figure was completely taken into his arms. He was still wearing black clothes and black pants, holding the petite girl in a pink skirt in his arms, with a pious posture and a gentle expression. Like a guardian. Before Su Mian could react, Lu Zhen let her go again. Go back, I'm leaving. 然后 the strong masculine scent approached her and then suddenly left, making Su Mian dazed for a moment. Okay, I always felt that she became a lot slower in front of him. But there was also an illusion that she would be cared for by this man. Hao Chuan's wife, who was this big boss just now? Seeing Lu Zhen and the others leave, the neighbor aunt couldn't help but gossip out of curiosity. Is it your distant cousin? You have a good relationship, and you even hug each other. Su Mian said calmly, he is my husband. What? Your husband? The neighbor aunt screamed in surprise. Others also gathered around. Aren't you Hao Chuan's wife? The date for the engagement has been chosen, the 5th of next month. Yes, I'm still waiting for you to distribute the wedding candies. They all called her Hao Chuan's wife. Although she used to call her that way, she was used to it, but now, it only made her feel disgusted and nauseous. Su Mian smiled slightly. The wedding candies will be scattered, but they are between me and my husband, not between me and Qi Hao Chuan. Qi Hao Chuan and I have broken up. Aunties, please don't call me Hao Chuan's wife anymore, thank you. After saying this, Su Mian turned and went upstairs to go home. She didn't want to explain too much, nor did she care about other people's eyes and judgments. Anyway, they would spread the news soon, so that everyone in the community would know. 就是 just as she arrived at the door of her house, WeChat received a new friend request. 然后 The nickname was Z. The application message was Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen wanted to add her WeChat. With their current relationship, she had no reason to refuse, so she clicked to accept. Lu Zhen pictured Lu Zhen post it to the circle of friends to make it official. 那个 mistress. Liu, without any opening words of greeting to messages from Lu Zhen, popped up immediately. Su Mian. 这个 the marriage certificates were all in his hands, and he took a photo of the one that belonged to her and gave it to her. Official announcement. Telling everyone whether she and Lu Zhen had obtained the certificate. Without waiting for her reply, Lu Zhen posted a new update on his moments. Text is Miss Sus. Liu, with a picture of the marriage certificate. Su Mian couldn't tell what she felt now, warm, 那个 Lu Zhan's serious attitude made her feel warm and at ease. He gave her a sense of security after a flash marriage. Perhaps because he hadn't waited for Su Mian's moment, Lu Zhan's urgent message came quickly. Teacher Su, was the response. Su Mian smiled and suddenly stopped calling Miss Sus. Liu and switched to Teacher Su, probably to express his dissatisfaction. Su Mian also posted a moment's text, "It's my mister." Liu, after posting, Su Mian turned off the WeChat message reminder and turned her phone to silent. After opening the door and entering the house, Yang Xin seemed to have something to say to her. "Mian Mian." Su Mian said softly with some fatigue, "Mom, I'm sleepy and want to take a nap." Yang Xin looked at Su Mian's pale face and said distressedly, "Okay, go to bed. When you wake up, I'll make you whatever you want to eat in the evening." Su Mian's room is not very big, but it is exquisitely decorated. In junior high school, Su Mian was obsessed with pink and purple, so her father and mother decorated her in a dreamy pink and purple style. In high school, she liked sea blue, so the style was changed to sea blue. After graduating from college, Su Mian fell in love with the elegant style again and the room was changed to beige. 然后 Maybe she was spoiled since she was a child and subconsciously felt that life was so smooth. Su Mian lay on the bed, holding Stitch in her arms, looking at the ornaments on the desk, the pen holder, crystal ball, cat lamp, and notebook that Qi Haochuan gave her in high school, and the clothes, shoes, and bags that he bought her after they got together in college. Including the drawing board, she drew one portrait after another of Qi Haochuan. This room has too many memories of Qi Haochuan. She remembered that in her second year of high school, she was bullied by a male classmate in the school studio. Qi Haochuan rushed in with his two buddies, beat the man to a bloody mess, and was also injured and hospitalized. He was almost expelled from the school. At that time, they were not together yet. He was so determined, as if he would fight to the death with anyone who dared to bully Su Mian, and he would give everything for her without hesitation. Since when did the relationship between them change? Su Mian thought a lot, and it took a long time before she fell asleep in a daze. The dream was dark, and she vaguely saw a shadow getting farther and farther away from her, and a bunch of flaming roses slowly bloomed beside her. Su Mian, who didn't know how long she had slept, was awakened by the sound of conversation. She slowly sat up from the bed. Also, someone was talking outside, and it sounded like Qi Haochuan's parents. Su Mian glanced at the time, 19:20. Qi Haochuan's parents, Qi Jiacheng and Li Yu, were talking to Su's father and mother with Qi Haochuan, who had a bruised face. The gift boxes that filled the two halls were not moved and were still piled there. Everyone was still crowded on the balcony. Qi Haochuan stood in the corner, looking out the window. The parents of the two families were sitting at the tea table. Xu Zhiyuan asked Qi Jiacheng angrily, "Just tell me, should your son be beaten?" "Yes, he should be beaten." Qi Jiacheng also said angrily, "The rascal did such a thing, you have the right to beat him up for me." Su Zhiyuan snorted and glared at the silent Qi Haochuan. "I saved this kid's life. When he was a child, he sneaked to the water to play with others. I rescued him from drowning, otherwise he would have died long ago. When he grew up, I handed Mian Mian to him, but he dared to bully her like this." Qi Haochuan bit his lower lip hard, still didn't speak. Qi Jiacheng said with a face full of shame, "We didn't teach well, we are sorry for Xiao Mian." Humph, Su Zhiyuan was so angry that he didn't want to speak. Li Yu held Yan Xin's hand and cried sadly, "Can we really not be relatives? I saw Xiao Mian's circle of friends. She really got a marriage certificate with someone else." Yang Xin sighed, "It's true." Li Yu covered her face and burst into tears. "How could this happen? I really like Xiao Mian. I not only treat her as my daughter-in-law, but also as my own daughter, 然后 the two are close friends." But Yang Xin couldn't forgive Qi Haochuan for what happened and couldn't say comforting words. Mian Mian and Lao Su have only one daughter, and when she is sad, we are sad too. It really hurts us to have such a thing happen. Li Yu said anxiously, can you reconsider it? Xiao Mian is impulsive. How can she and Hao Chuan's relationship of so many years be broken? Qi Hao Chuan finally turned around and looked at Yang Xin hopefully. Yang Xin pulled her hand back, that's too much. Can cheating be forgiven? Let me give you an example. 那个, if Oki cheated, could you forgive him and continue to live with him? Li Yu's face changed. Anyway, I can't. Yang Xin said firmly, if Osu cheated, I would never be able to continue to live with him. We must divorce. Su Zhiyuan's mouth twitched. Oh, why do you involve me? Am I the kind of person who would cheat? Qi Haochuan clenched his fists, and his face became more and more sad. The uncles and aunts who liked him before now disliked him in their words. Li Yu said unwillingly, but the two children have been together for so many years, Aunt Li, Su Mian changed her clothes and came out of the bedroom. She walked in front of everyone. Qi Haochuan's expression moved slightly and he immediately came over to apologize. Xiao Mian, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it anymore. Su Mian interrupted him and said to Li Yu calmly, Aunt Li, don't think about it anymore, I'm already a married woman. Qi Haochuan's throat choked. Xiao Mian, you are just saying this in anger. It's not angry, I'm serious. Su Mian sat next to Yan Xin and said seriously, Uncle Qi, Aunt Li, thank you for taking care of me in the past, but feelings can't be forced. Hurt is hurt, can't make up. Li Yu still refused to give up, but you are so good. Our fate is over. Su Mian said softly, and don't say any more. Her voice was very low, but she was very firm. On her beautiful face, she was still so charming and quiet and solemn and calm. No one could change what she said. Li Yu could only cry sadly, we are sorry for you. Qi Jiacheng could only sigh heavily and helplessly. 然后 Su Zhiyuan said, let it be. Our two families have been neighbors for 20 years. I thought we would always be in harmony and become closer, but we have come to this point today. No one spoke anymore. Qi Jiacheng was ashamed of his son's behavior. 就是 how could he still have the face to speak in front of his old friend? Su Zhiyuan continued, you can come to Su Mian and Lu Zhan's wedding if you want to. I understand if you don't want to come. In the future, we should have less contact. I don't want anyone to affect my daughter's good life. Qi Jiacheng and Li Yu were speechless. Su Zhiyuan didn't break up with them, which was the biggest face he gave them. No, I don't accept it. Qi Haochuan still looked at Su Mian in disbelief. Xiao Mian, you are mine, how can you marry someone else? Su Zhiyuan looked at him unhappily. Why, are you going to do it again? Bastard, I don't think you dare. Qi Jiacheng stood up and grabbed Qi Haochuan's collar. If you dare to hit Xiao Mian again, I will chop off your hands. Chapter 8. Noisy and endless. Su Mian was silent for a while and suddenly stood up. She whispered to Qi Haochuan, let's talk. After she finished speaking, she walked out first. Qi Haochuan was stunned and was patted by Li Yu before he reacted and followed immediately. The two sat on the rest chairs downstairs in the community, each occupying one side, with a seat for one person in the middle. Qi Haochuan said with a choked throat, Xiao Mian, I'm sorry. I was so angry during the day that I said such words and hit you. I really deserve to die. Su Mian's eyes fell on the playground in front of the community. In summer, the night falls later and there are still people playing with their children there at this time. Su Mian said, there are new equipments. I remember when we first lived here, there were only small swings and we were tired of swinging every day. Later, Uncle Qi and Aunt Li went to the property management to give suggestions and they added a cat house and a big slide. It's still a blessing for children nowadays. Even the carousel has moved into the community. Qi Haochuan paused. He immediately smiled and said, "Do you want to play? I'll go with you. We are no longer old enough to play on the slide, and I no longer look forward to the carousel." Qi Haochuan's smile froze. Su Mian continued, "Haochuan, I want to know when I am no longer your only one." This sentence made Qi Haochuan's heart ache like a knife. He covered his face with his hands and couldn't speak. Su Mian said again, "Lu Zhen and I are really not familiar with each other." Qi Haochuan immediately expressed his attitude. "I know, I was mad to say such things. I know you are not that kind of person. I was wrong this time. I really understand. What stupid things I did. Can you give me a chance to make a new beginning?" He must know how good Su Mian is to him. From childhood to adulthood, he was naughty and she was sensible and always helped him solve a lot of troubles. Since they were together after graduating from high school, she never added the opposite sex to her WeChat, and he could check her phone at will. In college, who didn't know that Su Mian, the beauty of the Academy of Fine Arts, had a childhood sweetheart boyfriend in the law school? There were countless people who wanted to pursue her, but Su Mian always gently rejected them. She said generously, "I'm sorry, I'm Qi Haochuan's girlfriend." 然后Qi Haochuan was very proud at that time. Seeing the envious eyes of everyone, his vanity was greatly satisfied. When did it change? Qi Haochuan also wanted to ask himself this question. Maybe he saw more people later and his heart became wild, and he was no longer satisfied with this well-behaved girlfriend. 然后 Thinking of this, Qi Haochuan slapped himself twice. 萧面, I was wrong. I am a bastard. You can hit me and scold me. He confessed in this way, but Su Mian was indifferent. She shook her head and said calmly, "It's not necessary." In the past, Su Mian would definitely feel distressed. Qi Haochuan raised his hand to cover his eyes, and his voice choked. "Can we really not go back?" "Yet, no, I can't accept it. You are mine, Xiao Mian. You can only be mine." Qi Haochuan shed tears. "I forgot about you and Lu Zhen, and you also forgot about me and others. Let's start over, okay? I can't accept you marrying someone else." Su Mian's pupils widened. She looked at him in shock. "What did you say?" Qi Haochuan opened his mouth and felt that he was now speaking human words. Su Mian quickly went from being shocked to being relieved. She smiled bitterly and said, "So I really haven't loved you for a long time." Only when she has no feelings can she say such words and be so indifferent. Her eyes turned red and she said, "Maybe you have never really liked me. You just treat me as your neighbor's girl. How is that possible? I'm not like that." Su Mian smiled bitterly. "In high school, everyone joked that we were a couple and you were very resistant, saying that we were just neighbors and good friends who grew up together. Maybe you were influenced by everyone's jokes, or maybe after graduation you saw other classmates confess their love successfully and you also wanted to be my boyfriend and girlfriend. 然后 Maybe that was not love in the first place." Qi Haochuan looked at her in a daze. "Don't talk nonsense. I like you. At least after being with you, I like you very much, not just treating you as your neighbor's girl." Su Mian hummed, "That means when I like you, I really like you, and when I don't like you, I really don't like you. Otherwise, how could you have been hanging out with other women behind my back for 2 years?" Qi Haochuan was speechless. Su Mian bit her lip, not wanting to cry. The laughter and joy in the playground are still there, and the street lights above are still as dim and weak as ever. The summer night breeze brings a little coolness, blowing away the intimacy of the past, blowing away the vows of love, blowing away the youth of boys and girls, and blowing in new flowers all over the mountain. It also dispelled the haze in Su Mian's heart. She smiled and said, "Say goodbye to your past self." Qi Haochuan suddenly cried out, his voice pleading. "Xiao Mian, I can't do it. Su Mian gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingertips. Stand up, Qi Haochuan. Goodbye, thank you Qi Haochuan, who once treated Su Mian well without hesitation. Thank you only for the past. Qi Haochuan was suddenly speechless. Su Mian said, from now on, we will be well. Qi Haochuan sat quietly on the bench alone, watching Su Mian walk out of his sight, and did not move for a long time. Things that are too easy to get are always not cherished. He was reluctant to part with Su Mian, but it was also true that he could not resist the temptation. Even if he got the satisfaction of his desire from others, he never thought of separating from Su Mian. In his heart, he still regarded Su Mian as his future wife. But he did not expect Su Mian to be so decisive. After 5 years of love and 20 years of feelings, she said to let go. He lost the girl who had been with him for the longest time and could have had her for a lifetime. His heart was not only empty, but his whole world was completely changed. Su Mian walked around the community for a long time. After living there for so many years, he was very familiar with every corner of the community, and there were traces of their lives everywhere. Su Mian saw that after living here for 20 years, since she wanted to say goodbye to the past, it was time to move. 然后 She took out her mobile phone. She slept soundly this time and turned it to silent. But the mobile phone messages exploded. Missed calls, WeChat messages, text messages, emails, and even short video private messages were not left out. All the software that can send messages were full, and they were all shocked by the circle of friends she sent. Best friend Yin Qingqing asked the most questions in a row. 那个 Su Mian just replied, I will explain to you when I go to the studio tomorrow. Then Lu Keke also sent her many WeChat messages. Keke, Teacher Su, God, I am not dreaming. You will be my sister-in-law in the future. Woo. My brother is like the idiot who was hit by a pie in the sky. Su Mian was amused by her message, and then saw the circle of friends she posted half an hour ago. Copywriting, this person is crazy happy. The protagonists of the photo in the accompanying picture are 3 people. In the dim box, Lu Zhan and his 2 good friends are drinking. Su Mian saw Lu Zhan at a glance. 那个 his cold face was slightly drunk. His gentlemanly and elegant temperament was decadent, as if he was immersed in this decadent carnival. Su Mian sent a message to Lu Keke. Just call me teacher in the future, sister-in-law is weird. As soon as she sent the message, Lu Keke called. Su Mian was startled. She, as a teacher, was nervous when answering a student's call. She cleared her throat and adjusted her state before answering the phone. Hello, Keke. Sister-in-law, you finally replied to my message. Oh, I'm so excited. I've read your marriage certificate with my brother 300 times. Lu Keke is a 16-year-old girl with a lively personality. Su Mian said with a little embarrassment, Keke, you should call me teacher. It's really weird to call me sister-in-law. It's both teacher and sister-in-law. It's not weird at all. Okay. Su Mian couldn't refute. Sister-in-law. Lu Keke continued, let me tell you, my brother drank a lot of wine at night. I haven't seen him drink so much for a long time. It's enough to show that he is really happy today. Lu Zhan's happiness was not only felt by Lu Keke. It also included Lu Zhan's 2 good friends, Zhang Mu and Lin Suizhou. In the afternoon, Lu Zhan didn't know what was wrong with him. He drove to their company in person and picked them up before they got off work. He said he wanted to treat them to a drink. The person who was the most difficult to invite to a party was so proactive this time, which made both of them flattered. 然后 only after seeing the marriage certificate did they know that Lu Zhan was married. Zhang Mu grabbed the marriage certificate and examined it inside and out, and said directly, it's fake, absolutely fake, but this fake certificate is quite realistic. Tell me, Which scalper did you buy it from? Give me a business card, and I will also go to get one, so that my mother won't urge me every day. Lu Jian glanced at him nonchalantly. Are you blind? Bullshit, I don't believe that you, Lu Jian, will get married. Okay, you said it yourself, you will never get married in this life. 那个 Zhang Mu shouted. Lu Jian remained silent. He did think so before. If you can't marry the person you love most in this life, why get married? He was prepared not to get married, but fate gave him an unexpected opportunity. He never dreamed that he would be able to marry Su Mian one day. Just because the person who is least likely to get married got married, it means that this certificate is not fake. Compared with Zhang Mu's exaggerated shouting, Lin Suizhou was much calmer, with a warm smile on his face. Besides, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu never urged Brother Zhang to get married, so what reason does he have to get a fake certificate? Zhang Mu scratched his head. It seems to make sense, so. He widened his eyes. Brother Zhang, are you really married? Yeah, Lu Zhang pointed to the bottles of good wine on the table. Drink. I'm treating you tonight. Drink as much as you want, and I'll carry you back when you get drunk. Damn, this can't be a wedding bar. Zhang Mu said. Mr. Lu, you are so perfunctory about getting married. Where is the wedding ceremony? Where is the wedding candy? Lin Suizhou also looked at Lu Zhang, his eyes shining like a fox. I guess Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu still don't know about this. Awesome. Zhang Mu gave Lu Zhang a thumbs up. As expected of my brother Zhang, you are so resolute in doing things. Lu Zhang half closed his eyes and remained silent. Brother Lu Keke saw the circle of friends and rushed to the bar. After opening the door, he grabbed Lu Zhang's arm and asked, Is the circle of friends you posted true? Are you really married to Teacher Su? Lu Zhang raised his lips. Really? Oh. Lu Keke screamed. How can you be so mean? Teacher Su has a boyfriend. What did you do to her? The corners of Lu Zhang's lips that had just been raised sank. He said in a deep voice, They broke up, and then she married me. Do you understand? Chapter 9. Lu Keke opened her mouth, nodded, and then shook her head. I understand, but I don't quite understand. Lin Suizhou next to her explained in a gentle voice, Your brother means that he took advantage of the breakup of others and captured the heart of your teacher Su. Lu Keke was still confused. What do you mean? Lu Zhang pinched his eyebrows. I told you to study hard, but you stayed up late to pick stars. Lu Keke pouted. Brother, you mocked me. To put it simply, someone was killed by the tower when they were pushing the tower, and your brother took the opportunity to destroy the crystal directly. Lin Suizhou changed the way to tell her. Lu Keke's eyes lit up immediately. Damn, then my brother has succeeded in getting the star. Lin Suizhou smiled and nodded. Yes. Ha ha ha, Teacher Su will be my sister-in-law from now on. Lu Keke's sister-in-law made Lu Zhang's eyebrows fly up, and his face was full of joy that could not be concealed. School is about to start. Tell me what you want. Lu Keke covered her face and said exaggeratedly, Hey to marry brother, you are so generous that I am flattered. You are so generous, does my sister-in-law know? Does sister-in-law know? She specially called sister-in-law twice more. Lu Zhang raised his chin slightly and said straightforwardly, The game account I cancelled for you last time, go and apply for a new one and buy you all the skins. Oh. Lu Keke jumped up excitedly. Long live my brother, long live my sister-in-law. Lin Suizhou laughed. Aren't you afraid that she will stay up late every day playing games and have no interest in studying? Lu Zhang said slowly, The game has been changed a long time ago, and the daily game time for minors is limited. Lin Suizhou. 20-year-old Zhang Mu realized it later. No, Keke understands, but I don't think I understand. 然后 Lu Zhang glared at him. Don't understand what? 然后 Zhang Mu asked in confusion. You just said that she broke up with someone else, which means that she just broke up and married you, right? Is that what you mean? Well, is there a problem? That's a big problem. You are a scapegoat, marrying someone else's ex-girlfriend who broke up with him. Lu Zhan's face was cold. Lin Suizhou bumped Zhang Mu hard with his elbow and said helplessly, Can you speak? Do you understand what a scapegoat means? Zhang Mu certainly understood, but looking at Lu Zhan's ugly face, he didn't dare to speak. Lu Zhan was not angry at all. He said calmly, I am willing to marry her even if I don't have her in the process. Lin Suizhou and Zhang Mu were shocked when they heard his words. Lu Zhan was happy today. Lin Suizhou and Zhang Mu risked their lives to accompany him. The three of them soon finished several bottles of wine. The waiter sent wine to the box several times. Lu Keke went outside to answer a phone call. After coming back, the three of them were almost drunk. Lu Keke pushed the slightly drunk Lu Zhan. Brother, let's go. It's getting late. Zhang Mu had already drunk and fell asleep on the sofa, still holding the bottle of wine in his hand. Lin Suizhou and Lu Zhan were both slightly drunk. Lu Keke pushed Lin Suizhou again. Brother Suizhou, wake up quickly, we should go home. But Lin Suizhou grabbed her hand and murmured with a confused expression, Come on, continue to drink with you. Lu Keke was stunned for a moment and immediately pulled her hand back. Looking at these two drunkards, she wanted to find a basin of water to wake them up. With his hands covering his mouth, he yelled into Lu Zhan's ear, Get up quickly, my sister-in-law is here. Lu Zhan opened his eyes and sat up straight. Su Mian, there was no sign of Su Mian in front of him. He was fooled by Lu Keke. Lin Suizhou, who was next to him, sat up slowly and said to Lu Zhan, It's time to go back. He pointed at Zhang Mu. This guy had two dreams. The four of them came out of the bar and were slightly sobered up by the cool night breeze. 那个 Zhang Mu was carried in the middle by Lu Zhan and Lin Suizhou. The three of them were drunk, and Lu Keke, who was not drunk, was a minor without a driver's license, so they could only find a designated driver. Lu Keke looked at the designated drivers waiting at the door. She volunteered, Brother, I'll go call a driver. Okay, Lin Suizhou took out a cigarette box from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhan. He said sincerely, Congratulations. Lu Zhan, thank you. Lin Suizhou chuckled, Sincerely, I haven't seen you so happy in many years. Lu Zhan had a cigarette in his mouth, the smoke filled his cold face, and his eyes were slightly blurred after drinking. Just happy is not enough to describe his current mood. It is the kind of satisfaction that cannot be achieved even if you win the most difficult lawsuit. It is the satisfaction that all the vacancies are filled after the wish is fulfilled. It is unmatched. Handsome guy. A beautiful woman suddenly walked out of the bar wearing suspenders and a short skirt, with a sexy figure. She took the initiative to talk to Lu Zhan. Do you want to play together? Lin Suizhou. He turned his head away, waiting to see Lu Zhan's joke. However, the corners of his mouth that had just started to smile suddenly froze. There was a person standing there on the side, looking at them. Lin Suizhou's face changed slightly and he quickly patted Lu Zhan. Brother Zhan. Lu Zhan was coldly rejecting the sexy beauty. Sorry, I'm a married man, please don't harass me. The beauty refused to give up. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, we are all adults. I'm not the kind of adult you are talking about. Lu Zhan said coldly. The beauty got herself into trouble. Okay, it's really a bummer. Lu Zhan then turned around and looked at Lin Suizhou. What's wrong? Lin Suizhou raised his hand and pointed. Looks a little familiar. The person who made Lin Suizhou familiar was none other than Su Mian. Su Mian was wearing a beige knee-length dress. The style was elegant and ladylike, holding the same color crossbody bag on her body with both hands, looking at them with a calm but a little embarrassed expression. Lu Zhan was stunned for a moment. His first reaction was to put away the half-smoked cigarette and hide it behind his back. He didn't understand where the guilty conscience came from. He just subconsciously wanted to hide. But the next second, he felt that this action was a bit redundant. He let go of Zhang Mu and pushed him completely to Lin Suizhou. He put out the cigarette butt in the trash can and walked to Su Mian. He said softly, "Why are you here?" After talking to Lu Keke on the phone, Su Mian didn't know why she took the subway to the bar. She whispered, "I slept too much in the afternoon and wanted to go out for a walk at night." She also knew that this excuse was very bad. Who can't sleep and go out for a walk and walk to a place more than 10 kilometers away from home? But she really couldn't find a better excuse because she couldn't explain why she had the urge to come after seeing Lu Keke's circle of friends and hearing Lu Keke say that Lu Jian was drunk. Maybe she wanted to see with her own eyes how happy this man was. Or maybe after saying goodbye to Qi Haochuan, she warned herself to accept all new beginnings. "Come to see me." Lu Jian didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Su Mian tightened her grip on the backpack strap slightly. Yet, she wouldn't die if she told the truth. But she would be shy. Su Mian's face turned a little red because of her silly behavior. Then, she heard Lu Jian's low laugh. She couldn't help but look up at him and was shocked by the tenderness in his eyes. There was a thin layer of doting in his slightly drunken black eyes. 然后 Lu Jian took 2 steps back and explained, "I just smoked half a cigarette, the smell of cigarettes should be okay." He asked Su Mian. Su Mian was standing in confusion. "Oh. You don't like the smell of cigarettes?" Lu Jian said, "I will try to smoke less in the future so that you won't smell the smell." Su Mian. She really doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. How did he know? Lu Jian suddenly said, "Forget it, I'll try to quit smoking." Su Mian quickly said, No, it's okay, you don't have to compromise yourself to accommodate me. No, I'll be happy to quit. Lu Jian stretched out his hand to her, tilted his head and looked at her with a faint smile on his lips. Can I? He raised his palm and extended a gentlemanly invitation to her. Su Mian lowered her eyes and stared at the lines on his palm as if she was just like him, with a domineering and ostentatious attitude. She slowly put her hand into his palm and Lu Jian immediately clenched it. The soft touch made his whole heart feel full. He took her to Lin Suizhou and Zhang Mu. He introduced her with a bit of pride, "My Miss Sass." Lu, he introduced the names of Lin Suizhou and Zhang Mu to Su Mian. Su Mian greeted generously, "Hello, I'm Su Mian." "Hello, Lin Suizhou has a gentle temperament and easygoing personality. Hello, sister-in-law. Congratulations on your marriage to Brother Jian. I wish you a long life together." It feels wonderful to receive blessings from Lu Jian's friends. Su Mian said, "Thank you." Lin Suizhou pinched Zhang Mu's waist hard, waking up Zhang Mu, who was sleeping like a pig. "Oh, what's wrong? Is there an earthquake?" Lin Suizhou pinched it again and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law is greeting us, hurry up and reply." Sister-in-law. Zhang Mu was not very sober at first and was shocked when he saw Su Mian. "Damn, it's really sister-in-law." Su Mian smiled and nodded, "Hello." Zhang Mu was more than half sober and his eyes brightened up when he looked at Su Mian. "Well, sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Brother Jian is so lucky to marry a beautiful woman like you." Su Mian. Lu Jian had a faint smile on his lips, and he was in a good mood. 那个. No matter how Zhang Mu made trouble, he would not be angry. Lu Keke found a designated driver. Brother, let's go." When he came over, he saw Su Mian and said in surprise, "Teacher Su, you are really here." Su Mian smiled slightly, "Yeah." Lu Jian raised his eyebrows in confusion, "Yeah." Lu Keke said to take credit, "Brother, I told Teacher Su that you were drinking here. I asked Teacher Su to come and pick up my drunk husband. She said she couldn't come." I thought she really wouldn't come to chew. The more he talked, the more intriguing his tone became, and Su Mian's ears began to turn red. Old Chu Zhangmu also followed suit, so is the young wife who came to pick up her husband. Lin Suizhou said calmly, "Don't be like this, the young couple is just showing off their affection. It will be commonplace in the future. Don't make such a fuss." Su Mian. What kind of showing off affection? 这个 How could it be showing off affection? Su Mian was now so thick-skinned and her cheeks flushed at their teasing. Lu Zhang did not explain. He put his arm around her shoulders and whispered to her, "Then can you please be my driver, Miss Sass?" Liu, the atmosphere was already like this. If Su Mian refused at this moment, it would seem hypocritical and make Liu Zhang lose face. She nodded, "Okay." Lu Keke immediately jumped and ran away. "Then I'll go talk to the designated driver." Zhang Mu and Lin Suizhou were picked up by Lu Zhang, and Lu Keke came by herself. So, everyone shared Lu Zhang's car, which was exactly 5 people. Lu Zhang sat in the co-pilot seat, Lu Keke sat in the middle of the back seat, and Zhang Mu and Lin Suizhou sat on both sides. Zhang Mu held the handle tightly and fastened his seatbelt. "Sister-in-law, it's okay, you can drive as you like, I'm thick-skinned and not afraid of collisions." Su Mian said with a smile, "I've had my license for several years, and my driving skills are pretty good." Lin Suizhou also imitated Zhang Mu's movements and held the handle tightly. "Brother Zhang's car is automatic, so you don't need to step on the clutch. Sister-in-law, don't panic." Su Mian. Zhang Mu laughed, "Ha ha ha, did you see that the female driver has sobered up for a long time?" Lin Suizhou said, "More than half, 100%. Lu Zhang looked at Su Mian, who was teased, and his voice became clearer. "Don't be nervous, they are just like this, just ignore them." Su Mian replied obediently, "It's okay, they are fine." Chapter 10. Although it was the first time they met, they did not show any strangeness to Su Mian. They were familiar with her like friends who had known each other for a long time and loved to joke. This showed that they had already regarded her as their own. Su Mian held the steering wheel and smiled slightly. "You are a little naughty." She slowly released the brake, and the Land Rover slowly drove on the road. Suddenly, she had a little bad idea. First reminded Lu Zhang, "Sit tight." Lu Zhang was slightly startled. "Huh?" Su Mian took a look at the road conditions and confirmed that it was safe. She suddenly stepped on the accelerator and accelerated without warning. Ow, Zhang Mu screamed suddenly. "Kai!" Su Mian slammed on the brakes again. Bang! Zhang Mu, who grabbed the handle, still crashed head-on into the front seat. Lu Zhang. Lu Keke was lying on the central armrest. The middle seat was not stable to begin with, and the sudden inertia caused her to sway forward. "Oh, be careful." Lin Suizhou quickly pulled her back to her seat. Although he also swayed a bit, it was not as exaggerated as Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu covered his nose and teased Lu Keke, "Ha ha ha, look how stupid you are." Lu Keke glared at him, "Sister-in-law, do it again, it would be best if you break his nose." Su Mian sneered, No, I was just joking." Only Lu Zhang sat steadily. He tilted his head and looked at Su Mian with surprise. His newlywed wife seemed well-behaved, but occasionally a little naughty. Lu Keke was surprised and said, "Sister-in-law, it seems that you are really an experienced driver." Su Mian smiled and said, "Now, you are really 100% sober, right?" Yes, sister-in-law is right." Zhang Mu covered his nose and yelled, "I was wrong, please let me go, sister-in-law, sob." Su Mian. Grabbing the steering wheel, driving at a steady speed on the road. "Okay, stop making trouble." She asked Lu Zhang, "How should we go now?" Lu Zhang said, "I'll show you the way, take them home first." Okay, Su Mian's driving skills are indeed good, at least when he drives seriously, he is very stable. Zhang Mu said sadly, "It's over. Brother Zhang used to be mean and always liked to bully me. Now he married a sister-in-law who is also a bit treacherous. Oh, is there any way to survive in the future? 陆克克, how can my sister-in-law be treacherous? She is obviously a pure little angel. Zhang Mu, you are a little kid, what do you know about angels? That's called black cut white, don't you understand? 陆克克 was confused, what does it mean? Lin Suizhou said slowly, it means that he is obviously very bad but deliberately pretends to be innocent. Oh, it's a cunning fox. That's right. Then my sister-in-law is not, my brother is, he looks gentlemanly on the surface, but his heart is dark, darker than squid ink. A car full of people. Su Mian listened to their words and couldn't help thinking. Is Lu Zhen really that kind of person? Lu Zhen explained in a gentle voice, don't listen to their nonsense, they are all drunk and their minds are not clear. Yeah, oh my god. Lu Ke covered her face and said, brother, you have really changed. You are not angry at our arrangement. If it were before, you would have given me a sharp look. It seems that only in front of your sister-in-law, you will be gentle and considerate. Su Mian dared not listen to them. These people are not serious. Lu Zhen leaned back in the chair casually with the back of his hand against his forehead and stared at Su Mian with gentle eyes. The straightforward eyes made Su Mian's ears red. After sending Zhang Mu and Lin Suizhou back home, he drove to Lu's house. Lu Ke invited enthusiastically, sister-in-law, why don't you stay at our house tonight? Su Mian looked at Lu Zhen and said, it's not good to visit at night. Lu Ke, what's the matter? You go back first. Lu Zhen said to Lu Ke, I'll accompany her home. Ah. Without waiting for Lu Ke to speak, Lu Zhen asked Su Mian to drive the car away. After leaving the luxurious Lu family villa, Su Mian realized that she not only married Lu Zhen but also married into the wealthy Lu family. Su Mian said, I should have driven the car in just now. I can just take a taxi back. Lu Zhen said, I have asked the driver to wait at your door. When you get home, he will take me back. Su Mian. He didn't mind the trouble of sending her back and forth in the middle of the night. Without the noise of other people, the car seemed particularly quiet. Su Mian felt that she should say something to adjust the quiet atmosphere. Are you feeling uncomfortable after drinking too much? Not too much. Lu Zhen's voice was very light, with the unique mellowness of being slightly drunk. I don't like to drink normally, but today is an exception. Su Mian knew why this exception was made without him saying it. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes slightly curved. When she arrived at the gate of Su Mian's community, she was about to get off the car, and Lu Zhen suddenly grabbed her hand. Su Mian turned her eyes and looked at him. Lu Zhen squeezed her little hand. His voice was low, did you cry at night? Su Mian was shocked. How could nothing escape his eyes? Was it so obvious? The first time he saw her at the door of the bar, Lu Zhen noticed that her eyes were a little swollen. She should have cried not long ago, and the corners of her eyes were a little wet and red. You slept in the afternoon, so what did you do after waking up? Did that circle of friends cause you trouble? Lu Zhen asked one sentence after another. It seemed that he wanted to know everything about her. He was in complete control of the attentiveness and details. Su Mian stared at his strong expression. She was not afraid of him in her heart, but she just felt that he was innocent in this marriage. She used him to take revenge on Qi Haochuan, and he also got himself involved, which made her feel guilty. It's not a problem. Su Mian said softly, I just confronted Qi Haochuan's parents. Then why are you crying? Did they make things difficult for you? No, it's all been solved. Lu Zhen didn't ask any more questions. If she said it was solved, he would believe her. He gently played with her fingers and said softly, you can come to me directly if you have anything in the future, everything. The more he was so comprehensive, the deeper the guilt Sumian felt. I don't say anything like it will cause trouble to me. I don't like it. Sumian stared at him. Then what do you like to hear? Lu Jian looked deeply at her delicate face. Did you bring candy in your bag? Sumian always had the habit of carrying mint candy in her bag. She would eat one after eating out before. I don't understand why he asked this, but Sumian had already unzipped it. Yes, he poured a mint candy out of the box and gave it to him. Lu Jian held it in his mouth. Before Sumian could react, he pinched her hand and pulled her to him. His hot palm touched her cheek. I want to go crazy now. His action made Sumian confused. Oh. Lu Jian, I won't miss Sus. Lu, to kiss me. Sumian. Too. Without giving Sumian a chance to speak, Lu Jian had already kissed her. The lips and tongue that originally smelled of alcohol and a faint smell of tobacco were now covered with the taste of the mint candies that Sumian often ate. Fragrant and slightly sweet. This was a blatant flirtation which was completely different from the emotional lingering that night. Sumian was slow again. 然后? Her slow brain was down for a long time and she couldn't react that she was kissing this man. Until Lu Jian reminded her, open your mouth and respond to me. Sumian's face suddenly became hot. This was a slow and gradual kiss, from shallow to deep, which made Sumian's tongue numb and she felt that the oxygen in her chest was sucked clean by him and she fell into suffocation several times. He really remembered every detail. Knowing that she didn't like the smell of cigarettes, he drank some wine and ate mint candy before asking for the kiss. After a long time, after they separated, Sumian hung her head with a flushed face. Steadying her madly beating heart, she whispered, I'm going home, goodbye. She opened the car door and was about to leave. Lu Jian, say good night, not goodbye. Sumian stood outside, looking at the man leaning lazily on the seat. His expectant eyes fell on her. Sumian said softly, good night, mister. 那个 Lu, Chapter 11, Hometown Studio. Yin Qingqing slammed the table in anger. 7号船, this scumbag, dared to hit you even after he cheated on you. Yin Qingqing held Sumian's face, her face flushed with anger. He actually dared to hit you, how dare he? Oh. What on earth did he have to hit you? Sumian pulled her hand down, her expression calm. Forget it, I don't want to mention it anymore. No. Yin Qingqing was still confused. As Sumian's best friend, she knew too well how Sumian and 7号船 had come through these years. She fell into the chair with a sad face. If even the relationship between you and 7号船 is unreliable, can I still believe in love and human hearts? Sumian pursed her lips and said nothing. It was only after this incident that she realized that nothing is forever. Mian Mian, are you really okay? Yin Qingqing hugged Sumian comfortingly. If you want to cry, want to get drunk, want to hit and scold people, sisters will accompany you. Don't hold it in your heart. Seeing Sumian so quiet, Yin Qingqing was afraid that Sumian would get sick. The real collapse is silent, which is more worrying than a big quarrel. Sumian picked up the sketch pen and set up the drawing board. He whispered, I can't always be trapped in the collapse. I can't torture myself like this. Yes, that's right to think so. Yin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. In just a moment, she had already thought of a set of words to comfort the heartbroken girl, but fortunately, Sumian was not as fragile as she imagined. What about you and Mr. Lu? Yin Qingqing said with some concern, although the best way to forget someone is to find a new love. You do feel very good and you slapped 7号船 in the face. But you also put yourself in it. Isn't it too impulsive to marry Mr. Lu so soon? Yin Qingqing was worried that Sumian would regret it after getting married impulsively. It would be a loss to do this for a scumbag. Sumian's brush, which had been paused, suddenly had a direction. She thought of Lu Jian's handsome and reassuring face. She said, "It is undeniable that I was indeed impulsive, but looking at Lu Zheng's attitude towards marriage, I feel that maybe it's not that bad. At least, he is a very responsible person." Su Mian's brush painted Qi Haochuan's face countless times. This time, she imagined Lu Zheng's outline and drew a sketch of Lu Zheng. Qi Haochuan went out to get drunk with his friends all night. When he returned home the next day, he was scolded by Qi Jiacheng and Li Yu. Qi Jiacheng grabbed a stool and wanted to smash Qi Haochuan. Are you crazy or mentally ill? You did such a stupid thing. Li Yu hugged Qi Jiacheng's waist to stop him. Don't hit him anymore. He has been beaten enough. He made a mistake, but do you really want to beat him to death? He deserves it. Qi Jiacheng scolded angrily. He has made me lose face. How can I face Lao Su in the future? How can our two families interact with each other? Qi Haochuan squatted on the ground, and his whole body was dull. He silently endured all of Qi Jiacheng's anger because his mind was full of what Su Mian said. She wanted to completely cut off her relationship with him. Li Yu said, "But it won't help even if you beat him to death now. Not only will you lose your son, but you will also have to go to jail." Qi Jiacheng threw away the stool. He grabbed Qi Haochuan, who was as hopeless as death. "Get up now, don't act like you've been cheated on." Qi Haochuan lowered his head and gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, I know I was wrong. It's no use knowing you were wrong now. She's been so angry with you that she's married someone else." Li Yu persuaded from the side, "Why are you still talking about this? Now the certificate has been obtained and we are legally married. It's too late to say anything now." Qi Haochuan and Qi Jiacheng didn't say anything. Li Yu said in a frustrated tone, "I think we should move out quickly. I really don't have the face to see Yanxin again. We can't live in this community anymore. The neighbors know each other. We see each other every day. I really can't afford to lose this person. The more well-known a relationship is, the more difficult it is to end it decently." Qi Jiacheng pushed Qi Haochuan away. "Why did I raise a son like you? Are you still worthy of being a man?" Qi Haochuan was very upset now. He was so upset that he couldn't say a word in rebuttal when his parents scolded him like this. Seeing his son like this, Li Yu couldn't bear it. "Forget it, stop scolding, Haochuan already knows he's wrong." Humph! Qi Jiacheng sat down and stroked his heart, his blood pressure soaring. "Old Su has given us face. If I had a daughter who was treated like this, I would beat you harder than Old Su did." Qi Haochuan gritted his teeth and said nothing. Qi Jiacheng sighed. "What a pity. Su Mian was really a good girl, but you ruined her life so badly. She just gave up her whole life like this. Her future life will be hard." Qi Haochuan, who was originally ashamed, suddenly thought about Qi Jiacheng's words. That's right, Su Mian married Lu Zheng just to deliberately anger him. She didn't like Lu Zheng, but he ruined Su Mian." Li Yu said, "Let's think about where to move to our new home." "No," Qi Haochuan said, "I won't move. I want to get Su Mian back." Qi Jiacheng looked at him. "What did you say?" Qi Haochuan said painfully that I really can't bear to part with Su Mian. She doesn't really want to marry Lu Zheng. As long as I sincerely repent, Su Mian will come back to me." Li Yu said with some concerns, "Son, I think Xiaomian may not be as easy to talk to as you think. You see, she seems gentle on the surface, but she is actually very opinionated." Qi Haochuan put his hands in his hair and said sadly, "But I really can't let it go." Li Yu sighed helplessly. Qi Haochuan went to work at the law firm with bruises all over his face. Colleagues who knew that Qi Haochuan had cheated tried to act more naturally, but the more natural they tried, the more embarrassing it was. "Haochuan, good morning." "Qi Haochuan, good morning." He acted very normal, as if nothing had happened. But the next second, Lu Zhang came to the law firm. Colleagues felt that the current situation was a bit difficult to handle, but no matter how difficult it was, they still had to say what they had to say. Boss Lu, congratulations. Yes, 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 congratulations to Boss Lu on his wedding. Who understands? They saw their colleague cheating with their own eyes, and their boss also married their colleague's ex. This damn big news fell on them. How should they live in the future? Lu Zhen nodded slightly. Thank you. I will send you invitations after the wedding date is set. Okay, I'm so happy to drink Boss Lu's wedding wine. Everyone surrounded Lu Zhen and said congratulations. Only Qi Haochuan stayed alone, looking at Lu Zhen coldly. Lu Zhen didn't even look at him and walked into the office. After he sat down, he directly told his assistant, call Qi Haochuan in. Okay, Lu Shan tapped the table with his fingers and habitually opened the drawer and took out the cigarette box. Suddenly remembered that he had told Su Mian that he would quit smoking, so he threw the cigarette into the trash can. Qi Haochuan came in and looked at Lu Zhen expressionlessly. Lu Zhen got straight to the point. The law firm has a clear rule that you cannot have too close a relationship with the parties involved in your own cases. Not only are you close to the parties, you even slept with them. You've been in the law firm for quite some time and you know the consequences. Lu Zhen quickly found out that the person Qi Haochuan cheated with was a party to a divorce case that Qi Haochuan had taken on half a year ago. During the case, the 28-year-old party, Miss Sass Lin, frequently expressed her affection for Qi Haochuan, and Qi Haochuan half-heartedly agreed. At that time, the lawsuit had not yet ended and the parties were still married. 这个 Lu Zhen was even more disgusted with Qi Haochuan for his behavior without any moral bottom line. Qi Haochuan did not answer Lu Zhen's words. Instead, he questioned Lu Zhen, why did you marry Su Mian? Lu Zhen pursed his lips and said nothing. Qi Haochuan clenched his fists. You like her? Lu Zhen still didn't speak. Qi Haochuan laughed sarcastically. I suddenly remembered something. When I was a sophomore, it was your senior year. We said goodbye to you. We drank some wine and talked about what kind of girls brothers like. You said something. Qi Haochuan leaned on his desk with both hands, staring at Lu Zhen with red eyes. You said, Qi Haochuan imitated Lu Zhen's careless tone back then, I like Su Mian. Lu Zhen looked at Qi Haochuan's angry eyes calmly, still without saying a word. Ha, it's ridiculous. Qi Haochuan laughed in anger. Everyone knows that Su Mian is my girlfriend, and Lu Zhen, who has always been cold and arrogant, is a star on the altar, never bowing his head to mortals. So we all thought you were joking, and I only realized now that you were saying your true feelings in a joking way. Lu Zhen, you hit it deep enough. Lu Zhen said slowly, then do you remember what you said? Qi Haochuan's expression suddenly changed. What did he say? He was so proud and showed off at the time, hugging the pillow that Su Mian gave him and kissing it hard. I know you are all envious and jealous of me, but none of you are allowed to think about it. Su Mian is mine. She can only be mine, Qi Haochuan's wife in this life. None of you can have any ideas about her. It can be seen that Qi Haochuan has remembered it. Lu Zhen said coldly, what did you do later? Qi Haochuan slammed the desk angrily and yelled, then you shouldn't touch her. Lu Zhen sneered with obvious sarcasm. Why, you can only get angry after being abandoned by her. Qi Haochuan's face was cold. Lu Zhen continued, you only care about your own feelings. When have you ever considered her? When you gave her the illusion of deep affection and secretly had an affair with others, have you ever thought that she was the girl you claimed to protect for life? Every word of Lu Zhen was poking Qi Haochuan's heart. And he didn't intend to stop. 你能在还没跟他分手的时候，背着他出轨2年，他怎么就不能在跟你分手之后呢？另觅新欢，陆征一字一句道。我甘愿做他的新欢。第12章啊！齐浩川气到一拳揍向陆征。 被陆征偏头躲过，轻松抓住了他的手腕。冷淡的那个逆着气到癫狂的人。陆征说，你可以去告诉他，我就是怀着目的靠近他的。这个，你知道为什么我藏了这么多年的心思？都没被你发现吗？然后，因为他喜欢你，所以我舍不得伤害他，不想打扰了他的幸福。可是你都干了些什么呀？你打着爱他的旗号，对他干了些什么？他的音量已经不再沉稳，也做不到深吐。逐渐凶狠的语气，逼得齐浩川连连败退。他被陆征的坦白惊讶住了。陆征真的很会藏，大学同寝2年，律所共事3年，他居然完全没发现，陆征竟一直在偷偷的喜欢苏眠。However, now, Ki Haochuan didn't know whether Lu Zhang was too good at hiding or he ignored Su Mian too much. Lu Zhang shook off Qi Haochuan's hand. Get out, the law firm doesn't need a lawyer like you, and you are not qualified to stay by her side. Qi Haochuan was so angry that his face was gloomy. Suddenly, he said coldly, you also know that she likes me. We have had a relationship for 20 years. Even if we break up, she just married you to make me angry. Do you think she will fall in love with you? It's wishful thinking. Qi Haochuan left, handed over several cases on hand to his colleagues, and then handled his resignation and left the law firm. Lu Zhang sat in the office for a long time without moving. Although his handsome face was calm, his dark eyes were dark. Qi Haochuan's words kept echoing in his ears. Do you think she will fall in love with you? It's wishful thinking. His fingertips moved, and he wanted to smoke again. He suddenly missed the taste of the mint candy that Su Mian gave him. He opened his phone and sent a message to Su Mian. Lu Zhang, Teacher Su, what brand is your mint? When Su Mian received the message, she was tidying up things in the studio. She replied, what's wrong? Su Mian was embarrassed to tell the brand of the mint because it was the Miss Yao brand. Lu Zhang, nothing, just telling you that I like it very much. This sentence made Su Mian blush unconsciously. The scene of the mint kiss was still vivid in her mind. Half a month later, Su Zhiyuan was moving. The old house they lived in was sold, and the new house was larger than the current one. It was a 190 square meter finely decorated house with a spacious 4-bedroom apartment, which was comfortable enough for their family of 3. The moving company moved the furniture one by one. Qi Jiacheng, who lived next door, came over and asked, oh Su, this. Are you really going to move? Yet, there were workers from the moving company taking action, and Su Zhiyuan just stood by to supervise. He said, I'm old and I want to live a leisurely life, so it's better to move out. Qi Jiacheng didn't say anything because he also had to move his own house. After the incident with Qi Haochuan, he couldn't count how much gossip he had heard and how many times he had been ridiculed by neighbors. Life was really hard. But he didn't expect Su Zhiyuan to move out so quickly before him, which gave everyone a new topic. Not only did he hurt the daughter, but he also drove the whole family away. Qi Jiacheng asked with a stern face, oh Su, where did you move to? You don't need to know this. I said I want to have a leisurely life. Of course, the fewer people know the better. Su Zhiyuan said coldly. Is that so? Qi Jiacheng couldn't speak anymore, watching them leave the empty house. Qi Haochuan stood on the balcony watching the moving truck leave, his face gloomy. He hadn't seen Su Mian twice in the past half month. She deliberately avoided the opportunity to meet him. Even if he saw her occasionally, she was as cold as a stranger. He went to the studio to find Su Mian, but was also driven out by Yin Qingqing, who didn't let him in. Qi Jiacheng returned home and stood next to Qi Haochuan. Don't look at it, we will move out in a few days. Qi Haochuan said nothing with a gloomy face. The phone rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but Qi Haochuan knew the number by heart. Haochuan, the light in my house is broken. Can you come over and help me check it? It was a very gentle woman's voice, soft and charming. Hao Chuan's face was very cold. I said, let's not contact each other anymore, and you are not allowed to call me again. After hanging up the phone, Hao Chuan added this number to the blacklist. Su Mian met Lu Zhang's parents for the first time on the riverside. It is the most upscale and artistic Gitulania restaurant in Lincheng. From the moment you enter the door of Gitulania restaurant, it feels like you are in the misty Jiangnan area, and the overall style is very folk town style. Lu Zhang's parents, Lu Yunshao and Chen Wei, also attached great importance to this meeting and attended in full dress. Lu Yunshao's suit and Chen Wei's elegant cheongsam looked well matched and elegant. After the parents of both sides exchanged greetings and introduced themselves to each other, they sat down and talked. Chen Wei asked Su Mian, Xiao Mian, if you have any ideas about the wedding, you can just bring them up. Su Mian was very nervous. Before coming here, she had imagined that Lu Zhang's parents should be the kind of high-class wealthy couple. After meeting, she felt that it was completely the opposite of what she imagined. Chen Wei was gentle and elegant, and Lu Yunshao did not look as serious and rigid as imagined. Instead, he was very amiable. The two of them were elegant and noble, but not arrogant. They looked easy to get along with. At least in front of her family, he was not arrogant at all. Su Mian glanced at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang's eyes were gentle. Don't be nervous, just say whatever you want to say. Su Mian thought for a moment and said softly, I hope the wedding will be simple, not too extravagant. This. Lu Yunshao was a little surprised and couldn't help but smile. I was thinking about making the wedding grander, holding a buffet in the whole city and letting everyone know who Lu Zhang married. Chen Wei said, we should respect the ideas of young people. It's them who are getting married, not you. Yes, I'll listen to you. Lu Yunshao said very tolerantly. Su Zhiyuan also said, we have the same idea as Mian Mian. It's enough to have the etiquette of marriage. It's actually completely unnecessary to be too complicated and extravagant. Chen Wei smiled and said, so for the wedding, do you like Chinese or Western style? Everyone's eyes fell on Su Mian again, waiting for Su Mian to speak. Su Mian, can you stop looking at me? I'm not the head of the family. Su Mian really couldn't accept everyone's eyes like this. He could only throw it to Lu Zhang. You decide. Lu Zhang's hand quietly reached under the table and grabbed her hand on her knee. Her palm was wet because of nervousness. He patted the back of Su Mian's hand comfortingly and looked at everyone. He said in a deep voice, have a Chinese wedding. He stared at Su Mian. Is it okay? Chinese weddings are relatively complicated, but they also pay more attention to etiquette and customs. Su Mian nodded, okay. Yanxin, Chinese style is good. I also like Chinese weddings. Lu Yunshao decided, okay, then Chinese style. I will contact the Chinese wedding planning company and ask the person in charge to set up a group for us. If we have any ideas, we can communicate together in the group. Xiao Mian, in-laws, do you think this is okay? Yanxin smiled and said, Mr. Lu is still thoughtful. Multiply by, hey, what Mr. Lu Yunshao stood up and picked up the wine glass. From today on, we will be a family in the future. I hope the two children will live long and our family will be harmonious and happy. The harmonious parent-child meeting ended with eating, drinking, and chatting, and lasted for 3 hours. Everyone decided on the wedding date, which will be held on National Day half a month later. The betrothal gift was decided by Lu Zhang at once, 8-digit cash, to Su Mian, Su Zhiyuan, and Yanxin, each of whom bought 2 sets of real estate worth tens of millions. Yanxin ran a flower shop and specially allocated 12 shops in prime locations to her name so that she could open a chain store. Lu Yunshao also gave Su Mian shares in the Lu Group saying that she and Lu Zhang had obtained a marriage certificate and would be members of the Lu family from now on. Su Mian was almost overwhelmed by this overwhelming wealth. Lincheng is not big, but it is not small either. After all, it is a city with tens of millions of permanent residents. The high-priced gifts and dowries are all a combination of interests between wealthy families. She never expected that an ordinary person like her would be praised so highly one day. Su Zhiyuan and Yan Xin refused for a long time without success, and Lu Zhang forced them to accept it with a tough attitude. After the dinner, Lu Yunshao arranged for a driver to take Su Mian and the others back. 然后 Lu Yunshao then had time to ask his son. Didn't you say you wouldn't get married? Why did you play the game of flash marriage, causing me to leave two big businesses abroad and rush back? Lu Zhang put his hands in his trouser pockets with a stern look. Change your mind. Why? Chen Wei was so curious. I was ready to see you being single for the rest of your life, but you suddenly gave me an unexpected surprise. 那个 Son, can I fantasize about my wish of holding my granddaughter? Lu Zhang closed his eyes. I don't know. Ah. Chen Wei expressed her confusion. We are about to get married. Don't you know what it means? Lu Zhang didn't say much, just said, send someone to decorate the villa in the south of the city and make it a wedding room. Su Mian and I will live there in the future. Lu Yunshao couldn't help but want to confront him when he heard it. Oh, you ignored me when I said I would prepare a wedding room for you, but now you are thinking about it. Lu Zhang. Things are different now. When he didn't plan to get married, the wedding room was meaningless to him. Now, he is looking forward to having a home with Su Mian. Lu Zhang looked at Chen Wei. After marriage, don't make things difficult for her. Chen Wei thought it was funny, so she really laughed, with a bit of sarcasm. I feel like our Lu family's ancestors are so happy that you are willing to get married. How could I possibly embarrass her? I am grateful for her kindness in taking you out of the sea of suffering. She is simply a living bodhisattva. I feel sorry for her so much that I can't wait to embarrass her. Lu Yunshao nodded. Su Mian should be a well-behaved and generous girl. I think she is very good. She is very good. Lu Zhang murmured in a low voice, hiding the sadness in his eyes. The only bad thing is that she may not like me. After arriving home, Su Zhiyuan saw that Su Mian didn't seem to be in a good mood. He comforted her and said, don't be afraid, this marriage is over, let's try to live a good life. Even if it's not good in the future, it doesn't matter. If you are bullied and unhappy, the worst thing is divorce. Your mother and I will not touch the things they gave us. If there is really a day when we separate, we will return all the things to them. Your parents will support you. In short, your parents will never let you suffer any grievances. Su Mian's eyes were hot, and she was moved by her parents and was speechless. She leaned in Su Zhiyuan's arms. Dad, Mom, I really love you. Yan Xin touched her head. Your dad is right. The Lu family is a wealthy family. Their attitude today is quite sincere, but there is still a long way to go. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Your dad and I don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. We will always be your backers. Su Mian's throat choked. Okay, I know. Be good. There is still half a month to prepare for the wedding. It will be very tiring. Go to bed early and be a beautiful bride. Okay, chapter 13. At night, Su Mian lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. She thought of Lu Zhang's attitude at the dinner, firm and sincere. He played his role as a husband very well and was sincere to his parents and her. She thought, then she couldn't fall behind. Click on his WeChat moments, wanting to know more about him, but his moments content is very little, only 2 or 3 posts a year. The most recent one was the day when the marriage certificate was posted, and the previous ones were landscape photos, and each time only 1 photo was posted. Without a single word of copywriting. 那个 The style of the photo is very depressing, black and white. Even when the photo was taken under the scorching sun, the filter was set to dark colors. I kept flipping forward and finally found a post with a text. He wrote, "If I had known it would be so heart-wrenching, why didn't we meet in the first place?" The date was 1 a.m. On July the 17th, 3 years ago. The photo seemed to be taken right now. He was sitting in the car and took a photo of the empty night street under the streetlight in front of him. If I flip forward again, there is nothing else. Sumian pondered over the sentence he posted. What was the special day of July the 17th? Why did he post such a depressing text on that day? Did he have someone he liked at that time, but couldn't get the love, so he was still single? It turns out that no matter how cold and arrogant a person is, there is a white moonlight in his heart. For some reason, Sumian's guilt towards Lu Zhen is now so deep. She always felt that he had paid too much to cooperate with her before, but now it seems that it is not entirely the case. It turned out that he had also been hurt, so could she understand that he actually hoped to use this marriage to help himself get over his emotional injury? Sumian brainwashed herself and unilaterally regarded this relationship as a mutual benefit. So, she clicked on Lu Zhen's dialogue box. Since he had helped her so much, she should also give back and help him get out of the haze. Without hesitation, she sent a message to Lu Zhen. "Mr. Lu, good night." "Lu Zhen, why haven't you slept yet?" "Sumian, I'm about to sleep." "Lu Zhen, can I call?" "He wants to talk on the phone." Sumian quickly sat up, tidied her hair, pulled her bangs, rubbed her eyes, rubbed her face, and adjusted her image. "Sumian, sure." After sending it, Lu Zhen immediately sent a voice call imitation. "Sumian." "What is she doing?" "It's just a phone call, not a video call, and he can't see her. Why should she be so stupid to tidy up her appearance?" Sumian cursed herself in her heart and answered the phone. "Mr. Lu Zhang's slow voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone, Insomnia. His voice was a little lazy but not confused, and he was still very awake. It was close to midnight, and he didn't sound sleepy. Sumian leaned against the head of the bed and whispered, a little bit. "Are you starting to get nervous about the wedding?" "I don't know." Sumian was telling the truth. She really didn't know what was wrong with her. Lu Zhen didn't ask much, just said, "Lie down and talk, I'll coax you to sleep." "Sumian." The receiver was very close to her ear, and his voice came out of it as if he was talking to her ear at this moment. Sumian lay down as he said. Lu Zhen, who heard the movement from the phone, continued, "Close your eyes." Sumian really closed her eyes like a child following orders. After a few seconds of silence, You. The two suddenly spoke at the same time. Sumian hurriedly said, "You go first." Lu Zhen said, "Are you thinking about the wedding?" "Well, you didn't tell me about the betrothal gift in advance. You gave too much, which made me." Sumian bit her lip. "It makes me feel very stressed." Lu Zhen suddenly chuckled. "These are not much. Many people give betrothal gifts in the hundreds of millions. It's all normal. You said not to be extravagant and wasteful. I have been very simple." Sumian thought, "On this also hundreds of millions. How can it be simple? It's obviously the behavior of a nouveau riche." Lu Zhen added, "Besides, the betrothal gift only represents my attitude. I want everyone to know that I am serious about marrying you. The Lu family is also very welcome to you as the future new daughter-in-law." His light and faint tone sounded particularly good in the middle of the night. Low, mellow, and stable with a lingering meaning. Sumian suddenly imagined that if he was a real person and appeared beside her at this moment, whispering these words into her ear, what would it feel like? No. That night, When the love was deep, he seemed to have been calling her name in her ear. Calling Sumian over and over again, soft and poisonous. What did you want to say to me just now? Lu Zhan's voice pulled Sumian back from her wandering mood. When she realized what she was thinking about, she covered her face in annoyance. Sumian, oh Sumian, you are so shameless. Sumian stuttered, I want to ask, why haven't you gone to bed so late? What are you doing now? The sound of a cup being placed on the table was vaguely heard. I don't know if he was drinking wine or tea. He replied, thinking about you. Sumian's expression hesitated for a moment. When he said this, there was no flirting tone, nor was he deliberately teasing her. It was a natural tone. How could he say I am serious about marrying you and thinking about you in the same casual and natural way as he said I am working overtime, I am eating? Does he know that this is very provocative? Are you still not sleepy? 然后 Lu Zhan asked suddenly. He didn't wait for Sumian to answer, as if he had never thought that she would answer him at all. He said it just to let her know, not to ask her to respond. Sumian closed her eyes. Well, I'm trying. Do you want to hear a sleep story, Teacher Su? I never noticed before that his tone was particularly pleasant when he called Teacher Su. Sumian raised her lips. Okay. There was a slight noise from the phone, and it was guessed that Lu Zhan went to the bookshelf to get a book. After a while, his soft voice came over. It was late at night, and the lights in the hospital corridor were so pale that it was a little creepy. The gloomy corridor seemed to have no end. The wind outside the window was howling, like a ghost crying. This hospital was gloomy during the day, and not many people came. Lin Xiao came back to get some information. Lin Xiao's footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard a second sound, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground. Lu Zhan paused, because Sumian didn't make any noise. He called softly, Sumian. Sumian, huh? Her response made Lu Zhan laugh softly. You are really not afraid? Sumian also laughed. Mr. Lu's way of telling ghost stories to coax people to sleep is so special. I only enjoy it. 就是 How can I be afraid? Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan knew that she was not afraid of listening to ghost stories. He learned it from Qi Haochuan. When they were in college, Qi Haochuan asked Lu Zhan to help him download a ghost movie in the dormitory. Although he was obviously scared to death, he said that Sumian liked to watch it, and no matter how scared he was, he would watch it with her and asked Lu Zhan to help download it. Lu Zhan thought that Qi Haochuan really loved Sumian at the time. Although he knew that Sumian liked ghost stories, he didn't expect that she would not be afraid at all when he told her alone in the middle of the night. Her courage was not consistent with her well-behaved appearance. 然后 Lu Zhan asked in a low voice, Do you want to change one? It's all right. While chatting with him, Sumian gradually felt a little sleepy and didn't want to open her eyelids. She said, If you are afraid, change to something else. Lu Zhan. She is quite considerate of others, but she used to be afraid, but later she added a collection of ghost stories to the bookshelf at home, and she was not afraid after reading them frequently. Lu Zhan said, Then I'll continue. He continued to tell Sumian the story according to the contents of the book. Within 3 minutes, Sumian fell asleep without finishing the story. 然后 sitting in the study, Lu Zhan listened to Sumian's even breathing and put away the book. He leaned back in the chair, tilted his head, and stared at the bright light. Lu Zhan raised his lips unconsciously. When he received the message Good night, Mr. 那个 Lu from her, he thought it was his eyes that were blurry. After repeatedly confirming that it was really her, his mood was like a hydrogen balloon with a broken string, rising continuously. 那个 Her small initiative was enough to comfort him for a long time. Chapter 14. Next, in the past few days, Sumian has been receiving new calls. Wedding photos, fitting dresses, salesmen from the furniture mall, all of them called her frantically, and she also added many people on WeChat. And she was very busy. After the wedding plan was finalized, the wedding invitations were sent out, and she continued to receive blessings from relatives and friends. The first time Sumian dealt with these things, she realized that getting married was so troublesome. The day before the wedding, Sumian was still taking classes in the studio. Yin Qingqing lay on the table, looking at Sumian, who was seriously embroidering a cattail leaf fan. Xiaomian, I still can't believe it. Are you really going to marry Lu Zhang? Really? Sumian looked at her and smiled. Don't be silly. You are going to be my bridesmaid tomorrow. 这个 Why are you still out of touch? Haha, I just reacted a little slowly, but I'm not a fool. I will definitely not let you down. Yin Qingqing said, glancing down at the studio downstairs. See, Qi Haochuan. He sits in the coffee shop opposite every day, staring at you like a pervert. Sumian didn't even raise her head. Let him be, it has nothing to do with me. Yin Qingqing pursed her lips and said nothing more. These days, Lu Zhang comes to pick up Sumian every night and doesn't give Qi Haochuan the chance to see Sumian alone, but Qi Haochuan is like a dogskin plaster that can't be shaken off. Belated confession is more despicable than anything else. If it weren't for the fact that they have known each other for so many years, Yin Qingqing would want to move a stool and beat people up every day. Sister-in-law, I'm here. The decoration style of the studio is more Chinese, and the stairs are made of wood. Lu Ke ran up from downstairs. Her tone was very excited. She threw herself next to Sumian. I'm here for class. Lu Ke's class today is from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Lu Ke has liked Sumian for a long time. Sumian won many art awards in college. When her family was looking for an art teacher for Lu Ke specifically asked for Sumian. Ever since Sumian and Lu Zhang got their marriage certificate, the relationship between her and Sumian has become more like that of sisters. Yin Qingqing smiled and said, You two are getting into the roles so quickly, but I'm a little slow. Lu Ke joked, Teacher Yin, your best friends are all married, why don't you hurry up? I'm not in a hurry. Yin Qingqing declared loudly, I want to be sober and never fall in love. Then you must not have anyone you like. Oh, you little brat know whether you like someone or not. Of course. Lu Ke raised her chin and said firmly, My brother just likes my sister-in-law. Her words made Sumian's expression stagnate for a moment. Lu Zhang likes her. How is that possible? He clearly has a white moonlight in his heart. How could he like her? Yin Qingqing glanced at Sumian, propped up her chin with gossip, and tried to get Lu Ke to say something. How do you know? Your brother wouldn't tell a 16-year-old kid like you about this kind of thing, right? Lu Ke pouted, Teacher Yin, although I am 16 years old, I'm not a fool, okay? Okay, you are not a fool, you are a little cutie, so, how did the little cutie know that your brother likes your teacher so? Lu Ke said, because my brother once said that he would only marry someone he likes, and if he can't get what he wants, he would rather be single. Sumian's clear eyes suddenly widened. 就是 not getting married if you can't marry the person you like. Therefore, Lu Zhang must have completely given up on his white moonlight and only then married her. I never thought that someone as outstanding and impeccable as him would also suffer such emotional pain. 就是 She sighed in her heart. It seems that she should be nicer to him and help him get over it as soon as possible. She put down the unfinished palm leaf fan and said to Lu Ke, Let's go, it's time to go to class. Yeah, after class, Lu Ke was picked up by the family driver. Sumian and Yin Qingqing packed up the studio, locked the door and went home. Sumian glanced at the coffee shop opposite. The shop was not closed yet, but Qi Haochuan was not seen. I don't know when he left. Moreover, the familiar Land Rover was parked at the old position on the side of the road. Lu Zhang came to pick her up again. Yin Qingqing said ambiguously, Xiao Mian, I'm leaving. Okay, be careful on the road. Yin Qingqing put on a helmet, and with a bang, she rode away on her motorcycle. Lu Zhang got off and opened the passenger door. Get in the car. Su Mian smiled slightly, thank you. Before getting into the car, she saw a bouquet of flowers on the passenger seat. Su Mian was stunned and looked at Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang took out the flowers and handed them to her, whispering, Teacher Su has worked hard. I'm sending a bouquet of flowers to please Teacher Su who is getting off work. This is a bouquet of mermaid roses, gradient pink and purple, elegant and dreamy, with gorgeous petals full of pearlescent, sparkling, like a mermaid's tears, wrapped in the breath of the ocean, sparkling and light, stirring the heart. Its flower language is beautiful dreams, and its meaning is love that lasts until death, love until the end of life, without regrets. Su Mian was amazed by it. It's so beautiful. Her smile made Lu Zhang's eyebrows and eyes more soft and tender. 然后 he curled his lips and smiled, as long as you like it. Sitting in the car, the faint fragrance of flowers filled the entire compartment. Su Mian held the flower in her arms, looking at it with amazement, afraid to damage it, because it was as beautiful as a work of art. Lu Zhang said helplessly, I shouldn't have given it a gift earlier. Miss Sus. Lu only looked at it and nodded at me the whole time. Su Mian opened his mouth, Are you jealous of the flower? Yeah, Lu Zhang drove the car with his eyes fixed forward and said lightly, I also want Teacher Su to look at me like he looks at it. Su Mian. Su Mian lowered his head and continued to stare at the flower because he really didn't know how to answer. Lu Zhang's voice continued to ring, Tomorrow's wedding, you will be very tired, go to bed early at night. Su Mian nodded, okay. Don't play games with Coco until midnight. Su Mian. He knew. Again. I can explain this matter. Su Mian made up excuses, actually Yin Qingqing asked me to help her score, so I play games. I said sorry to Yin Qingqing 1,000 times in my heart. I'm so sorry for using you to block the knife at the critical moment. Really? It turns out that Teacher Su is so good at playing games that she can help her bestie score. Su Mian continued to talk nonsense, she's not that good at playing games. Maybe she's not lucky enough and can't get promoted. I guess my luck is better than her. Looking at the speed at which Coco has been promoted these days, I agree with what you said. Su Mian. Why does it feel a little wrong? He seems to be teaching a child, but also seems to be dissatisfied. Su Mian made a promise, I won't play games with her anymore. She's in her second year of high school now, and she really can't get addicted to games. I'm worried that Teacher Su will get addicted. Su Mian was stunned. They just encountered a red light at the intersection. The car stopped. Lu Zhang turned his head to look at her and said slowly, Someone sends me good night every night and then secretly runs to help his sister get points. Su Mian. Su Mian's cheeks suddenly flushed. After seeing so many twists and turns, she was actually jealous. It was so embarrassing, making her look like a scumbag. Su Mian hesitated, I won't do it again in the future. Lu Zhang suddenly said, Miss Sus. Lu, would you consider coaxing me? There were still 30 seconds before the red light turned red, and he suddenly leaned over, his handsome face enlarged in front of her. Try it. I'm easy to coax. Su Mian suddenly swallowed her saliva, very, very easy to coax. 然后 Lu Zhang stared at her red lips, and the meaning was self-evident. Su Mian bit her lip. In the last 10 seconds of the red light countdown, she made up her mind and took the initiative to kiss him. At the moment when their lips were close, Lu Zhang suddenly opened his mouth, held her soft lips, hooked her neck and pulled her close to him, deepening the kiss. The mermaid rose in his arms was fragrant. He was not very gentle this time, and he did not have time to take things step by step. Instead, he was hot and hurried, domineeringly plundering her sweetness. When the number jumped to 1, Lu Zhang just let go of her and drove through the intersection. Su Mian put the back of her hand against her mouth, and the hot temperature on her lips was transmitted to the skin on the back of her hand, and her heartbeat could not be suppressed. When they arrived at Su Mian's new home, Su Mian got out of the car. She lowered her head and stood in front of Lu Zhang. "I'm going up." Lu Zhang seemed to be in a good mood and reached out to touch the soft hair on her head. She bent down slightly, looked at him level, and said seriously, "My future bride, wait for me to pick you up tomorrow." He is a master of love, right? Why is every word so seductive? Su Mian stood at the intersection holding the flowers and said softly, "Go back and rest early tonight." "Good night." After she finished speaking, she emphasized, "This time is a real good night. I won't play games secretly again." Lu Zhang raised his lips and smiled, "Okay." He watched Lu Zhang drive away. Su Mian turned and went upstairs. While walking, she looked down at the flowers in her arms. Her mood, like it, suddenly became colorful. Xiao Mian, a person suddenly jumped out from behind the flower bed, rushed towards her and hugged her. "Huh!" Su Mian was startled and shouted. She began to struggle, trying to get out of this embrace. "Let me go." "Xiao Mian, it's me." The familiar voice made Su Mian's face change. It was Qi Haochuan. Chapter 15. Qi Haochuan held Su Mian tightly with a smell of alcohol. Begging bitterly, "Xiao Mian, I miss you." "Qi Haochuan, let me go." He drank alcohol and Su Mian could break him free with force. Qi Haochuan suddenly fell to the ground and looked at Su Mian with a hurt expression. "Have you been so cruel to me now?" After Su Mian calmed down, she stepped back and moved away from Qi Haochuan. "I said, it's over between us. I don't accept it." Qi Haochuan got up, grabbed Su Mian's shoulders, his face flushed. "I can't accept you marrying Lu Zhang. I can't accept you marrying anyone. Don't get married. Okay, don't marry Lu Zhang, Xiao Mian. I really can't live without you." He clasped Su Mian's shoulders very hard, making Su Mian feel very painful. At the same time, she was also a little scared. "What are you going to do?" Qi Haochuan said, "I want to start over with you." "Impossible." Su Mian said coldly, "Breaking up is breaking up. There will never be a chance to start over." "I don't." Qi Haochuan, "Don't let me continue to disgust you." "Xiao Mian, I can't let you go. I really can't let you go." Qi Haochuan grabbed Su Mian and wanted to continue hugging her. He was very fierce this time.苏棉拼力挣扎，也很难把他挣脱。放手，你放开我。小棉，为什么就是不能给我一个机会呢？我真心知道错了。那个……蛮横的祁浩川突然被一股强势的力道推开，下巴被狠狠揍了一拳，人还没站稳，没看清楚来人是谁，接着腹部又遭遇重重一击。看着去而复返的陆征在打祁浩川，苏棉呆愣在原地哈。陆征一拳一拳打在祁浩川的身上，沉声道：“你还敢来找他？”陆征，祁浩川终于看清是谁了，顿时怒火中烧。陆征，你把苏棉还给我！祁浩川捏紧拳头，与陆征打成一团。他们明天就要办婚礼了，全城皆知。陆家公子的婚礼，想低调都低调不起来。他结婚，新郎不是他。许久未联系，不知晓分手原因的朋友一直跑来问他，为什么苏棉会嫁给别人？为什么他没有娶苏棉？ Qi Haochuan's heart seemed to be torn into pieces. Only after losing something can you know how to cherish it, but others have turned around perfectly and have nothing to do with him. Anger and despair intertwined, making him feel miserable. He had been dreaming for several days, and it broke out on the night before her wedding. If he didn't stop her, he would never be able to be with her again. But Qi Haochuan couldn't take advantage of Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang's skills were obviously practiced, and he easily beat Qi Haochuan to the ground. Lu Zhang put his arm around Su Mian's waist and hooked her into his arms. He lowered his eyes and looked at Qi Haochuan on the ground. Give it back to you. How many times do I have to say that you don't deserve it? She is no longer yours. She is my wife. Qi Haochuan got up from the ground and roared with a ferocious face, Let her go, I won't let you touch her. Lu Zhang looked at Qi Haochuan calmly, and his unwillingness was written all over Qi Haochuan's face. Lu Zhang looked at him with a dark look in his eyes. He just hugged Su Mian, and Qi Haochuan was so angry. Suddenly, he pressed the back of Su Mian's neck, asked her to raise her head, bent down, and kissed her lips. In front of Qi Haochuan, Lu Zhang showed his strength to the fullest. He was telling Qi Haochuan with his actions that the person in front of him was his property. He, Lu Zhang, was qualified to claim sovereignty, and Qi Haochuan was never worthy of it. Su Mian's glass eyes suddenly widened, with a misty watercolor in them, looking at his tightly furrowed brows. A strong and reckless kiss came at her fiercely. When he let go, Lu Zhang lowered his eyes to look at her, his ink-colored eyes full of strong possessiveness. He hugged Su Mian and looked at Qi Haochuan coldly. Say it. She is mine, my legal wife, Lu Zhang. Qi Haochuan was so stimulated that his face turned pale and his eyes were dull. Lu Zhang said word by word, Your harassment of my wife has constituted a crime, and I can sue you. Qi Haochuan could not hear Lu Zhang's words, and only looked at Su Mian. After being kissed, her lips were still stained with water stains, and from beginning to end, her eyes were always on Lu Zhang. Let's go, I'll take you upstairs. Lu Zhang put his arm around Su Mian's waist and got on the elevator. The new house is equipped with one elevator for one household, and the elevator requires facial recognition to enter. On the first day of moving in, Su Zhiyuan entered Lu Zhang's identity information into the system. Allow him to enter and exit the Su family freely. In the elevator, Lu Zhang held Su Mian's hand tightly. Su Mian bit her lip slightly and said nothing. The elevator reached the 9th floor, and the two came out and stood at the door of the house without going in. 然后 Lu Zhang looked at her deeply and said, I won't go in, seeing that he was about to leave. Su Mian hurriedly said, Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang paused, turned slightly and looked at her. Don't be angry and don't misunderstand. Su Mian said softly, There is no relationship between him and me anymore. Lu Zhang's handsome face disappeared in the dim light of the stairwell. He looked at Su Mian with a little bit of unreality and surprise, as if he didn't expect that she would say such a thing to him. She shouldn't care whether he would be angry or not, but she actually took the initiative to tell him not to misunderstand. He whispered, Are you afraid that I will misunderstand? Su Mian nodded, Don't worry, I am very loyal to my marriage and will not be involved with others. Lu Zhang's thin lips slightly raised, like the warm sun in winter through the gaps in the leaves, warm and peaceful. Okay, I know. Lu Zhang said that the wedding was very simple, but Su Mian still felt it was exaggeratedly luxurious. On this day, the whole world was red. The palace lanterns arranged for the wedding swayed, the carved railings leaned against the towering palace pavilions, and the ancient lanterns and red curtains circled around and around. Auspicious totems were all over the venue, and the quiet spirits hovered in the air, running through it. The overall color was the red color of the Forbidden City. Under the magnificent style, they put on gorgeous clothes, went to a paper appointment, and welcomed romance. The wedding ceremony was solemn and serious. They signed an eternal contract under the blessing eyes of everyone. Su Mian looked at Lu Zhang with a sincere face. She was in a dream. He really gave her a perfect wedding. Yang Xin, watching her daughter get married, quietly wiped her tears. Su Zhiyuan put his arm around her shoulders and patted her, Don't cry. Our daughter should not feel wrong in such a grand wedding. Yang Xin still shed tears. Go away. You don't understand how I feel about not wanting to part with my daughter. Okay, I don't understand. You understand best, but please don't cry. Mian Mian will be sad if she sees you. You are right. I can't cry. Yang Xin wiped away her tears and put on a smile. Mian Mian looks so beautiful today. How can I cry? I hope my Mian Mian will always be happy. After the ceremony, Su Mian changed into a cheongsam and Lu Zhen wore a matching suit. The two of them toasted the guests at each table. Brother, sister-in-law, hurry up. Lu Keke was the most active. She picked up the wine glass. Let's drink first. I want to send my blessings. I want to wish you a long and happy life together and 3 babies and happiness forever. Lin Suizhou pulled her, took the wine glass from her hand, and stuffed a glass of orange juice in it. Children, don't drink. Lu Keke stared at him dissatisfiedly. Today is an exception, isn't it? Lin Suizhou said softly, the blessing sent by the juice is just as sincere. If you don't believe me, ask your brother. Lu Keke looked at Lu Zhen with a pursed mouth. Brother. Lu Zhen, don't drink. Okay, she still picked up the juice. Yin Qingqing was so excited that she almost cried. Mian Mian, I'm so happy for you. Su Mian smiled. Don't cry. I know, I don't plan to cry. These are tears of excitement. Zhang Mu stood up. Come on, let's raise a toast to Brother Wei Zhen and sister-in-law, and wish them happiness forever. Su Mian also poured juice into his glass, and Lu Zhen drank white wine. He drank the glass in one gulp very happily. Lin Suizhou reminded him ambiguously and kindly, it's not time to indulge yet, it's better to control yourself a little bit now. Su Mian. Such an obvious hint made people blush. 然后 Lu Zhen didn't care, I'm not you, Lin Suizhou. Chapter 16. Qi Haochuan didn't go to the wedding. He hid in the bar drinking, and his good friend Zhang Han was always with him. Brother Chuang, don't drink anymore, you've drunk too much these days. Qi Haochuan used to be handsome, clean and refreshing, but now he has stubble and he looks sloppy and messy and has not been dealt with. On WeChat Moments, former colleagues from the law firm posted a short video of Su Mian and Lu Zhen's wedding. He saw Su Mian in a fiery wedding dress, and also saw her smiling like a flower and walking into the palace of love with Lu Zhen. He lay on the table and drank wine. Xiao Mian, I miss you so much. Zhang Han advised helplessly. Brother Chuang, forget it, she has married someone else. No, call her quickly and tell her that I drank too much. I have a bad stomach. I will vomit if I drink too much. I have gastroenteritis. She is the most caring person. She used to take good care of me. Zhang Han was speechless. Sitting next to him, he opened a bottle of beer and started drinking. If you want to fight, fight yourself. I am embarrassed to call her again. 然后Qi Haochuan suddenly lay on the table and cried. The bar was noisy, and there were many people who were drunk like him. Even if he cried loudly, no one would care. Zhang Han advised twice. Brother Chuang, think about it. 就是 it's not a big deal to be like this every day. Qi Haochuan choked and said, if you make a mistake once, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. Zhang Han said helplessly, you are a lawyer yourself, you should know better than me. I still don't want to believe that she doesn't care about me at all. Brother Chuang, I don't believe that she can forget our past for so many years. Qi Haochuan looked at Su Mian's face in the video. He murmured drunkenly, I haven't imagined how beautiful she would look in a wedding dress for a long time. When we first got together, I was full of longing and wanted to marry her home right away. I wanted to hold a romantic and beautiful French wedding for her. I even imagined what kind of wedding dress she would wear over and over again in my mind. Later, why did I forget it? Why did I forget it? Why did I lose my original intention? Zhang Han kept silent and listened silently. Seeing Qi Haochuan torturing himself like this every day, he couldn't tell whether he loved too deeply or was unwilling to give up. But she shouldn't be so straightforward. Even if she hated me, how could she marry someone else without any nostalgia? Did she ever love me? Qi Haochuan said angrily. Zhang Han still didn't speak. When people are desperate, their hearts are dead. 这个 How can they still be nostalgic? Lu Jian drank too much. The driver of the Lu family sent him and Su Mian to their wedding room. Shengshi Mansion is the most upscale villa area in Lincheng. 然后 it was also a project developed by Lost Group a long time ago. It covers a large area and has an excellent location. There are only 9 villas in the whole villa area. The families living in it are all powerful and wealthy. It was Su Mian's first time to visit Shengshi Mansion. Although the furniture company contacted her and many of the furniture were selected by her, she had not seen the real thing. Now when she walked in, she was surprised by the luxury. White roses extended from the magnificent gate to the inner courtyard. Walking through the cobblestone path and turning in, there was a moon gate. It was bright at night, the same bright color as the moon. There was also a red carpet on the cobblestone path, and red lanterns were hung on the surrounding landscape trees, illuminating the entire villa area. Do you like it? After a short nap in the car, Lu Jian had sobered up a lot at this time. He took Su Mian's hand and walked into the inner courtyard. Su Mian replied softly, I like it. No servants were arranged tonight. Everyone tidied up the house and left, leaving all the space for the newlyweds. Lu Jian suddenly picked up Su Mian and held her sideways. Su Mian was so surprised that she hooked her hands around his neck. Lu Jian. Lu Jian lowered his eyes and looked at her. Is it okay for me to hold my wife? Su Mian blushed and said, yes. Then she saw the man laugh, a pleasant and gentle smile. Now, I want to hold my wife to the bridal chamber. Su Mian's cheeks became even redder with embarrassment. The black suit wrapped Lu Jian's lean but not burly figure, and the beige embroidered cheongsam on her body also outlined her beautiful and graceful figure. With a height of 167, she still looked very petite in his arms. Lu Jian held his little wife in his arms, facing the moonlight, and walked steadily on the red carpet leading to the new house. The red at the wedding symbolizes holiness, and the red at this moment represents romance and care. The bright red wedding bed is very festive. Lu Jian put her on the bed, supporting her body with his arms on both sides. He lowered his head and kissed her eyes, eyebrows, nose bridge, lips, and then slid to her jaw. The dance and fine kisses made her blush and heartbeat. Wife, Lu Jian called softly, lingering and beautiful. Su Mian was nervous because of his wife, because of this wedding night full of ritual, because of his infatuation and care for her. She couldn't be calm and composed. Her voice trembled. Lu Jian, I. Lu Jian kissed the corner of her mouth gently and said softly, don't reject me on the wedding night, okay? Su Mian's eyelashes trembled, and through the layers of mist, she focused on his handsome face. His dark eyes were full of her shadow, with a strong affection and hot emotions, and he was about to swallow her up completely. She pursed her lips gently, stretched out her hand to hook his neck, raised her lips, and kissed him on the jaw. Okay, Lu Jian's eyes changed, and his warm fingertips ignited and peeled off his clothes. The room was full of beauty, with dragons and phoenixes embracing each other. Su Mian's whole body was sore and painful. Although it was not the first time with Lu Jian, it felt more painful than last time, probably because he was not satisfied last night. 然后 When she woke up, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. 然后 Lu Jian was no longer in bed, but he did not leave the room. 然后 He sat on the sofa on the balcony to accompany her. He was wearing a set of white short-sleeved home clothes, which was a couple style for Su Mian. He wore rimless glasses on his nose and was reading a book. Hearing the sound of Su Mian waking up, he looked up from the book and fell into Su Mian's watery eyes. Awake, Lu Jian took off his glasses, put down the book and walked to the bed. He asked softly, "Are you still uncomfortable?" Su Mian's face gradually turned red and he didn't speak. It was not that uncomfortable, but very shy. He wanted too much last night. This big bed and the sofa he was sitting on now all have memories. Lu Jian sat on the bed, picked her up, and let her lean on his arms. He asked in a low voice, "Why, are you unhappy?" 然后 He was not caring in an ordinary way, but caring with doting, fearing that he had not taken care of every bit of her bad mood. Su Mian's head was resting on his arm. "How long have you been awake?" "It's been a long time." Su Mian bit her lip. "Did you stay in the room with me specially?" "Yeah," Lu Jian said softly. "Wait for you to wake up." Su Mian said awkwardly, "You can wake me up." Lu Jian stared at her deeply. "You worked so hard last night, you should sleep a little longer." Su Mian. "But you are still very energetic. How come I slept until now?" Lu Jian's palm suddenly covered her cheek, gently holding Su Mian's face, and looked at her quietly. Su Mian didn't know what he was looking at, but felt that his eyes were as deep as the sea, with many emotions that she couldn't understand. The only thing she understood was a steady joy and satisfaction. He said, "I'm very happy to marry you." Su Mian always felt that his love words were very natural and familiar. But it was strange. Didn't he have a sweetheart who he loved but couldn't get? Could it be that he got out of the haze so quickly and forgot about the other person? Could it be that he used her as a substitute for his white moonlight? This kind of dog blood plot happened to her. Su Mian shook her head secretly. No, no matter what, they are now husband and wife. She is still willing to believe him and will take their marriage seriously. They both want this marriage to heal themselves. Su Mian said softly, "I'm hungry." Lu Jian smiled and picked her up and walked to the bathroom. "Wash up, then go downstairs for dinner." Chapter 17. The servants of Shengshi Mansion were arranged by Miss Sass, Lu Qianwei. Sister Wu and several servants lived in a separate nanny suite next to the main building of the villa. When Lu Jian took Su Mian downstairs, Sister Wu had already put the food on the dining table. Sister Wu said, "Madam, according to the instructions of the young master, I have prepared some of your favorite food." The rectangular dining table was filled with exquisite and delicious meals. Su Mian likes to eat fish, prefers chicken and beef, and almost never eats seafood, pork or mutton. This table of food avoids all the food she doesn't like. Su Mian sat down and said to Sister Wu, "Thank you." She looked at Lu Jian, "But isn't it a bit too much?" Lu Jian said, "Eat as much as you want. It's too wasteful. If it's just the two of us eating, it's better to prepare according to the amount." Lu Jian immediately looked at Sister Wu. "Did you hear that?" Sister Wu smiled and said, "Yes, I will follow the instructions of the young lady." Su Mian. "Why do I feel like I'm being treated as the hostess?" Lu Jian helped Su Mian pick up the dishes and picked out the fish bones in the fish. Seeing him being careful and gentle, always understanding her so thoroughly, Su Mian felt that she should be more active. "I don't know you at all." Lu Jian paused. "Do you want to know?" "Of course." Su Mian nodded after thinking about it. Obviously, Lu Jian was pleased, with a smile in his eyes. "How about I make a list of my preferences for you? Although it's a bit formulaic, it's the most direct way." Su Mian said, "Okay." Lu Jian looked at her deeply. "But I want mistress Lu to find out for herself." If he really had to make a list, he would fill in all his preferences. Su Mian. Su Mian's face flushed, and she picked up a beef rib for Lu Jian. "Eat quickly." Lu Jian picked up the beef rib with chopsticks and smiled. "It seems that Miss Sass Lu is not completely unaware of my preferences." For example, this is the flavor I like. 酥面. After the two of them finished their meal, Lu Zhang took Su Mian to familiarize herself with the environment of the entire Shengshi mansion. Tired of walking, they sat on a lounge chair next to a pond of koi to rest. Lu Zhang stroked the wedding ring on Su Mian's finger with his fingers. Where do you want to go for your honeymoon? Su Mian looked at him. Do you have time to go? You should be very busy at work. Lu Zhang raised his eyebrows. Don't you think that in my heart, work is more important than a honeymoon? Isn't it? He is a workaholic. Not only is he a lawyer, he has to deal with the affairs of the law firm. He is also the president of Lu Shi Group. He must be very busy. 然后 Lu Zhang asked directly, Is there any place you want to go? I will leave after I accompany you back to your parents' home in 2 days. Su Mian said, or we should not go. If you want to go, how can you miss such an important part of the honeymoon? He is really positive. 那个 all the sense of ceremony cannot be missed. Then, Su Mian thought for a while. Hawaii. Okay, I'll arrange it. Lu Zhang has been at home for the 2 days of the wedding. He arranged a studio for Su Mian in Shengshi Mansion. He connected the 2 rooms on the east corner of the 3rd floor and decorated them in a style with ink and blue as the main theme, making the whole studio look very poetic. Moreover, the room has a wide view and a large terrace, which is also convenient for Su Mian to paint outside. After dinner, taking advantage of the full moon tonight, Su Mian wanted to paint a picture for Lu Zhang. She laid out the canvas and painting tools and asked Lu Zhang to sit on the chair. Lu Zhang looked at her. Should I take off my clothes? No, she didn't want him to be a nude model. Why should he take off his clothes? Lu Zhang lowered his eyes. No. There was a flash of regret in his eyes. Su Mian. Looking at Lu Zhang's good figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist, Su Mian cleared her throat. How about you unbutton your shirt a little? Lu Zhang looked at her. Oh, then he obediently began to unbutton his shirt very quickly. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Seeing that he was about to take off all his clothes, Su Mian hurriedly stopped him. I mean, just unbutton a little bit, so that the collar and hem can show a loose and messy feeling. You don't need to take off so much. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants, standing on the terrace filled with moonlight, with a mottled night view behind him. At this time, his shirt was messy, his eyes were deep, and his whole body was filled with a seductive desire. As if she didn't quite understand, she asked Su Mian, What does it feel like? Su Mian pointed at his collar and indicated, Just unbutton 2 buttons here and then unbutton 1 button at the bottom of the shirt. Lu Zhang followed her instructions and unbuttoned the buttons, leaving 2 buttons in the middle of the lapel. Like this. Su Mian continued to instruct, open the collar of the shirt a little, reveal a little clavicle, and open the hem a little, then. She hesitated and didn't say it out loud. 那个 Lu Zhang suddenly raised his eyebrows. What? Su Mian bit her lip and said a little embarrassedly, Show some of your abdominal muscles. Looking at her shy eyes, Lu Zhang smiled. He pinched the 2 corners of the shirt and pulled them apart, revealing all his abdominal muscles. Is that so? Did he really not mean it? If you weren't familiar with his calm and introverted personality, you would think he was deliberately exposing his body to seduce people. She said with some annoyance, No, don't be too exaggerated, it's better to be vague. Lu Zhang looked at Su Mian with a blank face. What does vague mean? That sincere expression, as if he really didn't understand at all, made Su Mian open his mouth and suddenly didn't know what to say. How about this? Or you come and help me with it yourself? Lu Zhang interrupted Su Mian and made a suggestion. Su Mian paused and looked at Lu Zhang's expectant eyes. After a slight hesitation, she walked in front of him and raised her hand to help him tidy up his clothes. 然后 Lu Zhang lowered his eyes and looked at her. Her fingers pinched his shirt and would inadvertently brush the skin of his collarbone. Su Mian was originally helping him to tidy up very seriously, but his burning eyes really made her nowhere to hide. Blushing, she said, "What are you looking at?" Lu Jian smiled and said, "Look at the shy Miss Sass." Lu, I don't know what Miss Sass. 那个 Lu is thinking, just helping to tidy up the clothes. Why is your face so red? Su Mian lowered her head and the temperature on her cheeks became hotter. She argued quietly, I didn't. She fixed the collar of his shirt and continued to help him with the hem. He had a good figure, tall and handsome with perfect proportions, thin but not frail, with just the right amount of abdominal muscles and muscles. Not exaggerated like a muscular hunk, but with just the right amount of lines. Su Mian wanted to draw him a nude art portrait style with a little bit of desire. Oh, Su Mian was helping him very seriously and was suddenly picked up. Lu Jian held her hips and held her on the chair, and Su Mian sat on him with her legs crossed. She stared at him blankly. You. Lu Jian eagerly sealed her lips with a kiss, blocking all her next words. He put one hand around her waist and pressed her into his arms, and with the other hand pinched her neck, making her tilt her head back and adjust her position to kiss him. Lu Jian! Su Mian exclaimed, always feeling that this was a bit bold. 就是 although the villa area was very secluded, it was not pitch black on the terrace and there were lights. In an environment that was not closed, doing such intense intimate behavior made Su Mian feel very uncomfortable and shy. But as soon as she struggled to move, her body froze. Her pink face instantly turned red and incredibly hot. 然后 Lu Shan's thin lips moved to her ear. Do you feel it? Su Mian. Why did he? Lu Jian's lips licked her earlobe. You have to help your husband solve it before you draw it, otherwise, the painting can only be Miss Sass. Lu's personal collection can't be shown to others. Su Mian lowered her head and buried it in his arms, shy and silent. What is she hiding? I don't want it. She scolded coquettishly. You are so shameless. Lu Jian laughed softly and his chest trembled a few times. Su Mian was wearing a knee-length lotus pink dress today, a fluffy gauze skirt. When she sat in his arms, the hem of the skirt spread out and was pushed to the root of her legs, and her white legs were almost in close contact with him. While Lu Jian kissed her, he said in her ear in a hoarse voice, just here, okay? No, he doesn't feel ashamed. She didn't even dare to raise her head. You want it every day. Why are you still? Lu Jian's voice was low and dark. We are newlyweds. I am not as self-controlled as you think. The beloved is in his arms every day, and he is just an ordinary man who is obsessed with it, and he will also get addicted. Su Mian buried her face in his shoulders and neck the whole time, feeling the sweat on Lu Jian's temples flowing down. Her hands climbed on his back and she also felt that his shirt was wet with sweat. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Su Mian's mobile phone on the easel suddenly rang and the sharp ringtone abruptly broke the ambiguous atmosphere. 然后 the two of them glanced at the name on the caller ID at the same time. 替号传. Su Mian's face changed slightly and Lu Jian's eyebrows sank. Lu Shan pinched Su Mian's chin with one hand and asked her to look at him. He said in a deep tone, Is it okay if you don't wear it? Su Mian's heart choked. She saw the desire in Lu Jian's eyes and the rolling scarlet flames, as if he had endured it to the extreme. The ringing was still ringing, as if Su Mian would keep calling if she didn't answer the phone. She nodded gently. It was the safe period anyway. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a pain in an instant. Her body seemed to fall apart, and she could not support herself and leaned in Lu Jian's arms. Enduring his storm. She could only bite her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. Qi Haochuan's phone did not stop, and the ringing echoed throughout the terrace. He was always ruthless, as if he would become more fierce if the ringing did not stop. Qi Haochuan made 3 consecutive calls and no one answered before he stopped, and finally it was quiet. As the ringing stopped, Lu Jian also became gentler. Su Mian really couldn't bear it anymore. She leaned softly in Lu Zhang's arms, sobbing softly. She felt her legs were numb. Okay, don't cry. Lu Zhang picked her up and coaxed her softly with reluctance. Go to bed. He picked her up without changing his position and walked back to the bedroom from the terrace. Su Mian felt even worse, lying on him and protesting tenderly. It hurts. Lu Zhang kissed her neck and coaxed her, be good, bear it a little longer. After returning to the bedroom, he put her on the bed. Lu Zhang wiped the tears from her face with pity. Don't cry. Su Mian turned around and buried her face in the pillow, not wanting to pay attention to him. Lu Zhang held her waist and leaned his hot chest towards her. I'm not well yet. Su Mian. Chapter 18. The painting that Su Mian prepared was not finished in the end. Lu Zhang sat on the bed looking at Su Mian sleeping with tears on her face, his eyes heavy. He returned to the terrace with the cigarette box in his hand and looked at the canvas and painting tools. He took out a cigarette and wanted to light it. The rectangular lighter was squeezed hard in his palm and the cigarette butt was beaten with deep marks. There was a strong anger in his eyes. In the end, he took the cigarette and threw it into the trash can with the cigarette box. He called Qi Haochuan. Hello, Qi Haochuan answered the phone. His voice was not normal and sounded a little weak. Why didn't Xiaomian answer my call? Lu Zhang called with his own mobile phone. Qi Haochuan questioned as soon as he answered the phone. Lu Zhang's cheek curved coldly. I said, don't look for her again. Qi Haochuan said, you let her answer the phone. I have a stomachache. She used to make me a kind of water, saying it is good for the stomach. I feel much better after drinking it. I want to ask her how she made it. It must be said that since knowing that Lu Zhang likes Su Mian, Qi Haochuan is very good at provoking Lu Zhang's anger. Lu Zhang held the phone tightly and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Between Su Mian and Qi Haochuan, there are 20 years that he is most jealous of. This is a fact that can never be erased. Lu Zhang's voice is cold and cold. Don't show off your pitiful presence in front of her and don't be naive to think that she will change her mind. Because I won't give her a chance to change her mind. Qi Haochuan's breathing became heavy. Suddenly he laughed. Lu Zhang, you can get divorced after marriage. You don't know Su Mian well enough. She is the most soft-hearted. She won't abandon me. Even if you stop her from meeting me, it's useless. It's useless to stop her from answering my calls. She values feelings and has always been more emotional than rational. Even if she and I can't be lovers, I have left the most profound memories in her life. You will never catch up. Lu Zhang didn't care. It's just a bad memory. Just get rid of it. Impossible. Oh, you really don't understand her. Qi Haochuan didn't care about his sarcasm and continued to provoke. Lu Zhang, do you know why I can still get through to her? Even if she was really angry with me, she didn't block my number because she was waiting for me to admit my mistake to her and she couldn't bear to leave me. Lu Zhang listened expressionlessly. Qi Haochuan said, as long as she knows that I have really changed, she will come back to me and you are nothing. Lu Zhang clenched his bad teeth tightly. But he didn't get angry. He replied indifferently, I called you to remind you that when you called just now, she heard and saw it, but didn't answer because she was in my arms. Lu Zhang hung up the phone after speaking. Qi Haochuan, who was lying on the bed, was so angry that his stomach hurt even more and he threw the phone angrily in Lu Zhang's arms. In other words, when he called, Su Mianhe was doing that kind of thing with Lu Zhang. Oh. Lu Zhang, I'm not done with you. Qi Haochuan roared in anger and pounded the bed hard while enduring the severe stomach pain. Lu Zhang was right. He could only shamelessly show his pitiful presence in front of Su Mian. He was unwilling to let Su Mian just break away from him. The couple's mobile phone number that he used to bind to Su Mian was blocked by Su Mian after they broke up. This number was his work mobile phone number, and it was saved in Su Mian's mobile phone as a backup number for emergency use. The two of them hardly used it to contact each other, and Su Mian might have forgotten that this number was saved in her mobile phone, so he could get through. Qi Haochuan curled up on the bed, holding his stomach, his face pale. He was so angry at Lu Jian. He also suffered backlash. On the day of the wedding, Lu Jian and Su Mian stayed at Su's house for a day, and Su Zhiyuan's attitude towards Lu Jian became better and better. Lu Jian could accompany Su Zhiyuan to practice boxing, listen to crosstalk, and listen to Su Zhiyuan's stories about the dangerous fires and the victims he rescued when he was the captain of the fire brigade before retirement. 就是 even if these had nothing to do with Lu Jian's life and experience, Lu Jian could talk to Su Zhiyuan and was very patient. Su Mian and Yan Xin were chatting on the sofa. Su Mian looked at Lu Jian's gentle face and Su Zhiyuan's satisfied expression and felt that the ears were peaceful. Yan Xin said, "You seem to have lost weight these 2 days." Su Mian felt embarrassed. 这个 Every day, Lu Jian dragged her to do improper things. How could she not lose weight? But she said calmly, "Maybe I have been busy with the wedding in the past few days and I am too tired." Don't be too thin, you look weak. No, how can I be weak if I eat and drink well every day? Yang Xin suddenly sighed. Your room is empty all of a sudden. Mom really misses you. Su Mian's heart ached. Mom. It's okay, Mom is just complaining. Yang Xin comforted Su Mian and sniffed as she spoke. These 2 days, take out 2 pieces of clothes from your closet every day to wash and pretend that you are still with me. This feeling is more uncomfortable than you leaving home for college and not going home for a semester. Su Mian hugged Yan Xin. We are all in Lincheng, not far away. I can come back often in the future. Yeah, Yan Xin looked at Su Mian, hesitant to speak. Su Mian knew what she wanted to say and comforted, "Don't worry about you and Dad, Lu Jian is a good person. Although this marriage was a bit hasty, he is very serious, careful and gentle to me." Yang Xin nodded. It's mainly because of the Qi Haochuan incident. Your dad and I don't have the confidence to say that people who have experienced it can judge people accurately. The people we have watched grow up have changed. How can we judge Lu Jian, who we have only known for more than a month? You can only rely on yourself to experience whether he is sincere or fake. Su Mian pursed her lips and said nothing. Her eyes fell on Lu Jian. Lu Jian, who was talking to Su Zhiyuan, turned his head and glanced at Su Mian while holding the teacup and drinking tea. There was a touch of softness in his calm eyes. Su Mian was stunned for a moment and smiled back. When they set out for Hawaii, the National Day holiday had just ended. They went to Waikiki Beach first, a lively and well-known area. Although it covers a small area, it has a beautiful and long beach. It is summer-like all year round and romantic. People unconsciously switch to a slow-life vacation mode. 那个 Lu Jian helped Su Mian adjust his sun hat. Do you like the beach? Well, the sea here is different from the sea in China. Su Mian was wearing a V-neck suspender bohemian-style long dress in light blue, with waist-length black hair. In the afterglow of the setting sun, she looked ethereal. Lu Jian took out his camera, stood behind Su Mian, and took a photo of her back and the beautiful scenery. Su Mian turned around when she heard the voice, and saw Lu Jian, who had just put away the camera. Are you taking a secret photo of me? Lu Jian was stunned for a moment. Sorry. He was carrying a camera with a shutter sound. He forgot that it was not a mobile phone that was set to silent mode before, so it would not be easy to be discovered if he took a secret photo. The sadness that flashed across his face was captured by Su Mian. Is it because I don't look good from the front? Su Mian suddenly said with a smile. Then she took off her sun hat, made a scissors hand gesture, and posed. 然后 She smiled and said, "Can you take a front photo of me?" Lu Jian was dazzled by her smile and felt that any beautiful scenery here was not as beautiful as her sweet smile. Okay. He picked up the camera and took several photos of her in a row. Su Mian ran to Lu Zhang, took the camera from his hand, and took his arm. She looked at him expectantly. Let's take a photo together. Lu Zhang looked at her in surprise. Let's take a photo together. Su Mian blinked. Yes, it's such a beautiful place. It will be a pity not to take photos. Lu Zhang was surprised because he remembered Su Mian said that she would not take photos with the opposite sex other than Qi Haochuan. In addition to the previous wedding photos, this kind of live photos has a different meaning. She actually took the initiative to take a photo with him. Don't take it. Seeing him stand and motionless, Su Mian asked puzzledly. If she wants to start over, she must throw away the past. She also agreed to take Lu Zhang out of the emotional injury together, and she must always be responsible. 然后 Lu Zhang came back to his senses. Okay. Feeling that the height difference between the two was a bit exaggerated, in order to fit in the photo, Su Mian stood in front of Lu Zhang with her back close to his arms and against his chest. Lu Zhang's arms naturally hugged her from behind and held her in front of him. Su Mian raised the camera. Come on, get ready. Click, and a photo was taken. Su Mian returned to the album to check. He was very photogenic, with clear facial contours and three-dimensional features. He looked very good in the photo, and she in his arms looked like a sweet and lovely little wife. Take another one. Lu Zhang took the camera and said the photo just now was not very good. He seemed to have suddenly found fun. Su Mian also cooperated. Okay. Lu Zhang was much taller than Su Mian, and it was more convenient for him to take pictures with the camera. In order to facilitate the entry effect, Lu Zhang lowered his head slightly with his chin on the top of her head and looked at the camera with gentle eyes. Su Mian also grabbed Lu Zhang's arm from behind, leaned in his arms and showed a gentle smile. Su Mian was about to let go. Lu Zhang suddenly said, take another photo. Su Mian. He suddenly hugged her tighter, and when Su Mian was caught off guard, he tilted his head and kissed her cheek. Holding the camera, click. Chapter 19. Before Su Mian could react, Lu Zhang pinched her chin and kissed her lips. Click. Grabbing her hand, he kissed the back of her hand in the sunset. Click. Bending over with the posture of a devout man, he took her into his arms and sucked her neck. Click. He really became addicted to taking pictures all of a sudden. Su Mian passively accepted being turned around by him, posing in various poses, and only the sound of the camera shutter being pressed could be heard. He even felt that taking selfies was a bit restrictive, so he asked passers-by to help take pictures of them with the camera. He held Su Mian, raised her, and carried her, and took pictures of all the intimate poses. Lu Zhang, that's enough. Su Mian had no choice but to call a halt until the sun had completely set. She was really tired, even more tired than the day she changed into several dresses to take wedding photos. 然后 Lu Zhang then let her go, and Su Mian sat on the beach to rest. Lu Zhang took the camera back from a passerby and looked at the album full of photos of the two of them with satisfaction. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and his eyebrows were gentle. For some reason, seeing him showing such a satisfied smile, Su Mian's heart also softened. The next day, they went to Kailua Beach Park. 那个 Lu Zhang asked Su Mian, do you want to surf? Su Mian was stunned. I don't know how to do it. I'll teach you. Su Mian can swim, but has never surfed. Sometimes when she watched those surfers surfing freely in the video, she felt a little yearning in her heart, but she had no chance and no courage to try. With Lu Zhang's words, Su Mian's heart was a little eager. Lu Zhang took the surfboard and took her hand. Don't worry, I will protect you. Su Mian smiled slightly. Okay. After changing into the equipment, Su Mian tried in the shallow area under the guidance of Lu Zhang. In fact, the saying that it is easier to look at flowers than to embroider them is true. Surfing is not something that can be learned in 1 or 2 times. It requires courage, talent, and body balance. Lu Jian carefully taught Su Mian from the entry level. She tried many times and failed, so she simply gave up. Forget it, I'd better not try it. Lu Jian immediately said, I'll go change to a double surfboard and I'll take you to play. Su Mian was a little surprised. Is it possible this way? Yeah. Su Mian felt that she had really underestimated Lu Jian's skills. Others who played tandem surfing all had a basic surfing foundation, but he dared to take Su Mian, who was a complete novice, to play. However, Lu Jian had excellent skills, and when he took Su Mian and glided through the waves, she also truly experienced the joy of surfing. Swimming on the sea like a gust of wind and lightning, the feeling of riding the wind and waves was incomparable. The sun, the blue sea, the freedom, the excitement, and the freedom. But Su Mian, who had no experience, always felt that she would fall off at any time when standing in front of the surfboard. When the surfboard was pushed out by the waves, she would nervously shout, Lu Jian. I'm here. As soon as she shouted, Lu Jian would move closer to her. I'm always behind you, don't be afraid. This sentence carried enough power to reassure people. Su Mian felt very happy and she tried to be more unrestrained. She slowly relaxed and spread her hands, and her body moved with the direction of the surfboard. She was surprised and said, Lu Jian, look, I didn't fall off. The sound of the waves was very loud. She was in front of Lu Jian, so she had to speak very loudly so that Lu Jian could hear her. This kind of excited shout was like a child who got his favorite toy for the first time. Lu Jian's eyebrows curved. Well, teacher Su learns very quickly. Having tasted the sweetness, Su Mian became more indulgent. Oh, the surprise was only a moment, and she fell into the water. 然后 Lu Jian immediately jumped into the water with her and picked up Su Mian, who was submerged in the water, in his arms. The surfing area here is not too deep, so it is not dangerous even if she falls into the water. Lu Jian still picked her up and stood in the shallow water. He asked nervously, Are you hurt? Although she fell into the water, Su Mian was still very happy. She smiled and shook her head. No, it's fun. Looking at her smiling face, Lu Jian's eyes were full of satisfaction. Su Mian looked at the surfboard floating next to her. Can you continue? She hadn't had enough fun yet, and Lu Jian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Give me a reward, Miss Sass. Lu, Su Mian was stunned for a moment, then pouted a little coquettishly. What if I don't give it to you? Lu Jian stared at her rosy lips. Then I'll ask for it myself. After he finished speaking, he leaned over to kiss her. Su Mian did not hide, but hooked her hands round his neck, opened her mouth and gently responded to his passionate kiss. At this moment, their breathing intertwined, like the waves behind them, stirring up endless ripples. After the kiss, Su Mian rested her chin on his shoulder and neck. She said softly, Lu Jian, thank you. Thank you for bringing me so many surprises and happiness. Lu Jian stroked her head gently and said in a deep voice, I don't want you to thank me, I just want you to stay with me forever. I don't want to be like in the past. I can only watch you being close to others, with only others in my eyes. As long as you are by my side, even if you don't like me. Just smiling happily like this will be enough. Su Mian nodded sincerely, I will. They went hiking at Diamond Head Mountain, went to Dole Plantation to eat special flavored ice cream, went to Kualoa Ranch to ride horses, and played many things that Su Mian had never played before, leaving behind many first-time memories in her life. While riding horses at the Kualoa Ranch horse farm, they ran into acquaintances. They were Lu Shan's college classmates, Xiao Kaijie and his girlfriend Yi Ran. Xiao Kaijie said to Lu Jian, I'm sorry, Xiao Ran and I are abroad and didn't make it to your wedding. Lu Jian said indifferently, it's okay. Yi Ran is a beautiful woman with a particularly charming and beautiful temperament. She has a sexy figure, outstanding looks, and delicate makeup. She is also very eye-catching in the crowd. Although Su Mian and they are both students of X University, they are in the law school and Su Mian is in the art school, so they have no intersection. But Su Mian still knows that Yiran is the beauty of the law school and has many suitors in college. Yiran smiled and stretched out her hand to Lu Zheng. Mr. Lu, long time no see. Lu Zheng glanced at her cherry-red nails and did not shake hands with her. Instead, he put his arm round Su Mian's waist and introduced them. This is my wife, Su Mian. Su Mian smiled politely and greeted them. Mr. Xiao, Miss Yi, hello. Yiran lowered her eyes and looked at her hand that was left hanging. Xiao Kaijie reached out and shook it, holding it in his palm, and returned a gentle smile. Hello, Miss Sass. 然后 Yiran looked at Lu Zheng's cold face. She curled her red lips and looked at Su Mian. Miss Su looks so young. It turns out that this is the type that our eldest master Liu likes. Hearing her call Miss Su, Su Mian blinked. 然后 Lu Zheng said coldly, please call her mistress. Lu, Chapter 20. Yiran didn't speak, and there was always a smile on her face, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Yes, it's Miss Sass. Lu, Xiao Kaijie helped Yiran out again and said to Lu Zheng with a smile, Brother Zheng, Xiao Ran spoke too quickly and didn't react. Don't take it seriously. Lu Zheng remained silent. Yiran looked at his cold outline. His expression was cold and dull. This made the smile on her lips slowly become a little stiff. Meeting old classmates in this foreign country, there was no joy on his face. What's more, the relationship between the three of them was more than just ordinary classmates. Compared to Yiran, Xiao Kaijie looked very happy. Su Mian noticed some subtle atmosphere between the three of them. She said, don't be so polite, just call me Su Mian. Yiran narrowed her eyes and looked at her. You are a junior who is 2 years younger than us. Although we are in different departments, we also know that you are the girlfriend of a junior in our law school. What was the name of that junior? Yiran laughed a little brightly. Oh, by the way, his name is Qi Haochuan, and he is a colleague at Brother Zheng's law firm. After she said this, Lu Zheng's face became even colder, and he looked at Yiran with undisguised indifference. Yiran seemed not to see it and was still smiling. Su Mian bit her lip. How long would it take for her to get rid of the label of Qi Haochuan? Everyone who saw her seemed to have the biggest impression of her was that she was Qi Haochuan's girlfriend. This was really the sequelae of being too high profile in the past. I'll take her horseback riding, you can do as you please. Lu Zheng suddenly took Su Mian's hand and left. He walked quite fast, with big strides. Su Mian had to take 2 steps instead of 3 to keep up with him. Her delicate brows were slightly knitted. Although she walked a little awkwardly, she did not say anything to stop him. Even if she was jogging, she still followed him silently. She was guessing the relationship between Yiran and Lu Zheng. It can be seen that Yiran is now Xiao Kaijie's girlfriend. Is Lu Zheng unhappy because of this? Is Yiran the white moonlight he likes? Is he unhappy because he sees Yiran and Xiao Kaijie together? Yiran is very outstanding, bright and generous, with an outgoing personality. She is the object of many people's pursuit. It seems that it is normal for everyone to like her. Suddenly, Lu Zheng's pace slowed down. He turned his eyes to look at the sweat on Su Mian's face because of the trotting all the way. He asked softly, have you ever ridden a horse? Su Mian shook her head, no. Then I'll take you. Yes, a horse was brought from the stable, all of which were domesticated and docile horses. Lu Zheng helped Su Mian get on the horse and asked her to hold the saddle tightly. He held the reins and led her to walk in the stable. Su Mian held the handles tightly with both hands. She was a little scared to sit so high, but when she saw him holding the reins, she felt relieved. Lu Zheng said, relax your legs a little, don't squeeze them too tightly, otherwise you will have muscle soreness after getting off the horse. Su Mian. How come this sentence? He said something very normal and caring, but why did it sound so wrong to her ears? She was so crooked that she could even associate this with that kind of thing. The sun was scorching above her head. Su Mian wore a big sun hat on her head. She lowered her eyes and looked at Lu Zhang, who was leading the horse. He asked, "You and senior sister Yiran? And senior brother Xiao Kaijie, are you on good terms?" Lu Zhang said, "Normally, not as good as Zhang Mu and Lin Suizhou. I'm just an ordinary classmate with them, not very close. You don't need to pay special attention to them." Su Mian said seriously, "Okay, I got it." There was a very fast sound of horse treading behind him. It was Yi Ran riding a horse. She was very good at riding and rode fast, unlike Su Mian, who could only be led by the horse slowly and was very nervous, afraid that she would fall off. Yi Ran came to Su Mian in a handsome riding outfit. "Junior sister, you are a novice." Su Mian said, "Well, today is my first time riding a horse." Yi Ran looked at Lu Zhen meaningfully and suddenly smiled. "I'll teach you." She stretched out her hand to Su Mian and said in a friendly manner, "Come sit on my horse. I'll take you for a ride and let you feel the feeling of riding a fast horse. You will never learn it just by being led like this." "No need." Before Su Mian could speak, Lu Zhen had already rejected her coldly. "She doesn't need you to teach her." Yi Ran's smile deepened. "Brother Zhang, I know you are also very good at riding, but it is easier for girls to teach girls because only girls know what they are most afraid of." She smiled and invited Su Mian. "Junior sister, what do you think?" Su Mian looked at her with a flamboyant and wanton smile on her beautiful and generous face. Su Mian had seen many beauties, and Yi Ran's beauty was obviously aggressive, with gorgeous features. When she smiled, she seemed to be able to outshine everyone else. She also had a queen-like style, as if she had the attribute of being able to tame people. Su Mian suddenly looked at Lu Zhen and said, "I can give it a try and ask for advice from my senior sister." Lu Zhen said coldly, "No." "Lu Zhen," Su Mian shouted, her voice soft and firm, "I can try." Lu Zhen stared at the determination in her eyes, and after a slight hesitation, he did as she said. Accepting Yi Ran's arrangement, Su Mian sat on her horse. Lu Zhen looked at Yi Ran with a heavy eye and reminded her, "She is timid, don't scare her." Yi Ran looked at him deeply, and the smile on her face disappeared little by little. "Go," she said nothing, raised the whip and hit the horse butt hard. The horse neighed and rushed out suddenly. Yi Ran rode the horse out of the slow training ground and galloped to the free horse field. This is a place where only people who are skilled in horsemanship can come, and everyone rides very fast. 然后 the sudden increase in speed scared Su Mian so much that she subconsciously closed her eyes. The whistling wind blew into her ears, and the sound of the galloping horseshoes made people feel terrified. Su Mian didn't dare to open her eyes. Yi Ran asked Su Mian to sit in front of her, and now she was the one holding Su Mian in her arms. She laughed loudly. "Junior sister, you are shaking." Su Mian's heart was beating fast, and she was terrified. She didn't dare to say a word. "When I first learned to ride a horse, my speed was faster than now, and I was not as timid as you." Yi Ran slowed down. "Your courage can't be only as big as a mountain." She slowed down a little, and Su Mian opened her eyes. For some reason, she didn't want to show her cowardice in front of Yi Ran. Swallowing her saliva, she forced herself to say, "I will soon not be afraid." Yi Ran snorted and laughed. "You are so stubborn, you are really a little girl. I just didn't expect that a little girl like you is already married." Su Mian hummed and changed the topic to Yi Ran. "The legal age for marriage is actually not young. What about senior sister and senior? How long have you been together? When do you plan to get married?" "Marry him." Yi Ran was full of disdain. "It's just a play. Xiao Kaijie is not qualified to marry her." "But," she said, "this is my business. You don't need to worry about it. I'm not like you." I obviously don't like Lu Zheng, but I still want to marry him and ruin his life. Su Mian pursed her lips. This is also a matter between me and Lu Zheng. Senior sister, you are crossing the line by saying this. Her tone became less gentle and a little sharp. It seems that she can't stand others making up the relationship between her and Lu Zheng like this. Yiran sneered. You don't know how to answer after being exposed by me. No, we are married, you can see it. He treats me very well, I treat him very well, we are husband and wife. Su Mian said frankly. Yiran raised her eyebrows. Junior sister, you seem to be trying to prove something to me. Su Mian said, yes, I want to prove to you that Lu Zheng is living a good life and we will be happy. Yiran looked at Su Mian and suddenly stopped talking. She saw a very determined expression on Su Mian's face. Su Mian asked, Senior sister, did you call me here alone just to tell me this? Yiran gradually suppressed her smile and her tone was a little unhappy. Do you know how outstanding this man you have hastily married is? How many people have dreamed of him? How many people are crying secretly because he hastily married you? Haste. Su Mian said word by word, our marriage is legal and legitimate, with the blessing of our parents, the presence of relatives and friends, and the number of red dresses. The luxurious billion-dollar wedding is known to the whole city. How many people can have such a grand scene? In the eyes of senior sister, such a wedding is hasty. Yiran was suddenly choked by Su Mian's words. Su Mian continued, Senior sister, I know that there are many people who like Lu Zheng and there are also many people pursuing you. You have been darlings since childhood. In your eyes, I am not worthy of Lu Zheng, right? Yiran sneered, you are quite self-aware. You are not worthy of him. 就是 Lu Zheng has never been in a relationship, but you have a childhood sweetheart ex. You just treat Lu Zheng as a scapegoat. Why? Yiran couldn't figure out why Lu Zheng was willing to marry such an ordinary Su Mian. Su Mian said, even if you think I am not worthy of Lu Zheng, he still married me. Yiran gritted her teeth and said nothing. Su Mian said again, Senior sister, you are very unhappy now, right? But why are you unhappy? Yiran, Lu Zheng is my good friend, I can't bear to see him fall. Chapter 21. Su Mian said seriously, he is not degenerate, nor is he a scapegoat. I said, we are very happy and I will definitely make him happy. Li Ran's face was gloomy. Su Mian said again, even if senior sister and Lu Zheng are good friends, you already have a boyfriend, and Lu Zheng and I are married. Please don't always say things that affect our relationship. You are pointing fingers at us like this, which will cause trouble to us. Yiran looked at Su Mian, who was trying hard to prove to her that he and Lu Zheng had a good relationship, and suddenly narrowed her eyes. You don't think? He suddenly stopped talking halfway and didn't continue. After all this time, Su Mian thought that Lu Zheng liked her and was declaring his sovereignty in front of her. Yiran raised her lips with a smile. Junior sister, you are quite protective of Lu Zheng. Of course, he is my husband, I must protect him. Su Mian said in a somewhat tough tone. Then, without waiting for Yiran to answer, she said, I am still more accustomed to the rhythm of Lu Zheng teaching me to ride a horse. Senior sister's method is not suitable for me. Please send me back. Over there, Lu Zheng has been watching the speed of Su Mian and Yiran riding horses. Xiao Kaijie said, Brother Zheng has finally got what he wanted, congratulations. I knew that Lu Zheng has someone he liked when I was in college, but I didn't know until I got married that the mysterious person Lu Zheng liked was Su Mian. Lu Zheng said indifferently, you too. Xiao Kaijie's expression was slightly stiff, and his expression revealed a little bitterness. Xiao Ran, she has never liked me. Lu Zheng seemed indifferent, and his eyes followed Su Mian all the time. When he saw Yiran coming back with Su Mian, 然后 he went over to help Su Mian get off the horse. Su Mian's legs were shaking. It was not just her muscles that ached, but her bones were aching. She couldn't even walk. She suddenly threw herself into Lu Zhang's arms, staring at him intently. Lu Zhang, lower your head. Lu Zhang was slightly startled. Although he was puzzled, he still did as he was told. He lowered his head in front of her. Muatu Sumian stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Lu Zhang's dark eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect her to take the initiative to kiss him. Sumian said weakly, my legs hurt so much. Can you hold me and take a rest? Lu Zhang came back to his senses. Okay. He picked up Sumian by the waist and walked to the rest area. Sumian hugged his neck and glanced at Yiran, who was watching them. Her face was close to Lu Zhang's arms. She whispered, hold tight. Lu Zhang was surprised. After hearing her words, he held her tightly in his arms. Sumian, you helped me, so I should help you too. Lu Zhang looked puzzled. What? Sumian, let the past go. The most important thing for people is to look forward. We are all the same, Lu Zhang. Is this a bowl of chicken soup for the soul? Yiran, who was standing next to him, saw the intimacy between the two and her face turned slightly pale. Sumian seemed to be challenging her with the attitude of a winner. Xiao Kaijie came over and took the reins from Yiran. He said to her, let's take a break too. Yiran snorted and turned away. Xiao Kaijie looked at his hand that he had extended but was ignored by him. His eyes flashed with sadness and he followed her silently. Back in the rest area, Yiran kicked over a stool in anger. She got angry at Xiao Kaijie. Where's my water? Why didn't you prepare water for me? Prepare it. Xiao Kaijie took out ice juice from the freezer and gave it to her. It's the grape ice you like. Yiran took it and drank it with a straw. His face looked a little better. She looked at Sumian and Lu Zhang, who were so close, with envy and sneered. Do you know why Sumian is so hostile to me? Why? She thought Lu Zhang liked me, Yiran laughed. I suddenly felt so happy. I have been chasing Lu Zhang for so many years and still haven't caught up with him. In the end, Lu Zhang also has someone he hasn't caught up with. My heart is balanced all of a sudden. Xiao Kaijie. I am the same. I have been chasing you for so many years and still haven't caught up with you. I can only watch you chasing Lu Zhang. Her junior sister misunderstood, but I feel so happy. I don't plan to explain. Let her misunderstand that Lu Zhang likes me. I will piss off that bastard Lu Zhang to death for never seeing my love for him. Yiran smiled proudly. Xiao Kaijie said helplessly, you have been caught in the rain yourself, and you want to break other people's umbrellas. Yiran snorted coldly, why should I be the only one caught in the rain? I want Lu Zhang to accompany me in the rain. Xiao Kaijie looked at her with a gloomy look. What about me? I've also been in the rain for a long time. When will I get some sunshine? Yiran frowned and said unhappily, aren't I already with you? Be content, you've been in the rain the least. Xiao Kaijie. We are just together. Have you ever liked me for even a second? Yiran bit her lip, but I still can't accept it. How am I inferior to Sumian? He would rather have a woman who just broke up with someone else than me who has been chasing after him for so many years. I don't accept the loss. I'm really jealous of Sumian. Xiao Kaijie looked at her. You didn't lose, and there's no need to be jealous. I've also been chasing after you for so many years and haven't succeeded. Yiran looked at him. Xiao Kaijie also has a handsome appearance and his own unique literary temperament. He always gives people a feeling of being particularly loyal and infatuated. Yiran suddenly put down the juice glass. Hooking her index finger at him, she ordered, come here and kiss me. Xiao Kaijie immediately came to Yiran obediently, picked her up and put her on his lap, and kissed her red lips. Yi Ran pinched his neck and ordered, "Say you love me." "I love you." Xiao Kaijie looked at her with desire. "Don't like others, love me for a while, okay?" Yi Ran's eyes turned red. She opened her mouth and bit the corner of his mouth, and blood flowed out instantly. She rolled up the tip of her tongue and put it deep into his lips and teeth, making the two mouths blend with the taste of blood. 那个 Xiao Kaijie hugged her waist tightly, calling her name over and over again with crazy obsession. Xiao Ran, I love you. Su Mian and Lu Zhang played in Hawaii for 10 days. On the day they returned to Lincheng, they sat in the terminal. 那个 Su Mian saw Lu Zhang busy with something on his mobile phone. He thought he was dealing with the backlog of work for so many days. Until Su Mian's phone kept ringing with new message notification songs. She opened it and took a look. They were all sent by Lu Keke. Lu Keke, sister-in-law, my brother has gone crazy. I am almost blinded by this 9-square grid full of messages. Su Mian, what 9-square grid? Lu Keke, friends circle. My brother is not a person who likes to post on WeChat moments, but now he is dominating the screen. I really admire this wife showing maniac. Su Mian immediately opened the moments, and sure enough, there was a little red dot behind Lu Zhang's name. His dynamic content occupied the entire WeChat moments. One after another, and each one was full of 9-square grid photos. The owner of the photos was all her. He distributed them very well. In every 9 photos, there was a photo of the two of them, and the remaining 8 were her individual photos. He posted 10 moments in a row. Qi Haochuan's face was full of smiles. She painted me the most like. I have kept a lot of works at home, but I won't display them. I will only keep them for my own enjoyment. Yin Qingqing shuddered when she heard his words. She felt goosebumps all over her body. It was so greasy. She took a photo of these decorative paintings and hurriedly left the tea house in the crowd. Qi Haochuan watched Yin Qingqing leave with a lonely look in his eyes. He sent an invitation to Su Mian, asking her to come to the opening ceremony, but she didn't come. Yin Qingqing came in fully armed, but he still recognized her. I hope Yin Qingqing can tell Su Mian everything she sees and hears, so that Su Mian knows how important she is in his mind. Zhang Han was next to Qi Haochuan and saw Qi Haochuan's expression. He said, "Brother Chuang, you are right in front of her, but she doesn't even look at you. Are you still not giving up?" Qi Haochuan's expression was gloomy. "You don't understand." "I don't understand. I don't understand the meaning of your doing this." "Stop talking." Qi Haochuan said in a cold voice, "When you really love someone, you will know that you are willing to do anything for her." Zhang Han opened his mouth. Although he was a good friend of Qi Haochuan, he only felt ironic when he heard Qi Haochuan say such words. Maybe because he was a bystander, what he saw was the fact that Qi Haochuan hurt Su Mian. Did Qi Haochuan think that he could continue to love someone if he only cheated physically but not in his heart? Zhang Han couldn't understand. He only thought that Qi Haochuan was crazy now, and some of his crazy ideas were already very abnormal. Yin Qingqing did go back and tell Su Mian, and show the photos she took to Su Mian, but Su Mian only felt a little disgusted and angry after hearing them. Yin Qingqing said, "Why don't we move out? He's like a dog skin plaster that can't be shaken off. Let's open the studio somewhere else." Su Mian bit her lip and said, "What's the use? Even if we move out, as long as he wants, he will continue to do this in other ways." "That's true. Otherwise, I'll just throw paint on him and make him unable to open the business and close it directly." 然后 Su Mian sighed and said, "I'll go home first." Su's house. Yang Xin was very happy to see her daughter back, and she quickly started to prepare dinner. She also said, "Mian Mian, ask Lu Zhang to come over after get off work to have dinner together. Your dad is still playing chess with someone in the park. I'll ask him to come back now. And you can also ask Lu Zhang to come over and have a drink with your dad. 然后 as soon as Su Mian came back, she took a cardboard box and started to pack up. Mom, don't be busy. I'll just take some things and leave. I won't eat at home. Yang Xin came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and holding dishes in her hands. A little unhappy, you are in such a hurry that you don't even have time to eat a meal. Yet, Su Mian took out several books on the shelf and some small items in the cabinet and put them all into a cardboard box. In the old house, these things were placed on the table in Su Mian's room. After moving to the new house, she stuffed these things into the cabinet, out of sight, out of mind. Yang Xin asked in confusion on these things. They were all given by Qi Haochuan in the past. Now that we have broken up, it's time to return them to him. Su Mian said. Yang Xin put down the dishes and walked over. My daughter, are you unhappy with Qi Haochuan again? He bullied you again, right? This bastard hasn't been beaten enough. Mom, don't worry about it. Su Mian said softly, I'm married now, let me handle these things myself. Yang Xin sighed and took off her apron. She said a little aggressively, yes, you have your own home now. You finally go back to your mother's home and don't even have time to eat a meal. What am I going to cook for? When your father comes back, just let him eat bread by himself. I don't even have the mood to eat bread. Su Mian. She glanced at the time. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and it was almost time for dinner. She said helplessly, okay, then eat at home. Really? Really? Yang Xin's eyes lit up immediately and she put on her apron again and instantly had the motivation to cook. Mom, try to be faster so as not to delay your time. Su Mian smiled slightly, okay, no hurry. Yang Xin had already entered the kitchen and her voice floated out from the kitchen. Do you want to call Lu Zhang and ask him to come over for dinner on his way home from work? Su Mian thought for a while, okay, then I'll call him and ask. Chapter 25. Lu Zhang is holding a new project discussion meeting at Lu's group. Boss Lu, Nanyang Road is a very prosperous street. It is obviously a losing business to transform it into an art street. We will lose a lot if we invest in this project. Lu Zhang stroked the black coral bracelet on his wrist and said in a deep voice, the original purpose is not to make money. Lincheng lacks an elegant art street. The local planning bureau has had this idea for a long time, but it has not been implemented. As long as we inject a large amount of funds, we can reach a cooperation with the local government to transform the prosperous street into a high-end and elegant art street. It can not only improve the overall appearance of Lincheng, but also improve the reputation of the company. Everyone dare not say a word and could only communicate with their eyes. Does the Lu Group still need to rely on this to improve its reputation? The company has made countless charitable donations to the society and its reputation is already very stable. There has been no problems recently that need a good reputation to save it. Why do we have to do such a losing business? This will lose tens of billions of yuan at once, although it is just the tip of the iceberg for the Lu Group and it is nothing. But even if it is really for the purpose of improving reputation, it would be more direct to donate it to poor mountainous areas. Why is it so troublesome to transform the old street? When everyone was quiet, Lu Zhang's phone vibrated. It was Su Mian calling. He grabbed the phone and stood up, saying in a tone that could not be refused, this matter has been decided. Set up a project department as soon as possible to get started. The faster the better. He walked out of the meeting room to answer the phone. The subordinates looked at each other. What should we do? What else can we do? President Lu has spoken. 那个, do you dare not listen? But this is not in compliance with regulations. No market research or evaluation has been done. Are we going to start directly? Well, I think we should talk to the chairman first. I agree. Lu Zhang left the company and was about to go to Su Mian's house for dinner. He was blocked by his father Lu Yunshao, who had just returned to the company from outside. Lu Yunshao's secretary opened the car door and Lu Yunshao came out from the back seat. He said to Lu Zhang, "Don't leave yet, I have something to ask you." Lu Zhang sat in the driver's seat and did not get out of the car. He just rolled down the window and looked at his father. Is it about the Nanyang Road R Street Transformation Project? Yes. Have you started to learn the bad habits of those second-generation rich prodigals and spend money with your eyes closed? Lu Zhang, no, I am working on the project very seriously. Lu Yunshao's expression was grim. What are you serious about? When you were in high school, I asked you to study business management abroad and you agreed, but suddenly you changed your mind and wanted to apply for the law school of X university. After graduation, I asked you to join the company, but you want to open a law firm. It's obvious that everything you do is against me. Tell me, what are you serious about? Lu Zhang said calmly, everything is done very seriously. Humph, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Lu Zhang glanced at the time. It's too late. I have to go to my mother-in-law's house for dinner. Their family is waiting for me. Let's talk about this later. When Lu Yunshao heard Lu Zhang's words, his mother-in-law didn't react for a while. His brain twitched, and then he realized that he was now a father-in-law with a daughter-in-law. He immediately changed his face and angrily said to Lu Zhang, "Then what are you still standing here for? Wasting time talking nonsense, why don't you get out of here quickly?" Lu Zhang's expression was still very calm. You stopped me from discussing the project with me. What kind of project is this? It's just that the investment of tens of billions of yuan can't be recovered. What's the big deal? You still have to waste time discussing it. Go on it quickly. Lu Zhang released the handbrake. Oh. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Lu Yunshao remembered something and shouted at the back of Lu Zhang's car, "You must bring gifts." After becoming someone's son-in-law, no matter how many times you have been to your mother-in-law's house, you can't go empty-handed every time. The exhaust gas from the Land Rover responded to him. Lu Yunshao's secretary sat at the side. "Chairman, the project that the young master mentioned. Let him do it. It's only a loss of tens of billions, a small amount of money." The secretary's mouth twitched. "Okay. With a father like you, it's really a blessing that your son didn't become a prodigal son of the rich second generation. The young master is really a breath of fresh air." Sometimes he even took the initiative and led Su Zhiyuan in the direction. Su Mian looked at him quietly, always feeling that he had a strong aura that could not be stamped by anything and that he was as reliable as if he could support her even if the sky fell. After dinner, it was getting late. Su Mian and Lu Zhang left. Lu Zhang carried the large cardboard box that Su Mian had sorted out back to the car and handed the car keys to Su Mian to drive. Lu Zhang said, "What are these?" "The gifts Qi Haochuan gave me." Su Mian drove while saying, "I'll pack them up and give them back to him." Lu Zhang, who thought she was just coming back to pack her own things, was stunned after hearing her words. She said in a hoarse voice, "Give it back to him." "Why?" "Of course I have to give it back to him after we broke up, otherwise he would think that I deliberately kept the things he gave me to remind him of me. And I don't like this kind of misunderstanding." "So, you want to completely cut off ties with him?" "Well, it's better for everyone to cut off ties as soon as possible." Lu Zhang didn't say anything else, looking at the road ahead and leaning lazily on the seat. Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover his lips, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Back to the hometown studio, it was already late. The Chang'an Tea House opposite opened today and the business was very good. There were still many people drinking tea in the evening. "Do you have to drink tea on a festive day of opening?" Su Mian held the big cardboard box by herself and said to Lu Zhang, "You rest in the car first. I'll return the things to him and come out. Lu Jian stared at her with deep eyes. Okay. Chapter 27. Qi Haochuan saw Su Mian stepping into the tea house. He was walking around the new store leisurely, watching the employees taking care of customers, acting like a boss. But when Su Mian came, he immediately rushed to greet her, smiling and excited. This made him a little nervous, and his voice trembled with excitement. Xiao Mian, you are here. His face was filled with a happy smile, and he was surprised and delighted by Su Mian's sudden appearance. But Su Mian's performance was very cold. She ignored Qi Haochuan's excitement and handed him the cardboard box in her hand. These are the things you gave me, and I'm giving them all back to you now. Qi Haochuan seemed to be struck by lightning, and his brain was unconscious for several seconds. It has been a long time since she appeared in front of the man she loved so closely. When he suddenly saw her, he felt the blood in his body become fresh, instead of lifeless. But he didn't expect that her face, which he had been thinking about day and night, would say such chilling words. He opened his mouth woodenly. What do you mean by giving it back to me? Su Mian put the box on the ground, opened it, and took out the things one by one. This is the 15th birthday gift you gave me, a Winnie the Pooh. This is the 16th birthday gift, a game console. 17 years old, a collection of Van Gogh's paintings. 18 years old, a jade bracelet, a pair of earrings engraved with our initials. 19 years old, an album full of our photos. 20 years old. Enough, Qi Haochuan interrupted her suddenly, his face gloomy and pale. Don't say any more. Su Mian glanced at him, opened the cardboard box, and showed him everything inside. She continued, in addition to birthday gifts, there are also graduation gifts from junior high school, and college, Christmas gifts, and Valentine's Day gifts. I packed them all up and will return them to you today. Qi Haochuan secretly clenched his fists and looked at her with pain and despair. Xiao Mian, do you really have to be so heartless? Su Mian looked at him calmly. It's normal to return gifts after breaking up. I think I should do the same. 然后 Lu Jian's car was parked outside the tea house. He could see what happened between Su Mian and Qi Haochuan through the window, but he couldn't hear their conversation. He kept this posture and didn't move. His expression was indifferent as ice. His deep eyes stared straight at the two of them as if it was very difficult to endure now. Their meeting made him extremely flustered. Will the good impression he had built in front of Su Mian during this period of time be completely destroyed by Qi Haochuan's words? 这个 Will she still be reluctant to leave Qi Haochuan and return to his arms? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He and Su Mian have only been together for 2 months, and he doesn't have the confidence to compete with Qi Haochuan, who has had a relationship with her for 20 years. He knew without looking that the box was filled with memories between her and Qi Haochuan, so he didn't dare to go with them, for he was afraid to see her recounting the past with Qi Haochuan. Would Qi Haochuan reach out his hand to her, confess to her, reveal his true feelings, and tell her that he still loved her, and she would put her hand in, continue to hold hands with him, and return to his arms? As Lu Jian watched, his eyes turned red and his anxiety became more and more serious, with countless darkness spreading in his heart. But the next second, Su Mian, who was originally talking to Qi Haochuan, suddenly disappeared. She left the tea house, and it was unknown what she said to Qi Haochuan. She only saw Qi Haochuan standing there in a daze, looking down at the cardboard box on the ground. He was in a daze, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world, and his whole body was filled with sadness. I'm fine. Su Mian had already returned to the car and said to Lu Jian with a smile, let's go home. Lu Jian was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses from her smile. All those wild thoughts disappeared in her smile, and the whole person breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, what did Su Mian say to Qi Haochuan? Qi Haochuan seemed to have lost his soul, standing there sadly for a long time without moving. Zhang Han couldn't stand it anymore, so he came over to enlighten Qi Haochuan. Brother Chuang, forget it, think more positively. It's better to break up as soon as possible. It's better to give up completely than to keep dragging it out. She has been so decisive, you should also cut off the past completely. Qi Haochuan's face turned pale. He walked away silently, holding the cardboard box that Su Mian had returned, his face gloomy. Su Mian had just said to him in a very gentle tone, Qi Haochuan, you are no longer the most important person in my life. In the near future, someone will replace you. No, his position is more important than you before. She could say these words to him so calmly and indifferently, which was enough to prove that she had really let it go and didn't care about him anymore. Just like when she was with him before, she rejected those suitors straightforwardly and directly. He has now become the one she rejected harshly. She also said, giving you back all the things you gave me is also throwing away all the memories of the past years. Including those things I gave you, please give me back, especially those paintings I drew, whether it is the first draft or the finished painting, please give them all back to me. I don't want them to be lost outside. Oh. Qi Haochuan, who was in his office, kicked the cardboard box that Su Mian had sent back, and the things inside were scattered all over the floor. 然后 he always thought that Su Mian married Lu Zhang on purpose to anger him and that all the intimacy was just an act for him. Until now, he had to face the fact that it might not be an act, she would really forget everything between them and let Lu Zhang take his place. Su Mian, no. Qi Haochuan put his hands in his hair, crouched down with his head in his arms and looked at the things on the ground. They were not only gifts, but also memories. She chose to throw away all the memories between them, and Qi Haochuan couldn't help crying. Zhang Han, who was worried about him getting into trouble, came in and saw Qi Haochuan crying in regret, and couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Chuang, are you okay? Qi Haochuan wiped away his tears with the back of his hand and he stood up. He said expressionlessly, put away all the paintings in the tea house. Although Zhang Han was surprised, he didn't ask too much at this time and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll do it now. After Zhang Han left, Qi Haochuan picked up the things on the ground one by one and put them back in the box. Sitting in the office chair, he lit a cigarette and started smoking. Su Mian doesn't like the smell of cigarettes, but he can't quit. In the past, he could only promise her not to smoke, and he would always find excuses to smoke secretly in secluded places. Now that she is not around, he smokes more and more, and it is even more difficult to quit. In the smoke, he raised his hands sadly to cover his eyes. In the past, he really did a lot of insincere things. He was good to her only in his heart. In fact, he was not honest with her at all. He whispered in a hoarse voice, Xiao Mian, I'm sorry. He really realized now that he really hurt Su Mian. Chapter 28. Su Mian and Lu Zhang returned to Shengshi Mansion. Seeing that Lu Zhang had drunk, Su Mian was worried that he would feel uncomfortable. After parking the car, she jogged from the front of the car to his side, intending to help him get out of the car. Lu Zhang looked at her running with her legs with a look of worry on her face and a gentle smile on his eyebrows. Su Mian took his arm with both hands holding his whole arm and looked up at him. Can you still walk? Seeing her genuine concern, Lu Zhang suddenly wanted to tease her. His tall body leaned over her, leaning against her in a very dependent manner. Sometimes, he even took the initiative and led Su Zhiyuan in the direction. Su Mian looked at him quietly, always feeling that he had a strong aura that could not be stumped by anything and that he was as reliable as if he could support her even if the sky fell. After dinner, it was getting late. Su Mian and Lu Zhang left. Lu Zhang carried the large cardboard box that Su Mian had sorted out back to the car and handed the car keys to Su Mian to drive. Lu Zhang said, What are these? The gifts Qi Haochuan gave me. Su Mian drove while saying, I'll pack them up and give them back to him. Lu Jian, who thought she was just coming back to pack her own things, was stunned after hearing her words. She said in a hoarse voice, "Give it back to him." "Why?" "Of course I have to give it back to him after we broke up, otherwise he would think that I deliberately kept the things he gave me to remind him of me. And I don't like this kind of misunderstanding." "So, you want to completely cut off ties with him?" "Well, it's better for everyone to cut off ties as soon as possible." Lu Jian didn't say anything else, looking at the road ahead and leaning lazily on the seat. Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover his lips, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Back to the hometown studio, it was already late. The Chang'an Tea House opposite opened today and the business was very good. There were still many people drinking tea in the evening. "Do you have to drink tea on a festive day of opening?" Su Mian held the big cardboard box by herself and said to Lu Jian, "You rest in the car first, I'll return the things to him and come out." Lu Jian stared at her with deep eyes. "Okay." Chapter 27. Qi Haochuan saw Su Mian stepping into the tea house. He was walking around the new store leisurely, watching the employees taking care of customers, acting like a boss. But when Su Mian came, he immediately rushed to greet her, smiling and excited. This made him a little nervous, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Xiao Mian, you are here." His face was filled with a happy smile, and he was surprised and delighted by Su Mian's sudden appearance. But Su Mian's performance was very cold. She ignored Qi Haochuan's excitement and handed him the cardboard box in her hand. "These are the things you gave me, and I'm giving them all back to you now." Qi Haochuan seemed to be struck by lightning, and his brain was unconscious for several seconds. It has been a long time since she appeared in front of the man she loved so closely. When he suddenly saw her, he felt the blood in his body become fresh, instead of lifeless. But he didn't expect that her face, which he had been thinking about day and night, would say such chilling words. He opened his mouth woodenly. "What do you mean by giving it back to me?" Su Mian put the box on the ground, opened it, and took out the things one by one. "This is the 15th birthday gift you gave me, a Winnie the Pooh. This is the 16th birthday gift, a game console. 17 years old, a collection of Van Gogh's paintings. 18 years old, a jade bracelet, a pair of earrings engraved with our initials. 19 years old, an album full of our photos. 20 years old." "Enough," Qi Haochuan interrupted her suddenly, his face gloomy and pale. "Don't say any more." Su Mian glanced at him, opened the cardboard box, and showed him everything inside. She continued, "In addition to birthday gifts, there are also graduation gifts from junior high school, and college, Christmas gifts, and Valentine's Day gifts. I packed them all up and will return them to you today." Qi Haochuan secretly clenched his fists and looked at her with pain and despair. "Xiao Mian, do you really have to be so heartless?" Su Mian looked at him calmly. "It's normal to return gifts after breaking up. I think I should do the same." Lu Jian's car was parked outside the tea house. He could see what happened between Su Mian and Qi Haochuan through the window, but he couldn't hear their conversation. He kept this posture and didn't move. 然后? His expression was indifferent as ice. His deep eyes stared straight at the two of them as if it was very difficult to endure now. Their meeting made him extremely flustered. Will the good impression he had built in front of Su Mian during this period of time be completely destroyed by Qi Haochuan's words? Will she still be reluctant to leave Qi Haochuan and return to his arms? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He and Su Mian have only been together for 2 months, and he doesn't have the confidence to compete with Qi Haochuan, who has had a relationship with her for 20 years. He knew without looking that the box was filled with memories between her and Qi Haochuan, so he didn't dare to go with them, for he was afraid to see her recounting the past with Qi Haochuan. Would Qi Haochuan reach out his hand to her, confess to her, reveal his true feelings, and tell her that he still loved her, and she would put her hand in? continued to hold hands with him and returned to his arms. As Lu Jian watched, his eyes turned red and his anxiety became more and more serious, with countless darkness spreading in his heart. 然后 But the next second, Su Mian, who was originally talking to Qi Haochuan, suddenly disappeared. She left the tea house, and it was unknown what she said to Qi Haochuan. She only saw Qi Haochuan standing there in a daze, looking down at the cardboard box on the ground. He was in a daze, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world, and his whole body was filled with sadness. I'm fine, Su Mian had already returned to the car and said to Lu Jian with a smile, let's go home. Lu Jian was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses from her smile. All those wild thoughts disappeared in her smile, and the whole person breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, 然后 what did Su Mian say to Qi Haochuan? Qi Haochuan seemed to have lost his soul, standing there sadly for a long time without moving. 然后 Zhang Han couldn't stand it anymore, so he came over to enlighten Qi Haochuan. Brother Chuang, forget it, think more positively, it's better to break up as soon as possible. It's better to give up completely than to keep dragging it out. She has been so decisive, you should also cut off the past completely. Qi Haochuan's face turned pale. He walked away silently, holding the cardboard box that Su Mian had returned, his face gloomy. Su Mian had just said to him in a very gentle tone, Qi Haochuan, you are no longer the most important person in my life. In the near future, someone will replace you. No, his position is more important than you before. She could say these words to him so calmly and indifferently, which was enough to prove that she had really let it go and didn't care about him anymore. 就是 just like when she was with him before, she rejected those suitors straightforwardly and directly. He has now become the one she rejected harshly. She also said, giving you back all the things you gave me is also throwing away all the memories of the past years. Including those things I gave you, please give me back, especially those paintings I drew, whether it is the first draft or the finished painting, please give them all back to me. I don't want them to be lost outside. Oh. Qi Haochuan, who was in his office, kicked the cardboard box that Su Mian had sent back, and the things inside were scattered all over the floor. He always thought that Su Mian married Lu Jian on purpose to anger him, and that all the intimacy was just an act for him. Until now, he had to face the fact that it might not be an act, she would really forget everything between them and let Lu Jian take his place. Su Mian, no. Qi Haochuan put his hands in his hair, crouched down with his head in his arms and looked at the things on the ground. They were not only gifts, but also memories. She chose to throw away all the memories between them, and Qi Haochuan couldn't help crying. Zhang Han, who was worried about him getting into trouble, came in and saw Qi Haochuan crying in regret, and couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Chuang, are you okay? Qi Haochuan wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, and he stood up. He said expressionlessly, put away all the paintings in the tea house. Although Zhang Han was surprised, he didn't ask too much at this time and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll do it now. After Zhang Han left, Qi Haochuan picked up the things on the ground one by one and put them back in the box. Sitting in the office chair, he lit a cigarette and started smoking. Su Mian doesn't like the smell of cigarettes, but he can't quit. In the past, he could only promise her not to smoke, and he would always find excuses to smoke secretly in secluded places. Now that she is not around, he smokes more and more, and it is even more difficult to quit. In the smoke, he raised his hands sadly to cover his eyes. In the past, he really did a lot of insincere things. He was good to her only in his heart. In fact, he was not honest with her at all. He whispered in a hoarse voice, Xiao Mian, I'm sorry. He really realized now that he really hurt Su Mian. Chapter 28. Su Mian and Lu Jian returned to Shengshi Mansion. 然后 seeing that Lu Jian had drunk, Su Mian was worried that he would feel uncomfortable. After parking the car, she jogged from the front of the car to his side, intending to help him get out of the car. Lu Jian looked at her running with her legs with a look of worry on her face and a gentle smile on his eyebrows. Su Mian took his arm with both hands holding his whole arm and looked up at him. Can you still walk? Seeing her genuine concern, Lu Jian suddenly wanted to tease her. His tall body leaned over her, leaning against her in a very dependent manner. It seems that I can't. Su Mian quickly hugged him tightly. Then I'll help you go back. She knew how much her father could drink, and few people could drink more than him. She had never seen the limit of Lu Jian's drinking, but she saw that he couldn't drink more than her father. When they came out of Su's house, her father was resting on the sofa, looking drunk, not as relaxed as he usually was after drinking with others. 然后, even her father was a little drunk, so Lu Jian would not be much better. Su Mian, with the mentality that she should take good care of her drunk husband, helped Lu Jian back to the room. Lu Shan took her and fell on the bed together. The smell of alcohol and the unique man's breath suddenly rushed into Su Mian's breath. Su Mian was dazed for a moment, and she pushed Lu Jian. Go to the bathroom and take a shower before going to bed. Lu Jian didn't respond but hugged her in his arms, with his arms and legs wrapped around her, holding her in his arms. His warm lips were pressed against her ear, and he whispered, "Draw a picture for me, too, okay?" His voice was low, with temptation and coaxing. You have drawn so many pictures for Qi Haochuan, I want one too. Su Mian's jumped. What was he talking about? 然后 He wanted to draw, so he wanted it, but why did he bring it up to Qi Haochuan? His tone was still full of jealousy and vying for favor. Did he know that Qi Haochuan hung a lot of her paintings in the tea house, or did he see the portraits she had drawn for Qi Haochuan before? Lu Jian, you. What's wrong? Are you really drunk? That's why he would say such a thing. Lu Jian was not drunk, but he suddenly wanted to use the alcohol to say something hidden in his heart. When we were in college, Qi Haochuan liked to show us the portrait you drew for him in the dormitory, showing off that he had a girlfriend who was very good at painting, deliberately making us jealous. Su Mian, nah, Lu Jian laughed for no apparent reason. It really makes people jealous. Su Mian's heartbeat in vain increased. Jealous? What he called jealousy should be just jealousy that Qi Haochuan had a girlfriend. Well, it should be like this. Lu Jian continued to coax her, draw it for me now, okay? I also want everyone to know that I have a wife who is very good at painting. Su Mian was confused by his low and lingering voice, which was also bewitching and coaxing. Now, it's so late and you are still drunk. Shouldn't you take a rest? You can paint next time. No, now. Qi Haochuan hung her paintings all over the tea house, and he wanted some too. Okay. The two went to the studio. While Lu Jian took off his coat, he said to Su Mian, who was preparing painting tools, "Help me prepare the largest canvas. I want to frame it and hang it on the wall after it's finished." Su Mian's mouth twitched. Do you need to show it like this? I wonder if he will find himself amusing when he sobers up tomorrow and knows what he did and said tonight. But seeing him begging for a painting, Su Mian couldn't refuse, and she had promised to paint for him before. Okay, she really picked the largest canvas and stuck it on the drawing board. This is a size of 100 multiplied by 120. Do you think it's enough? Lu Jian narrowed his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. He had taken off his suit jacket and was wearing a white shirt and black pants. He remembered the requirements Su Mian had told him last time. He sat on the stool, unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, let the hem spread out, revealing a little abdominal muscle, one leg resting on the crossbar of the chair, and the other leg hanging naturally on the ground. Su Mian arranged the canvas and looked up, her beautiful eyelashes trembling. His current posture and temperament are lazy and charming, his hair is slightly messy, and his expression is a bit drunk. He looks full of temptation and has the temperament of a posing model. She took a deep breath and said, "Keep this position and don't move. I'm going to start painting." Okay, Lu Jiang listened to her and sat still. Su Mian picked up the paintbrush and began to outline his outline. In order to present the effect, his eyes were always on Su Mian. At first, Su Mian was fine. Her professionalism kept her from being distracted and she painted very seriously. But after a few minutes, her mentality gradually became unstable. She always felt that his eyes were too bewitching. When he looked at her so lightly, she always felt that his eyes were not so pure, but had a seductive magic. Su Mian bit her lip and said, "You don't have to stare at me all the time. Wait until I need to paint your eyes and then keep still. Now you can look somewhere else, otherwise your eyes will be very uncomfortable." 然后 Lu Jian said calmly, "I think it's good. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." Su Mian. Forget it, let him do whatever he wants. Su Mian put aside all distractions and continued to paint with peace of mind. 然后 After the overall outline was drawn, it was time to describe the details. When she started to paint his face, Su Mian had to keep glancing at him and carefully look at his facial features. Suddenly, he stopped painting. He said to Lu Jiang, "Do you want to wear glasses?" Why? Try it on, it should feel good. Lu Jiang grasped the point. "You mean I look good when I wear glasses?" Su Mian blushed and told the truth. "Of course I look good, you look the same with or without glasses, but your temperament will be different with glasses." She didn't lie, his appearance was impeccable. Without glasses, he looked righteous, and with glasses, he looked like a gentleman. The style of this painting was just that kind of elegant style mixed with a little decadent temptation. If he had the temperament of a gentleman, it would be more unique. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Jiang took the glasses and put them on. Just as Su Mian said, as soon as he put on the glasses, his temperament changed, as if just a little bit, but now it was completely right. Su Mian put down the brush and walked towards him, stood in front of Lu Jiang, stretched out her hand to pinch his chin, and gently lifted it up a little. Then she gently signaled him, "Don't focus your eyes too straight, show a little bit of looking down, that kind of look that looks down on people from a high position but not snobbish." Lu Jiang looked at her with scorching eyes. 然后 suddenly, he grabbed her hand that was pinching his chin, put it to his mouth and kissed it. Slowly curled his lips. Okay. Chapter 29. Su Mian's cheeks were hot when he looked at her. 这个 his expression seemed to say that I was just teased by you. She suddenly retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. I want to continue painting, you quickly adjust it. Su Mian returned to the canvas and picked up the brush to paint again, but her heart could no longer remain calm. It was beating fast and chockily. The place on the back of her hand where he kissed was also very hot, and the temperature seemed to have not dissipated until now. She just pinched his chin, how dare she? She shook her head to stop herself from thinking about it. Picking up the brush again, Su Mian sighed softly when she met Lu Jiang's expression again. This guy is really a walking clothes rack, with a better looking skin than many models. Wearing glasses is one kind of temperament, taking off glasses is another kind of temperament. No matter which one, it is enough to make people amazed. 那个 Su Mian had thought about what style to draw him last time and had already had the fantasy layout in her mind, so when she picked up the pen to draw, it was also very smooth. His facial features, his hands, and his figure have all gone through her mind many times, and now she can draw them easily with smooth lines. After 3 hours, the rough draft was completed. She has drawn the overall outline of the character, and the body movements have also been positioned. Su Mian said, "You can get up, you don't have to sit." So fast. I'm afraid you will be too tired after sitting for a long time, so I speed up. The next step is to deal with the details and then color them. I can do this by myself, without referring to you. Lu Jian stood up and came to look at the canvas. Wait. But Su Mian pulled the blank canvas next to him to cover it. Don't look at it now. Why? This is a painting of myself, how can I not look at it? Well, I have a habit. When I paint a portrait, I don't like to show it to anyone before I finish it. It was the same before. Su Mian explained. Lu Zhan's serious face couldn't help but curl his eyes. I know. He took the brush from her hand and held her hand. It's getting late, it's time to go to bed now, and we can continue when you have time. Okay, Su Mian covered the canvas and went back to the room with Lu Zhan to sleep. After taking a shower, the two of them lay on the bed. It was exactly midnight. Su Mian asked, Are you sober now? Yeah, my dad has a good alcohol tolerance. Don't easily agree to drink with him in the future. He didn't deliberately force you to drink today. If he really did, you would definitely drink too much and you wouldn't be able to get up. Lu Zhan said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Dad only has you as his daughter. Usually, no one accompanies him to drink. He is very lonely. Now he has me as his son-in-law, so it's my duty to accompany him to drink. Su Mian's heart trembled and he was warmed by his words. He even thought of this. He really considers everything, big or small. Is it because of his personality, habit, his style of doing things has always been like this, or is he only meticulous about her? Lu Zhan, thank you. I told you not to thank me. Su Mian bit her lip, slowly climbed into his arms, and kissed his forehead. Blushing, she said, Then don't thank me. Lu Zhan slowly raised his lips and smiled, I appreciate it. Su Mian smiled and moved closer to his arms, saying obediently, I know. The next morning, as usual, Lu Zhan got up first. When Su Mian got up and went downstairs, Lu Zhan was already dressed and sitting at the dining table, and Sister Wu was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. 然后 seeing her coming down, Lu Zhan put down the tablet computer in his hand that was reading the news. He said softly, Good morning. Su Mian looked at the glasses on his nose in confusion and replied, Good morning. He usually didn't wear glasses except when he was working, so why did he wear glasses this morning? Su Mian looked at the tablet computer he had just put down and guessed in his heart that he must have worn it to read the news. After breakfast, Lu Zhan sent Su Mian to the studio and went to the law firm. The secretary saw the glasses on Lu Zhan's nose and asked curiously, Mr. Lu, are your eyes uncomfortable? No, Lu Zhan looked at him. Do they look good? Assistant, oh. Lu Zhan pushed his glasses. Do I look good with glasses? The assistant was stunned for a moment and said, Looks good, handsome people are infuriating. Lu Zhan smiled and ordered, Get 20 more pairs of this pair of glasses, prepare them in the law firm, company, home, car, and everywhere. Assistant. 那个 Su Mian went to class as usual according to the schedule. At lunchtime, Yin Qingqing and Su Mian were going to the nearby Xitulonaya restaurant for lunch, but were blocked by Qi Haochuan at the door. He was pulling a large pink suitcase in his hand. Yin Qingqing immediately stood in front of Su Mian. What are you doing here again? Qi Haochuan ignored Yin Qingqing, who looked unfriendly. He looked very tired and looked at Su Mian with a bit of worry in his eyes. Here are all the things you want. I'll pack them and bring them back to you. Su Mian didn't expect Qi Haochuan to be so easy to talk to this time. He really returned them when she asked him to. She was really relieved. He stopped pestering her and was good for both of them. She took the suitcase from him. Thank you. Seeing her staring at the suitcase, Qi Haochuan's mouth was bitter. You read it right. This is the one you left at my house, and I brought it with me. Su Mian said indifferently, okay, then we are even. The late autumn breeze was blowing and the weather was gloomy today. Even at noon, it still felt very cold. 然后 Qi Haochuan thought that the bigger reason was the cold heart. He looked at Su Mian with complicated eyes. Xiao Mian, I formally apologize to you for the things I did to you that hurt you in the past. It has been more than 3 months, and this is the calmest time since the two broke up. Qi Haochuan said, I want to say sorry to you for all the bad things that made you sad. Su Mian looked at him. If this is your sincere apology, then I accept it. Accept the apology and there will be no more ties from now on. Qi Haochuan took a deep breath and smiled, thank you. He smiled casually, looking like he was relieved. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, let's go eat, I'm going back to the store. Qi Haochuan said this and left, returning to the Chang'an tea house across the street. The whole person looked a little free and easy, as if he was really relieved. Yin Qingqing said, what new tricks is this guy using? Su Mian put the suitcase into the studio. Don't worry about him, just return the things. In Chang'an Tea House, Qi Haochuan sat in a private room on the third floor of the tea house with the windows wide open. 那个 This position is the most convenient to see everything in Guli's studio, especially the second floor. Looking in from the balcony on the second floor of the studio, as long as the curtains are not drawn, you can see the whole scene of Su Mian teaching students. He had never done these things before. He and Su Mian's relationship was not like other couples who needed to create romantic days and anniversary rituals. They just accompanied and protected each other. Maybe they were too familiar with each other and took it for granted. 然后 They felt that their relationship would never change, so there was no need to maintain anything. Now that he thinks about it, he really owes Su Mian too much. Zhang Han flipped a photo from his phone and showed it to Qi Haochuan. Brother Chuang, do you think this girl is pretty? I'll give you her WeChat, you can add her. No, Qi Haochuan refused directly, I don't have the heart to do that now. Zhang Han said, look, Su Mian is more open-minded than you think. She married someone else immediately after breaking up with you. She lives a comfortable life after having a new love. Look at you, you drink to drown your sorrows every day and torture yourself to death. Is this useful? Qi Haochuan didn't want to talk, his eyes were always on the door of the studio across the street. Su Mian and Yin Qingqing went back after eating. According to her usual time habits, she would take an hour lunch break and start the afternoon class. Brother Chuang, Zhang Han was still persuading, since you have returned all the things to her, let it go. Qi Haochuan waved his hand, don't say anything, go and get busy. You see, the business in the store is pretty good. Who said that opening a tea house will lose money? It is obviously better than the business of the coffee shop next door. Zhang Han sighed, knowing that it was useless for him to say more. He himself refused to come out, and no matter how much effort others made, it was useless. Su Mian and Yin Qingqing went back after dinner. Yin Qingqing asked, what are you going to do with these things? Su Mian looked at the suitcase and said, throw it away. Don't you want to open it and see what's inside? Su Mian said, I don't want to see it. How could she not know what was inside? They were all from her hands. Whether it was a painting or a gift for him, she had carefully selected them. Now that they are back, they can be thrown away directly, just like throwing away all the sincerity she had given before. Well, it's a pity. Some of the paintings took you several nights to complete. Yin Qingqing said regretfully, I must be more careful when I have a boyfriend in the future, or simply not fall in love or get married, so I can avoid this trouble. If you meet someone you like, will you not fall in love? Love is worth nothing. Yin Qingqing said with a pursed mouth, I want to be sober in the world. As long as I shine, everyone will be eclipsed, and of course I won't fall in love with anyone easily. I support you. Yin轻轻 hooked Su Mian's shoulder, but you have missed her. Lu, you have to love him well. Su Mian smiled gently. Got it. Chapter 30. It took Su Mian half a month to finish the painting she drew for Lu Zheng. It took more than a week to work on the details, and the coloring process was a bit complicated. She showed it to Lu Zheng after the canvas was completely dry. 然后 the overall style of the painting was a little different from what Lu Zheng expected. He thought it would be a cold color. After all, he was wearing black and white, but Su Mian gave him a background color that was as scorching as the sun. The details of the characters were handled almost realistically. The small movements and the wrinkles of the clothes were very vivid, and even the curvature of the hair was lifelike. It didn't look like a painting, but rather like a high-definition photo. He had a proud expression and a bewitching look in his eyes. When he looked at people with his chin slightly raised, his domineering manner was a little more careless. The glasses slightly suppressed the stunning appearance, adding a little decadent and seductive temperament. And such a painting was matched with a glorious and shining background color. It was as if he had walked out from the crimson sun with a full body of light. Su Mian saw that Lu Zheng had been silent. So he asked carefully, "Don't you like it? If you really don't like it, I can draw another one for you." Lu Zheng suddenly turned around and hugged her in his arms. "It looks good, I like it very much." Su Mian breathed a sigh of relief, and she said, "I thought I didn't draw it well." Lu Zheng rested his chin on the top of her head, staring at the portrait without saying anything. Suddenly, he understood why Qi Haochuan liked to show off the paintings Su Mian drew for him in the dormitory before, because he could see her care from such a carefully crafted product. And he could feel the happiness of being treated with care by her, so he wanted everyone to know that he had a girlfriend who loved him so much. Lu Zheng thought that he would feel balanced after receiving Su Mian's painting, and he also had what Qi Haochuan had, but after receiving the painting, he felt even more upset. 就是, she had been doing this kind of care for Qi Haochuan since junior high school. From the beginning, when he didn't let the teacher teach him and learn to paint by himself, Qi Haochuan has been enjoying this care. 就是, Lu Zheng never knew that his jealousy would be so strong. He envied everything Qi Haochuan had, but he also hated Qi Haochuan for not appreciating and wasting her efforts. Lu Zheng held the painting in his arms and walked towards the first floor hall. Su Mian followed behind him. "What are you doing?" "Hang it up." "Really have to hang it up?" Isn't it inappropriate to hang such a painting in such a luxurious villa?" Lu Zheng asked Sister Wu to take down the decorative painting in the first floor hall. Sister Wu said, "Master, this is a world-famous painting you bought from the auction. Do you really want to take it down?" "Take it down?" Lu Zheng pointed to several paintings next to it. "Take this down too." "Okay." Sister Wu did as she was told. Then Lu Zheng looked sideways at Su Mian. "Mistress. Lu, do you understand what I mean?" Su Mian's eyelids jumped. "You are not planning to hang your portraits here, are you?" 那个 Lu Shan corrected her, "It's not my portraits, it's your works. From now on, only your paintings will be hung in the house." Su Mian. "So, Miss Sass. Lu, you have to plan carefully how to decorate our home more warmly. Why does it seem weird?" Was he irritated by Qi Haochuan's behavior? Lu Zheng hung his portrait in the most conspicuous place, then took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. Comments soon appeared below. "Zhang Mu, Brother Zheng, this is the masterpiece of my sister-in-law. You really look like a rich and beautiful flower in the world, and you are super coquettish. Ha ha ha. Lu Ke, this is obviously the handwritten masterpiece of my sister-in-law. Only she has the ability to paint ordinary people into gods." Lu Zheng at Lu Ke, "Do you want your game account to be cancelled?" Lu Ke, It's up to you. Anyway, my sister-in-law has given me her account and password. I can play with her account at will. It's an adult account and there are no anti-addiction restrictions. She also has 15 honor king marks, all heroes, all skins, and all inscriptions. I'm so angry, so angry, so angry. Liu Zhang. Lin Suizhou at Lu Keke, you betrayed your sister-in-law. Be careful that her account will be cancelled by your brother. Lu Keke at Lin Suizhou, he is a henpecked husband. He cancelled my sister-in-law's account. Does he dare? 就是 Does he deserve it? Lin Suizhou at Lu Zhang, brother Zhang is a henpecked husband. Zhang Mu, I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. I have to believe it. Lu Keke at Zhang Mu, you single dogs won't understand. Lin Suizhou, you said it as if you are not a single dog. Lu Keke, of course I am not. 然后 I have someone I like. Lin Suizhou, are you learning to fall in love at such a young age? Lu Zhang, the girl who secretly painted someone's portrait in the middle of the night is just in love. Lu Keke. Lu Zhang put away his phone and looked at Su Mian. A henpecked husband. He said slowly, Keke. When I was a sophomore, my grades were always 40s in the grade. After playing games for a year, my grades rose steadily to 30s in the grade in my junior year. Facts have proved that the quality of grades has no direct correlation with playing games. Of course, I mean when I am not completely addicted to them. Su Mian blocked all of Lu Zhang's words in one breath. Keke just likes playing games a little bit, but she is not addicted to them. When she should study, she will still study hard. Playing games does not affect her much. Liu Zhang. All the thoughts just now were thrown out of his mind. He nodded in agreement. You are right. The quality of study has nothing to do with whether you play games or not. Experts have said that most men who are henpecked are successful in their careers and good men with good conduct. Su Mian was surprised that he would be so easy to talk to. After a pause, he said, I will remind Keke appropriately. The place where the painting is hung is too conspicuous. You can see it almost as soon as you enter the house. Su Mian was not unconfident about her paintings, but she felt that he was showing off a little too much, which made her, the original author, feel embarrassed. However, she was still happy that he took her work so seriously. Lu Zhang suddenly said to Su Mian, Go change your clothes. What clothes? Today is the weekend. I promised to teach you how to surf. It just so happens that you don't have classes in the morning. You can go to the surfing hall now. Su Mian's classes on Saturdays and Sundays are more intensive than those on Mondays to Fridays. However, on Saturday mornings, Su Mian will arrange a half-day break, so there is no class. There must be a half-day break in a week. Su Mian quickly changed into sportswear and went to the surfing training hall with Lu Zhang. Lu Zhang prepared a surfboard for beginners to learn. The two wore swimsuits and practiced in the indoor surfing pool. There was a coach teaching students in the pool next to them, and Lu Zhang was teaching Su Mian himself. Lu Zhang said, Don't be nervous, relax. Okay, Lu Zhang helped Su Mian stand on the surfboard and let her stand there to experience the feeling of being hit by artificial waves. Su Mian looked up at him. Both of them were wet and his hair was wet. His hair was still handsome. The girls who were learning to surf in the next pool were always picking at him. Su Mian said, Mr. Liu is very charming. He is very popular with girls. Just like Yi Ran said, there are countless people who like him. After marrying her, it will really make many people heartbroken. Lu Zhang looked at her, jealous. No, Lu Zhang smiled and knew that he was overthinking. 这个 How could she be jealous of him?